breath out, you are slowing down, drifting, floating. And as you relax deeper, our story tonight begins. So if you want to get some more good rest, why don't we start over again? Just stay right here, gently floating on the edge of sleep. Your breath is soft, your body is loose. Let the quiet story guide you a little deeper now, deeper into calm, in quiet hollow. The nights were known for their gentleness. No loud carriages, no bustling markets, only the sound of the river's soft sigh, the rustle of distant trees, and the ever-present whisper of the water clock. Some said the clock held magic, not the kind of magic written in grand tales of dragons and spells, but a softer magic, a gentle magic, the magic of stillness, of time moving like a soft breeze across the soul. It said that Eldrin, the clockmaker, never truly invented the water clock alone. He had dreams, quiet dreams where voices from the past, monks, scholars, ancient thinkers, whispered forgotten knowledge to him as he slept, and each morning he would awaken with an idea he could not explain, a design he had never seen, as though a clock had chosen him. In the heart of his cottage, on cold winter nights, would sit by the glow of candlelight, carving tiny notches into wood, whittling wheels, polishing drops of glass, each motion slow, deliberate, like a meditation. Outside, the village would sleep, the river flowing softly, the moon casting a silver glow, the world wrapped in the thick velvet of midnight. Let yourself imagine the sound of that clock now, not sharp, not sudden, but soft, like rain falling onto still water, like the breath of a baby in peaceful sleep. Drip, drip, a timeless rhythm, steady, sure, and with each drop, you too can feel your breath slowing, your thoughts quieting, the last threads of wakefulness softly unwinding. Some say that in the deepest hours of the night, when even the wind is still, the water clock doesn't just tell time, it holds time. It cradles it, suspends it, as though the night itself could stretch, could linger, allowing the village and you to rest just a little longer. No rush, no hurry, only stillness, only peace, they say. Eldrin once whispered to a child curled safe in a blanket by the fire that each drop of water falling through the clock was like a dream, tiny, weightless, falling from the world above into the quiet lake of sleep below. And now you too can let yourself drift down like a drop of water, softly, gently, carried by time's quiet breath. The stars shine gently overhead, the candlelight flickers low, the water clock hums softly in the distance, and everything within you slows and softens. And let's go. Rest now. Okay, let's do one more. Whenever you feel the need to rest, whenever your mind begins to race or your heart feels a little heavy with the troubles of the day, I invite you to come back to this place, back to this moment, back to yourself. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath in, feeling your belly rise like a wave, and breathe out slowly, letting all tension flow out with the breath. Feel how the support of the bed of the floor beneath you cradles your body, holding you, keeping you safe. Feel the coolness of the sheets against your skin, the weight of your blanket like a comforting hand resting on your lap. Now turn your attention to the gentle rhythm of your breath. In, out, in, out, in, out. Notice how each breath is unique, yet they flow into one another without pause. Just like the changing seasons of life, there is space between each breath, between each experience. There is space for rest. There is space for peace. Let yourself be cradled by the quiet strength of the present moment, by the unwavering constancy of your breath. Allow your eyelids to grow heavy, your muscles to soften, your mind to still. If thoughts come drifting in, gently guide them to the surface of your awareness, like clouds passing overhead, acknowledging them without judgment, without attachment, letting them drift on by. You are not your thoughts. You are the stillness that observes them. You're the boundless field of awareness in which they appear and disappear. Rest now. Feel how the worries of the day melt away, carried off by the evening breeze. Feel how peace and tranquility settle over you like the soft caress of twilight. Let the gentle rhythm of your breath be your guide. In, out, in, out, in, out. Surrender to the embrace of the present moment, to the loving kindness of your own heart. And know that you are held, you are cherished, you are infinitely loved. Rest now, and may your dreams be filled with the tranquil beauty of this night. The castle sleeps. Its stone towers stretch into the pale blue pre-dawn, cloaked in silence. Cold air clings to the outer walls, dew gathering on ancient bricks like tiny crystal offerings to the approaching sun. Within the heavy belly of the fortress, beneath layers of flagstone floors, noble chambers, and echoing great halls, there lies the kitchen. It is dark, still silent, but not for long. This is where the day begins. Before the rooster even stirs, a small wooden door creaks open. Through it slips a single figure, bundled in wool, carrying a bundle of twigs and kindling cradled in her arms. Her boots pad softly over the dirt floor. She does not speak. She does not need to. Her body knows the rhythm, the ritual of what is to come. She kneels before the blackened stone hearth, now cold from the night. Ash, gray, and featherlight spills from the edges as she brushes it aside with care. Underneath, buried like treasure, are faint embers, barely breathing but not gone. She exhales slowly, then begins. A flint, a striker, a practiced hand. Clink, clink, spark. The faintest orange glimmers in the tinder. She leans in, blows gently. A curl of smoke rises, then a flame. The kitchen exhales with her. The day has begun. She builds the fire slowly, stacking larger logs like a sculptor shaping flame. The warmth creeps out across the stone, licking at the cold air. Shadows begin to retreat toward the corners, replaced by flickering gold. With a clay pitcher, she fetches water from the iron pot resting near the hearth. She pours it into a kettle and hangs it above the fire. It will be the first thing to boil. For morning oats, 4 scalding spoons, for warming cold hands. There are no clocks here. Time is marked by light, by the rhythm of footsteps, by the hiss of water turning to steam. She pulls a cloth from a wooden bowl tucked near the coals. Inside, a mass of dough risen slow through the night. The surface is soft, domed, and fragrant. She presses 2 fingers into it. It sighs beneath the touch. Bread. Simple, sacred, essential. Its smell alone will wake the castle. She divides the dough into rounds, patting each with flour, shaping with the heel of her hand. Some will go to the noble's table, others to the soldiers, and many to the workers in the field. Each loaf must be marked. She reaches into a box of wooden stamps, carved with crosses, stars, birds, and beasts. Symbols of family, of faith, of protection. One loaf bears the stag of the Lord, another the fish of the chapel. Each pressed gently into the crust, before the bread is laid near the fire to proof a little longer. Now footsteps. More figures drift in: cooks, apprentices, a boy with a bucket of eggs, a girl with arms full of leeks. No one speaks loudly. The morning is sacred. There's a quiet reverence in the routine. The head cook arrives last. She is not loud, but her presence is unmistakable. She looks over the dough, nods, touches the logs in the fire, adjusts them, tests the water's heat with a careful hand. She wears an apron, stained with time, and a look of practiced calm. Her hair is tied beneath a linen cloth, her sleeves rolled high. Now the true symphony begins. Oats are stirred into boiling water, eggs cracked into iron pans, onions chopped with a rhythm so soft it's almost music, mortar and pestle grind herbs, rosemary, sage, thyme, releasing scent into the air. A pot is hung for stew, though it won't be needed until mid-morning. Everything is in motion, yet nothing is rushed. There's peace in the repetition, a slow unfolding of tasks that have been done day after day for hundreds of years. Bread, broth, fire, flour, again and again. The castle may be a fortress, a place of power and politics, but this kitchen, warm and low, is its heart. And as the morning creeps forward, that heart begins to beat. The smell of warm bread begins to rise. The scent drifts upward through narrow stone corridors, past storerooms of salt and barley, past the baker's bench and the bundled sacks of rye, oat, and coarse ground spelt. Up above, the great hall still slumbers beneath its heavy tapestries. But here in the kitchen, the rhythm of life has already begun its quiet crescendo. The first loaf is placed into the oven. The baker uses a long-handled wooden peel, easing the round gently into the stone chamber, where heat ripples in soft golden waves. The crust will begin to form almost immediately, a skin of steam and flour reacting with the heat of the fire-kissed stone. More loaves follow, each one carefully arranged, not too close, not too far. Everything is measured, not in numbers, but in knowing. Outside, the first rooster calls. Its voice echoes faintly across the bailey, where mist still curls around the base of the towers. A stable hand stirs in his hay. Guard shifts atop the wall, stretching stiff limbs beneath his wool cloak. But in the kitchen, no one looks up. The cooks know the time, not by the birds, but by the bread. The oven's heat is sacred. They whisper about the flames sometimes. How too strong a fire can scorch the bottom of a loaf before the top even browns. The good steam, the breath of yeast and fire must rise just right. The boy is tasked with watching the smoke. He peers into the vent above the oven's arch, noting how quickly it curls, how thick it looks against the sky. He's learning slowly how to read it. This, too, is a kind of literacy. In the corner, a pot of early morning porridge is stirred, thick bubbling. Made from barley this morning, sometimes oats or millet, depending on what's left in the storeroom. It is flavored lightly, a splash of milk if the cow gave enough, a spoon of honey if it's not too precious. The kitchen children will eat this first, then the stable hands, if any remains. It is not a grand meal, but it is warm and filling and honest. A loud clack echoes as a cleaver meets the chopping block. A girl of perhaps 15 is cubing turnips. Her rhythm is slow, not yet practiced, but focused. Beside her, an older woman trims leeks with a blade so worn its wooden handle has molded perfectly to her grip. They do not speak. They work by the same invisible script. In the rafters above, strings of herbs swayed gently in the rising warmth. Bay leaves, sage lovage, tied in bundles, dried by time, infused with centuries of kitchen breath. They hang like sleepy guardians, watching, waiting to be crushed into stews and sprinkled into pots. A sprig is taken down, crushed between calloused fingers, and tossed into the porridge. The room sighs with its arrival. Its footsteps echo down the stairwell. Heavier, slower, a steward enters, broad-shouldered, red-cheeked, cloak still damp with dew. He carries a scroll and a slate, nodding politely to the head cook. No words need to be spoken. He lays the list down. A midday meal for 12. The guest arrived unexpectedly. Venison from the larder is requested. A fruit tart, if it can be managed. The cook nods once. Mental calculation begins, not just of ingredients, but of time, fire, and hands. She calls softly to one of the girls. The girl vanishes into the pantry, a narrow hallway lined with clay jars, sacks of flour, baskets of walnuts, dried apples, and casks of cider. She will return with spices, with butter, with last summer's preserved berries. Nothing is written. All is remembered. This is how kitchens breathe. Near the hearth, the bread is checked. The cloth is pulled back. The loaves have risen. Their stamped marks have swelled slightly, but remain visible. Proud, pressed identities baked into the crust. The baker murmurs something, not a word, but a sound of approval. She fetches a stick of green hazelwood dipped in water at the end, then reaches into the oven, tapping the crusts gently. Tap, tap. She listens. A hollow sound means the bread is ready. She draws the first loaf out, golden steaming. She rests it on a wooden board to cool. One by one, the others follow. A second batch is already being shaped behind her. The work does not stop. Not for many hours yet. But this is the hour of warmth. When fire greets dough and sleep slips quietly away from the stone walls, the castle is still waking. But here, beneath it all, the heart has already stirred. The medieval kitchen has returned to life. And as the sunlight begins to stretch its arms across the courtyard stones, you too may feel its warmth, even in sleep, even in dreams. The air in the kitchen is warmer now. The The chill of dawn is lifted. Not entirely, but enough that sleeves are rolled up, and the work is done without shivering. Outside, the sky glows, pale gold through the high, narrow windows. Inside, the scent of baked bread and early herbs lingers like a soft veil over every stone and beam. The first loaves cool gently on wooden racks, crusts crackling ever so faintly as steam escapes their cores. That sound, barely audible, is known by the cooks. It's a quiet music. It's a hush of bread becoming real. A servant enters, carrying a wooden tray with 3 empty jugs. She does not ask. She waits, patient and still. The head cook glances once, then nods toward the pitcher of warm cider and the pot of barley tea kept by the hearth. The servant bows her head and fills them carefully. These are for the noble's chamber, where a late-rising lord prefers something light before noon. Nothing too hot, nothing too heavy, just warmth and familiarity. Even in a world of power and protocol, small comforts carry weight. A pair of boys return from the small garden plot just outside the kitchen wall. They bring with them baskets filled with greens. Young spinach, spring onions, broad-leafed sorrel, still damp with dew. A handful of purple flowers peek from the side, violets and chive blossoms. The head cook smiles softly at the sight. These she will use not only for flavor, but for beauty. The noble's midday tart must not only taste rich, it must look as if the season itself had kissed the plate. In the back of the kitchen, a different rhythm unfolds. Barrels are opened. Salted meat is inspected. Strings of garlic are counted, then peeled. Knives are laid out with care, their edges checked with the pad of a thumb. Each knife belongs to a cook, and each cook guards it like treasure. The blades are not identical. One is long and curved, made for slicing joints of roasted meat. Another, narrow and short, meant for peeling root vegetables. One, almost comically wide, used for cleaving bones cleanly. Each knife tells its own story, etched not in words, but in the worn handles and the feel of it in the hand. At the chopping bench, quiet chatter begins to emerge. Not loud, not disruptive, just the soft murmur of those who work side by side. A girl shares a dream she had, of dancing in the great hall wearing a dress made of goose feathers. An older woman chuckles and tells of a time when a chicken ran straight through the kitchen, flapping and flinging flour in every direction. Even the cook had to laugh, she says, and the laughter made the bread rise better that day. There is warmth in these tales, not just from the fire, from the comfort of repetition and shared memory. The steward returns, this time with specifics. The guest is a friar. He will eat simply, he says. But still, he must be fed well. The cook nods. A fresh trout will be used, drawn from the moat that morning. Poached in white wine and herbs, served with boiled greens and a thick heel of bread. No meat, no garlic. A pear, if one remains unbruised. She gestures to one of the younger boys, who vanishes into the cold cellar with a lantern, the scent of fish oil and candle wax trailing behind him. The dessert will be simple. A fruit tart with dried cherries and crushed nuts. The crust is already being prepared. Butter cut into flour, then pressed into a clay dish and placed near the hearth to rest. No sugar, of course. It's too dear. But a spoonful of honey mixed with warm wine will do. On top, a few of the violet petals, a touch of grace just for the eye. Outside the kitchen, bells ring faintly from the chapel tower. A call to mid-morning prayer. Some of the cooks bow their heads briefly, others cross themselves and continue. There's no time to leave, not when bread is baking and the tart is cooling. But the heart offers its reverence even when the hands are busy. The kitchen is in full motion now. Every inch of the space is alive. Pots simmering, bread resting, vegetables washed and sorted, knives flashing in slow arcs, boots scuffing against the floor, ladles clinking softly on the rims of iron pots. It is not chaotic, it is orchestrated. The dance of the medieval kitchen is a slow, deliberate one, and its music is silence, fire, breath, and steam. And still through it all, the fire burns, not in a roar, but in a soft, consistent murmur. It is the kitchen's soul, always there, always glowing. And as the warmth spreads across the flagstone floor, you too might feel it curl around your senses. wrapping you in softness, bidding you to rest. For in this place of quiet labor and humble food, sleep comes easy, even for the listener. The sun now sits higher, casting long beams of dusty light across the stone floor. Where once the firelight flickered alone, now sunlight joins it, creating a soft dance between warmth and clarity. The kitchen smells rich, not bold or overwhelming, but layered. A base of roasted grain and warm yeast, lifted by soft onion, bright parsley, and the quiet undertone of smoked meat.
Ow.
There's a comfort in it, as if the air itself has been steeped in the memory of meals long past. Midday is still hours away, but already the castle kitchen is shaping its offering. At a long wooden table, a pair of apprentices carefully pluck small feathers from game birds, likely caught the day before. Quail, perhaps. Their hands move with practiced ease, and a basket beneath them catches the soft plumage like falling snow. Nearby, an older woman ladles broth into a clay bowl. She holds it to her nose, inhales slowly, then adds a pinch of dried fennel seeds. The pot has been simmering since first light, a slow, bubbling mix of marrowbone, leek ends, and celery root. By the time the sun reaches its peak, the liquid will be velvet smooth, rich with depth. A boy arrives, red-cheeked and panting. Carrying a folded cloth that holds 6 fresh eggs, he's been to the hen house. The cook inspects them with her eyes alone, then gently dips each in water, checking for buoyancy. Freshness. One floats slightly. She sets it aside. The rest are kept. They will be boiled and sliced, to top trencher bread alongside cress and mustard. A small meal, perhaps for the steward. Or for a visiting scribe who doesn't eat meat on feast days, another fire is lit. Not the main hearth, but a side oven. Smaller, shallower, used for pastries and delicate roasting. A younger cook dusts the inside with flour, watching how quickly it darkens. She whispers to herself, too hot, she waits. Timing is everything in the medieval kitchen. Ovens do not announce when they're ready. They must be read like the weather. It's by scent, by smoke, by feel. On a counter nearby, a block of cheese is being cut. Its edges are hard, but the center is softer, pale yellow, speckled with tiny air pockets. It smells strong but pleasant, a cheese aged in the cellar through winter. Slices are fanned out on a wooden board, arranged in spirals, accompanied by dried pear slices and toasted walnuts. This will accompany the noble's midday meal. Nothing wasted, nothing overdone, each part humble but thoughtful. The friar's fish is prepared with care. It's not roasted, but gently poached in a broth made from onion skins, parsley stems, a splash of old white wine, and the pearled juice of a squeezed lemon. Cooked slowly in a shallow pan, just until the flesh flakes softly at the touch of a spoon. The cook lifts it, resting it on a bed of steamed greens. No garlic, no pepper, just a sprig of dill and a whispered blessing. The first bell of the midday watch rings faintly from the far tower. It is not loud, but the kitchen hears it. Movements adjust. The girl fans the fire. Another begins to ladle stew into warmed pottery bowls. 2 loaves of bread, sliced, stamped, and cooled, are set in a linen-lined basket. Beside them, a jar of soft cheese, spiced lightly with coriander and dried mint. There is no shouting, no panic, just motion. Like the hands of a clock moving without sound. The head cook stands back for a moment, watching the room. It is warm, alive, balanced. She adjusts nothing, only nods once, then begins slicing apples. Not in wedges, but thin rounds, each ring like a coin of soft gold. They will be fried gently in butter, dusted with crushed almonds, and served to the steward. His favorite, though he never admits it aloud. Outside, the drawbridge creaks. The hooves of a courier's horse echo on the stone. The castle stirs, so too does the table. And here in the kitchen, the meal is nearly ready. But for now, in the small window between heat and hunger, you can rest. Let your thoughts drift to the scent of spiced apples, the sound of broth bubbling, and the warmth of bread resting on wood. Here, in the belly of the castle, all is calm. In your dreams. Can rise like bread beneath a linen cloth. The meal has gone. One by one, the dishes were arranged and lifted away, carried not on silver trays, but on wide, shallow wooden boards, steady in the hands of trusted servants. They moved quickly, but not rushed. The noble's table does not wait. And yet the food was not hurried. Each bowl was balanced, each trencher topped with care. A single violet petal rested beside the tart, a folded linen tucked just so beside the cheese. The work was done with quiet pride. Now, the kitchen is still, not silent, for there are always the whispers of fire and breath, the low creak of wood adjusting to warmth. But there is a pause. The apprentices lean slightly against their benches. A few sit on low stools by the corner wall, their backs pressed to the cool stone, cheeks pink with heat. The older women stretch their fingers, knuckles cracking softly like dry parchment bending in firelight. One stirs a pot slowly, not out of necessity, but because her hands do not yet know how to be still. This is not a break, not truly. It is a breath, a moment in the long inhale and exhale of the day's labor. The bread has been served, the stew tasted and praised, the tart admired and eaten clean. The fire, though smaller now, still burns. Coals nestled like sleeping stars within the hearth. Young girl wipes the table clean with a damp cloth, not hurried, not lazy, just present. The rhythm of her strokes is slow, like waves brushing a familiar shore. Each crumb swept away feels like a closing chapter. Another apprentice scours the mixing bowl with a twist of cloth and a handful of sand. Not soap, for it is rare, but sand and hot water rubbed in circles. She hums softly as she works. A tune with no words, passed from mouth to mouth over generations. It has lived in this kitchen longer than any of them. Small cup of warm cider is passed from hand to hand. Not official, not commanded, just kindness. Shared warmth in a room that has known thousands of such mornings. They drink without ceremony. No toast, no clink. Just the soft sigh of apple and wood and the stillness that comes after the storm. Outside, a bell chimes again. The noble's meal is complete. Somewhere above, plates are cleared, fingers are wiped, and chairs are pushed gently back from a long oak table. Servants gather cutlery, napkins are folded, and compliments, few but meaningful, are sent down the stair with the trays. The head cook nods once when she hears them. She does not smile, but her shoulders settle. A good meal is its own reward. The older cooks begin preparations for the evening meal. Not cooking yet, but planning. Lists spoken aloud in half sentences, finished in glances and nods. What's left from the game bird? Enough for a pie, perhaps? And the broth? Still good. Better now, even. They do not write these things down. The kitchen remembers what parchment cannot. The younger ones take this moment to sharpen their blades. The stones make a soft, wet hiss as they draw metal over edge. Back and forth, slow and careful. They do not race each other. A dull blade is dangerous, so they sharpen with patience, like monks copying scripture. One boy leans close to his knife, the old monk walking along the edge, then tests it with the soft pad of his thumb. Not to feel danger, but to feel readiness. A woman lights a second candle. Its glow is not needed, but it marks time. This was her habit. A quiet ritual. After the midday meal, one candle more. Some say she lights it for her late mother who once held this post. Others say she simply likes the smell of beeswax and smoke. Either way, the flame joins the room's warmth. In this rare hush, the kitchen becomes something else, a space between tasks, a moment of stillness in a world that does not rest. Even the fire seems to breathe slower now, its coals softening to a dull red, its smoke thin and lazy, curling toward the high chimney like a sigh. If you listen closely, you can hear it. The quiet gratitude of tools resting, the creak of the old wooden beam above the hearth, the soft clatter of cooling pans, and the heartbeat of a space that has fed countless mouths through countless days. And perhaps as you rest now, you can imagine yourself there, sitting on a warm bench, hands cupped around a mug of cider, listening to the hush of history. Let your breath slow, let your thoughts soften, and let the castle kitchen, in all its humble grace, carry you gently into sleep. The kitchen does not sleep in the afternoon, but it moves differently, slower, softer, like the heartbeat of someone dozing lightly in a warm chair, not fully asleep, but unbothered by the world. Outside, the courtyard bakes gently under the early afternoon sun. The stones shimmer, Birds flit from gutter to gable. Even the dogs lie still in the shade. But inside, the kitchen breathes in slow rhythm. A young boy sorts lentils. He crouches by the pantry wall, a shallow basket in his lap, and a heap of beans before him. His fingers move with care, plucking out small stones, pieces of straw, the odd shriveled pod that must be set aside. It is quiet work, meditative. He hums, a tune with only 3 notes. And across the room, an older cook hums the same 3, without meaning to. At the long table, 3 women peel root vegetables, turnips, parsnips, carrots, pale and knobby. They work slowly, the peels curling down like ribbons, landing in a shared pail with a soft shush. One speaks. She used to boil these with a clove. Just one. Another replies, I said it was enough to wake the tongue without waking the devil. They chuckle. It is an old joke. Take a slow. It has no meaning now, but still, it is retold. It was only inward. In the corner, an apprentice tends to the kitchen knives. He's laid them out like instruments. Not soldiers, not weapons, but trusted tools of transformation. One by one, he oils the blades with a soft cloth and fat rendered from the last roast. Not too much, just enough to shine. The handles are checked, fitted tight, the balance is tested. And when he holds the longest blade upright, it catches a bit of sunlight from the small kitchen window. Light gleams along the spine, not sharp like danger, but bright like memory. A soft knock at the outer door, or a farmer's boy delivering eggs. A maid from the Lord's chambers asking quietly for more oatcakes. Castle cat, nosing its way in, hoping for a scrap of fish skin or a forgotten heel of bread. No one is turned away. Not in the kitchen. In the corner, a pot simmers gently. Inside, leftover bones, bits of onion, parsley stalks, a turnip that was too soft for slicing. It bubbles. Not for today, but for tomorrow. Stock, they call it. The soul of the next day's meal. Not measured occasionally, not measured, not watched. Just trusted, like all good things in this place. The afternoon passes in gentle tasks. Brass pans are polished until they catch firelight like mirrors. The flagstone floors are swept with a broom of bundled twigs. A sack of coarse salt is moved from the cool corner to the center, its drawstring tied with a leather thong worn soft by years of pulling. The kitchen does not shout, never does. But it speaks in the rustle of aprons, in the rattle of bowls, in the crackle of coals not yet dead. And somewhere between one breath and the next, a breeze stirs. Soft, unexpected. It slips in through the high window, carrying with it the scent of lavender and distant hay. A reminder, even castles sit within seasons. And in this moment, the kitchen sits at the center of them all. A warm womb of stone and steam and time. The baker returns to her bench. There is more dough now, mixed and resting since mid-morning, soft, sighing under its linen cover. She presses it down gently, folds it, shapes it again. New loaves for the evening table, or perhaps tomorrow's early breakfast. Each one begins with touch, not recipe. The dough does not know how old she is, but her hands remember the rhythm. Few begin to sing. Not loudly, not in chorus, just softly, each their own thread. Woven gently through the fabric of the kitchen's quiet, a song about a river, a song about a lark, a lullaby for no one in particular, and somehow they blend, not perfectly, but kindly. Like the ingredients of a slow stew meant not to impress, but to nourish. And you, dear listener, are still here, still warm in this world of wood and bread and flickering flame. Let the softness settle over you. Like flour dust across a cooling loaf, let your thoughts drift like steam from a forgotten pot. Let the hush of the medieval kitchen wrap around you like a warm linen cloak. No need to move, no need to stir, only to breathe. And listen. The light begins to change. It's not suddenly, but slowly, like a candle running low, or tea leaves deepening the color of water. The sun, once bright and golden, has dipped lower in the sky. Its rays no longer reach the hearth directly, but instead slide gently across the tops of the pantry jars, catching in the curves of pewter plates and glazed clay bowls. Everything in the kitchen seems touched with amber now, as if wrapped in honey or memory. Shadows stretch longer across the floor. They creep across the flagstones, curl around the table legs, climb up the warm brick of the hearth. But the cooks are not alarmed. They know these shadows. They greet them like old friends. For when they come, it means one thing. It is nearly time for the evening meal. The hush of the afternoon begins to lift. Not broken, but stirred. A few voices rise again. Hands become busier. The low conversation returns, less dreamy now, but no less gentle. The quiet rest is ending, but the rhythm continues. Just a little faster, a little sharper, like a lullaby that has shifted into a soft, steady march. A basket of eggs is brought forward. They're counted carefully. One is cracked into a bowl, the yolk golden and slow. The cook tests its texture with the back of a spoon. Perfect. They will be used for custards and glazes. Perhaps an egg pie for the master-at-arms. His appetite predictable as clockwork. The hearth is fed. A new bundle of wood is placed into the embers. Birch and ash dry and quick to catch. The flames respond eagerly, licking the new logs with bright orange tongues, casting long dancing shadows across the rafters. A girl stands watching, mesmerized for a moment. The cook gently taps her shoulder. Not a scold, just a reminder. She smiles, moves to fetch the cream. A slab of salted pork is brought from the cellar. Its surface glistens slightly, still cold from the stone-walled dark. It is sliced thin, carefully, cleanly, and placed on a pan above the rising fire. The smell is immediate, savory, rich, familiar in a way that touches the back of the tongue and the base of memory.
Ow.
One of the boys sniffs the air, eyes half closing in appreciation. Other hands are busy now, peeling apples, filling meat pies, trussing birds with twine, plucking rosemary needles from their stems. There's more movement now. But it is still quiet, still respectful. No one yells. No one rushes. Even as time presses forward, the kitchen holds to its gentle law. Nothing hurried, everything with care. In the corner, the baker shapes one final batch. These will be small loaves, sweetened with a spoon of honey, studded with nuts and dried plum, meant for the guests. To be served warm at the end of the meal, with soft butter and a pot of wine-simmered pears. She presses them gently into their forms, then marks each with a stamp. A quiet emblem, symbol known only to this kitchen and this cook. When they emerge from the oven, each loaf will carry her silent name. The steward arrives again, his slate in hand, his expression unreadable. He speaks to the head cook in a low tone. There are 3 extra mouths tonight, travelers. They will dine with the Lord. She nods. No sigh, no complaint, only calculation. A list that forms behind her eyes. Add barley to the stew. Slice the bread thinner. 1 more pie. Extra greens.
Ow.
No one else hears her speak, but the changes ripple outward. The kitchen adjusts, as it always has, as it always will. And still, the fire burns, low now but steady. Its warmth constant beneath the room's rising energy. Evening falls gently, not like a curtain, but like a shawl. It wraps around the castle, settles into its corners, glides down the halls and stairwells. Above, candles are being lit. Tapers touch to wicks. Flame passed from hand to hand like a secret, but down here. The hearth has been lit all day, and in its glow, the supper will be born. And you, dear dreamer, can stay here still. Let your breath match the kitchen's slow rhythm. Let your thoughts blend with the scent of wood smoke and herbs. Let the world outside drift away. You are part of this now, a guest in the warm belly of the castle, a friend to the fire, a witness to time moving gently. Sleep, if it comes, will come soft and clean, as sure as bread rises, and shadows stretch. The final dishes leave the kitchen. The pie is packed with root vegetables and chopped venison, its crust golden and firm. The stew thick now, with pearl barley, has been ladled into a polished pot, its lid wrapped in cloth to hold warmth. Sweetened bread loaves are stacked with linen between them, steam still rising in lazy curls. A final tray holds wine-warmed pears, their skins wrinkled and glistening, surrounded by slivered nuts and the scent of clove. all of it lifted, balanced, and carried away, up stone stairs, into the high halls above, and then quiet. The kind of quiet that only comes when a room has finished its work, not empty, not lifeless, but fulfilled. Like a heart after a deep exhale. Like a lullaby's last note fading into candlelight. Few cooks remain, tidying in slow practice rhythm. Ashes are banked. Knives return to their wooden slots. The last pot is scrubbed with salt and cloth, its shine catching the fire's fading flicker. A girl leans over the long table, gathering flour into her cupped hands, then letting it fall again through her fingers. Not to clean, not to waste. Just to feel it one last time. The baker wipes her board. Apprentice hangs the spoons. The oldest woman in the kitchen, who does not speak much, places one last log onto the hearth, not to stir the fire, but to feed it while it sleeps. The log catches slowly, a low curl of blue smoke rising toward the chimney, twisting like a dream. One by one, the lanterns are extinguished. Not with haste. Never with haste. Each flame is thanked with breath, each wick left to cool in its time. The hearth remains, a deep red glow beneath the ashes. Its warmth will last until morning. Outside, the stars appear. Not many, just a few brave ones piercing the clouds above the tower. The wind settles. The owls begin their rounds, but down in the kitchen, there is no movement now. Only the soft creak of beams shifting, the occasional plink of cooling iron, and the sound of your own breathing, slow, even at peace. For though this was a place of labor, it was never a place of hurry. And though it fed many mouths, it never forgot to feed the spirit. Here, among the embers and clay, salt and spoon, you have found stillness. And perhaps in time you may find sleep. Rest now, traveler of time. You have walked the warm stones of the medieval kitchen, felt the rhythm of its hours, heard the silent songs between its fires. Let them stay with you in dreams, in breath, in the hush between thoughts. The hearth is quiet, the bread is baked, the spoons are stilled, and you are safe in the warmth of history. Before our story begins, before the stars rise and the hearth glows, I invite you to settle in. Let the day fall behind you now. Let the thoughts soften. Close your eyes if you wish, or simply let them grow heavy. You are safe. You are warm. You are exactly where you need to be. Take a long deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth, just like that. Again, breathe in gently, as if inhaling the scent of fresh-baked bread, and exhale slowly, as if blowing across the surface of a warm drink. Feel your chest rise and fall. And with every fall, let your body melt just a little more into the place where you rest. Let your jaw loosen. Let your shoulders drop. Let your hands grow still. And now, with the rhythm of your breath, like a tide, let us begin our story. Our story sets sail on a soft and star-dusted night, in a village so small it was often left off the maps. Nestled between two sleepy hills and curled beside a silver stream, this village slumbered peacefully beneath the vast medieval sky. There were no lanterns left burning here. No carts creaked through the streets. Only the wind, drifting like lace through crooked chimneys, brushing over thatched rooftops, and rustling gently through linen, drying on lines strung tight. But in one corner of the village, just past the cobbled square and the old wooden well, a soft amber glow blinked to life. It came from a single round window in the back wall of a bakery, one of stone and timber, its chimney already sighing warm puffs into the cool air. Inside, the oven hummed with yesterday's heat. The wooden work table was dusted with flour-like snow that had never melted, and beside it stood a man of quiet habit and soft hands, the baker. His name was Corin, but the village children called him Starbread, because while other bakers rose with the rooster's crow, Corin rose before the stars had even begun to fade. He didn't mind the darkness. In fact, he preferred it. The quiet, the slow hours. The way moonlight cast soft silver shadows on rising dough, while others dreamed Corin needed. And sometimes, as he pressed his palms deep into the soft living flour, he'd glance upward through the round window and whisper the names of stars. Vega, Altair, Deneb. He knew them all. Not from books, but from bread. 'Cause Corin, like some in the old country ways, believed that stars could shape a loaf. That when the moon hung full, yeast would rise faster. That constellations left invisible patterns on crust. And that bread made under Orion never crumbled in the hand. Was it true, perhaps? But the villagers never questioned it, because Corin's bread was always perfect. Soft, warm. A crust that sang when tapped, center like folded clouds. And always pressed deep into each loaf was a small mark, a symbol. A medieval bread stamp, carved from cherry wood. Each family had their own, some shaped like a cross, some like vines, others like animals or letters. But Corin's was different. His stamp was a star. Let your breath follow the rhythm of kneading. Push, fold, rest, push, fold, rest. Inhale with the press. Exhale with the fold. Stillness in the pause. Even your breath now rises like warm dough. The baker moves slowly, but with the confidence of someone who has done this 1,000 times and still loves every press of it. The flour floated in the air, turning golden in the flicker of the hearth. The wood crackled softly behind him. The stone oven exhaled warmth in quiet gusts. And above, the stars watched as they always had. Outside, the village remained asleep, not a single candle lit. Not a rooster dared stir. But here in the soft-breathed bakery, bread was becoming. And with every stretch and tuck, Corin whispered stories to the dough. Old tales. Of moonlight that once turned wheat fields silver. Of sailors who navigated by yeast and sky. How his grandmother once baked a loaf that rose during an eclipse and never spoiled, not once. He told these stories not aloud, but in breath, in movement, in memory. And somehow the dough always understood. The oven was old, older than the village, some said. Built of thick river stones and crowned with a soot-darkened arch. It didn't roar like other hearths. It sighed. And Corin swore that when you fed it the right kindling, elm would dip in morning dew. A faint glow appeared behind the coals, blue like starlight, as if the fire was remembering something. Tonight he used just such wood. The oven purred. Its warmth reached not only his hands, but the very air around him, turning the cool dawn into something between dream and memory. Each loaf, shaped gently, was placed with care onto the stone peel, its underside dusted with bran, its top brushed with whisper-thin cream. And before it entered the fire, Corin did one last thing. He stamped it, firmly, centrally, with his carved cherrywood star. Let your breath follow that press, the brief pause, the quiet thump. A symbol meets dough, like sealing a secret inside. It's like tucking in a wish before sleep. No two stars were ever exactly the same. The dough rose differently each night, sometimes full like the moon, sometimes thin as a crescent, sometimes cracked like starlight on water. But always, each one carried the mark. It's not just the symbol, but the quiet, the piece of bread born at night, in silence, by hands that knew gentleness as a craft. The village didn't know these details. They only knew that each morning when the sky turned milk gray and the first crow sounded, the bakery window creaked open, and in its sill sat a basket woven tight, lined with cloth filled with loaves still warm from the oven's breath. Children would race barefoot to be first. Old women would press their hands against the basket's sides just to feel the heat. And every so often, someone would lift a loaf, see the star press deep, and smile. Because even without knowing why, they could feel that something about this bread had dreamt while it was made. Tonight, as Corin watches the loaves brown slowly in the dim firelight, he leans back, presses floury palms together, and listens. Not to the crackle, not to the hiss, but to something deeper. A tone that seems to come from the walls, from the coals, from within the rise of each loaf. It's not music, it's not speech. It's the sound of a night that knows it has done its work well. Breathe in gently, feel the warmth, smell the bread, the sweetness of grains, the softest hint of wood smoke, the echo of sleep, and exhale. You are resting now in a bakery that remembers the stars. He doesn't bake for money, not anymore. Doesn't measure ingredients or chase perfect rise. He simply listens. To the stars, to the oven, to the breath of the dough. And when the loaves are ready, he lifts them one by one and places them near the window, wrapped in linen, quiet as moonlight. He doesn't ring a bell, he doesn't call, and yet each morning, the basket is always empty by the time the sun rises. It's enough to know the bread found its way to the right hands. That someone, somewhere, sliced into the loaf with a still drowsy smile and tasted not just flour, but starlight. Outside the oven now, steam curls from each finished round. Corin wipes the table, brushes flour from his sleeves. Then at last he sits, back resting against warm stone, hands folded, eyes on the round window above, where the last of the stars begin to fade into morning blue. He doesn't need sleep, not yet, because something inside him has already dreamt. And the dream was baked into every loaf. Not all flour is the same. Some comes from golden fields cut by scythes in the heat of day. Some from mills beside roaring rivers. Some ground fine by hand with heavy stones and kept in quiet cellars. But in a little pouch beneath Corin's work table, wrapped in waxed cloth and tied with twine, was a bag unlike the rest. He called it moonflour. It wasn't truly from the moon, of course, but it was milled only at night by an old friend of Corin's who ran the windmill atop Far Hollow Hill, only during the waxing moon. And never under sunlight, he'd grind the grains in stillness as owls drifted through the rafters. The flour came out pale, nearly white as snow, and softer to the touch than wool. Corin used it rarely, only when the sky called for it, and tonight the sky did. He loosened the pouch gently, as if waking something fragile. The flour inside shimmered faintly in the oven's warm glow. He scooped a handful, inhaled the cool scent, and whispered a thank you to the wind that had turned the mill. Because in Corin's world, every ingredient was a gift. Gifts were never taken silently. With the moonflour, he made smaller loaves round, like coins, light like clouds. Scored in a spiral that mirrored the stars above, he called them wish rolls, and they were never sold. It's only left in hidden places. On doorsteps, in baskets, by the window of the sick or sorrowful. No one ever saw him deliver them. But everyone knew when a wish roll had arrived. Because their dreams that night always felt warmer. Breathe in slowly. Let the scent of moonflower fill your thoughts. Cool. Pure. Silent exhale. And let go of anything that no longer rises with you. As he shaped the little loaves, he thought of his grandmother, the one who taught him to listen to the sound bread makes as it rests. It hums, she once whispered, cupping a fresh loaf to her ear, just like the stars. She'd been the first to tell him that bread could carry wishes, not through magic, but memory. And sometimes, rarely but truly, it would carry a piece of that listening to someone who needed it most. That was why Corin baked, not for food, not for praise, but because he believed that every person deserved to be heard, even if they could never say a word. And bread, in its silent warmth, had always been a good listener. The wish rolls rose quietly beside the oven, their spiral cuts open just slightly. Like sleepy eyes, Corin, tired now but full in the heart, placed them into a smaller basket lined with wool. He would deliver them soon. No need to wait, 'cause when you've listened carefully, you already know where warmth is most needed. Outside. The horizon blushed with the first strokes of pale gold. But for now, the sky still held one final star, flickering, faithful, unseen by most. But Corin saw it, and he smiled. Let your breath match the rise of the wish rolls. Inhale, let yourself expand like warm dough. Exhale, settle into the shape of rest. Feel the soft truth. You don't need to be perfect to be enough. You only need to rise gently. The stars were almost gone now, washed from the sky by a pale watercolor of morning, but Corin was still moving, quiet as mist, basket of wish rolls in hand. He wore a long wool cloak, smelling faintly of flower and rosemary, its hem brushing the cobbled street like a cat's tail. His boots made no sound, not because they were silent, but because the village listened kindly. To anyone who walked without wanting to be heard, house by house, he left his loaves. A widow's stoop, a shuttered window where a sick child slept. A small chapel where Father Henry lit the first candle. He didn't knock, didn't leave notes, just placed each roll as gently as if laying down a sleeping bird. its windows still dark, save for one flickering hearth. He paused there. For inside that inn, beneath its thatched eaves and timber beams, a traveler had arrived late last night. Weary. With eyes like clouds and boots like stories, Corin had seen him from the bakery window. And not many came to the village anymore. It sat between places rather than within them. But sometimes people found it when they didn't know where else to go. He tucked a wish roll beside the inn's doorframe, pressed it there like a blessing. It's not for a journey's end, but for rest before the next road began. Then, with the basket empty and the light softly blooming, Corin turned back toward his bakery. The sun was just beginning to stretch its arms over the eastern hill. Let your breath stretch too. A long inhale, slow and full, and a gentle exhale, like lowering a lantern at dawn. The village would begin to stir soon. Mothers warming milk, fathers rubbing their eyes, boots thudding the floor, children yawning wide, blankets tangled around their feet. And somewhere among them, someone would find a small round loaf marked with a spiral. They'd hold it close, inhale its quiet sweetness. And for just a moment, they'd feel seen. That was Corin's gift. It's not just bread, but presence. He gave his village the feeling of being remembered, even when forgotten by the world. And in return, the village gave him what he most treasured: stillness. Back in the bakery, he opened the small wooden hatch behind the oven, a passage known only to him, leading to a round stone room, half hidden beneath the hill. He called it the resting hearth. No flour here, no tools, just blankets and a chair shaped by time. It was here he came to sleep, not long, but deep. Aglow, he hung his cloak on a peg, poured water from a clay jug, sipped, then sat, let the warmth from above reach down through the stones and settle on his shoulders like a shawl. He closed his eyes, not because he was tired, but because the day was ready to hold itself. And the baker who dreamed of stars and listened to loaves let go. Let your breath soften with his now. Inhale, as if tucking in a fresh loaf. Exhale, as if blowing out the last candle of night. Inhale, full of quiet. Exhale, empty of weight. You are not alone in this stillness. The baker walks beside you. His hands know the rhythm of rest. His dreams are already warm. Long before Corin was born, before the star was carved into his bread stamp, his family had passed down a secret, not written in ink, but pressed into dough, a language of symbols. Bakers in olden times did more than mark their loaves for ownership. They told stories, offered blessings, carried meaning. Some stamps meant peace. Others whispered return home safe. A few were even warnings, subtle signs of bad grain or long fasting days. And Corin's family had always chosen the star. It was his grandmother's stamp first, its points uneven from use, softened by time and touch. She used it sparingly, only when the night sky was clear and the winds came from the north, because she believed, as many in the village did, that true meaning only held when the earth and sky were in harmony. And bread, being both born of ground and baked in fire, was the perfect vessel to carry such messages. As a boy, Corin had watched her hands move, the way she turned the stamp gently, just before the bread was ready, not rushed, never careless. She would whisper something, not a prayer, not a word, just a breath of thought, then press, and Corin, even then, understood. This was not cooking. This was a kind of quiet magic, the kind that needed no spells, just flour and heat and a heart open to listening. So when he was old enough, she gave him the star stamp. She held it out, wrapped in linen, her eyes soft with sleep and years. "This isn't yours," she said. "It belongs to whoever you feed. You're just the hands." And from that day on, Corin never made a single loaf without its mark. Even now, all these years later, he could feel the grooves in the wood like the lines in his own palms. He'd made copies, of course, in case the original wore down, but none felt quite the same. None hummed when touched. Yes, hummed, not aloud, but deep in the fingertips. A kind of knowing. The stamp lived in a small drawer beneath the work table, wrapped still in the same cloth. And every evening, just after mixing the final batch, he would open the drawer, touch the linen, and wait. Some nights the cloth stayed cool. Other nights, like tonight, it felt faintly warm, like bread before it browns. That's when he knew. The stars were listening. Let your breath rise, as if kneading dough beneath your palms. Push. Fold. Pause. Push. Fold. Pause. And let the gentle rhythm rock you deeper into stillness. Outside, the village had fully woken. Chickens clucked. Water pails clanged on hooks. A few carts rolled through the dirt roads, wheels creaking in slow circles. But inside the bakery, it was still quiet. Not because it was empty, but because it was full of waiting. Corin stood once more at his table. Today was market day. He'd bake extra loaves, not just for hunger, but for gathering. For neighbors, for stories shared over slices, for laughter. He prepared the stamps carefully. The star, yes, but also others, some older than memory. A wheat sheaf for abundance. A crescent moon for safe travels, a tree for family growth. He would use them all today, because today wasn't just for bread. It was for marking lives. As he stamped each loaf, he thought of those who'd received them. Old Merrill, who had lost her husband last harvest. She'd get a tree for roots that still hold. Young Garin, off to join a carpenter's guild. He'd get the crescent for return. A new couple, recently wed. They'd get a double star pressed side by side. Corin never told anyone the meanings. He never needed to. The bread spoke quietly to those who were meant to hear it. Some noticed, some didn't, but all felt something. And as the first loaves entered the oven, as steam rose and crusts began to form, the symbols remained visible until they didn't. For some baked in fully, others cracked. Some vanished completely. But the message, it always stayed. In memory, in dreams, out. Let your thoughts grow soft like rising dough. Let the meaning soak into you without needing to be understood, because not all messages need reading. Some just need warmth, time, and rest. The village square was just beginning to stir. Dust rising in beams of gold as wheels thumped over stone and baskets bumped softly against hips. On the far end of the square stood a short wooden frame, 2 worn posts, joined by an iron hook. From that hook hung a small bronze bell. It didn't chime for time, nor for warnings. It rang for bread, a tradition older than anyone could name. When the baker was ready, he'd pull the rope once, twice, thrice, and the market day would begin. Corin stood at the edge of the square now, the sun just touching his face. In one hand he held a basket of marked loaves, in the other his grandmother's bell rope coiled like a memory. He closed his eyes, let the scent of rosemary and rising yeast drift with the morning. Then softly, almost reverently, he rang the bell 1, 2, 3. The sound was warm, full. It hung in the air like mist over a field. And from every corner of the village, doors opened, not rushed, not chaotic, but calm, like the unfolding of petals. People came not just with coins, but with trades, cloth scraps, carved spoons, honeycomb, and milk, because Corin's bread had never been about money. It had always been about offering. An offering in this village was never small. As villagers approached, they'd pause before selecting a loaf. They'd glance at the mark. Some would smile. Some would quietly trade it for another. It's not because they disliked it, but because something in their heart said, that one is meant for me. And Corin said nothing, just nodded softly when someone met his eye. Because in the silence, everything that mattered had already been said. There was Etta, who'd once lost her hearing in a fire, but never missed the bell. She held a loaf with a moon mark to her chest, as if listening through her heartbeat instead. There was Ronan, who always arrived late, but never took the last loaf. He'd whisper a thanks to the empty basket, leave behind a carved acorn, and walk home barefoot. And there was the traveler, the one from the inn, stood back for a long time, watching the way the villagers touched the loaves, how their faces softened even before the bread touched their lips. At last, he stepped forward. Were only 2 loaves left, one marked with a wheat sheaf, the other with 2 overlapping stars. He reached for the second, held it, then looked at Corin. May I ask? What does it mean? Corin's smile was soft as flower. Only that some paths, he said, are brighter when shared. Let your breath find that rhythm again. Inhale, warm, like a sunlit loaf. Exhale, light like rising steam. Inhale, A moment of stillness. Exhale. The peace of knowing you are held. The traveler nodded, pressed a silver coin into Corin's palm, and left without another word. But that night, long after the village slept, he would write in his journal, "There is a baker here who stamps wishes into bread, and I think one found me." When the market began to thin, and the sun tilted higher, Corin gathered his empty basket and walked slowly back to the bakery. He passed children with crumbs on their lips, elders with soft smiles, and homes that smelled gently of toasting slices. Each window flickered with warmth. Each doorstep seemed touched by something invisible, as if the loaves now eaten or resting in cloth had left more than nourishment. They had left presence. Back at the bakery, Corin untied his apron, shook flour from his sleeves, and washed his hands in lavender water.
Ouse.
The stamp went back into its drawer, still warm. The oven's embers glowed low. And above in the round window, a single cloud drifted by, shaped like a spiral. Breathe with him now. In, let yourself soften. Out, let yourself settle. There is no rush, only rhythm, and rhythm is rest. There's a quiet kind of memory that lives not in the mind, but in the hands, the weights in the fingertips, and the bend of a wrist, the dusting of flour, the rhythm of kneading. Corin's memories did not speak in voices. They spoke in textures, smells, heat, silence. And sometimes, on afternoons like this, the oven cooling and the village dozing, he would remember. His very first loaf was not perfect. The crust split oddly, the center dipped in. One side baked darker than the other. But he remembered the feel of it as if it had just happened. The soft stick of dough on his forearms. The laughter of his grandmother as he tried to copy her slow, folding movements. The nervous pause before placing it into the oven. And the sound, that soft rising crackle when it began to bake. He had waited beside the hearth. The entire time, watching the flames flicker across the stone arch like starlight through a cave, and when the loaf finally came out, he hadn't wanted to eat it. "It's mine," he said, hugging it to his chest. "Yours to give," his grandmother had replied, not unkindly. He remembered how heavy it felt, the warmth of it, the weight of effort. He remembered walking it across the village to the neighbor's doorstep, and leaving it there, barefoot and shy. He never saw who took it, never asked. But the next morning, a blue ribbon had been tied to the bakery's gate, and he knew. The gift had been received, and so had he. That ribbon was still in a drawer somewhere. Old, soft as thread, smelling faintly of rosemary smoke. And childhood breathed slowly now, as if lifting a memory from warm linen. Inhale, with the scent of old wood and baking crust. Exhale, with the sigh of an ember fading into ash. Corin didn't bake for praise. But that first blue ribbon had been the first whisper that what he gave could ripple gently through someone else's world. He had never needed more. That's what he thought of now as he sat beside the window, hands quiet, brow smudged faintly with flour. The bakery, empty of movement, was still full of meaning. Because everything in it, every peel, every stamp, every crack in the stone floor, held a story. Some whispered, some waiting, some warm. Looked toward the small clay shelf near the oven, where a line of old tools sat. One, a spoon so worn its handle was thin as reed. Another, a crooked bowl with carvings so faint they could only be seen by morning light. These were not antiques. They were ancestors. And Corin treated them as such. When he used them, he moved slowly. Not out of frailty, but respect. Was not the first to bake here, and he would not be the last. There's peace in knowing you are part of a long line, of hands that shaped, hearts that gave, souls that rose like dough under starlight. Corin didn't need to be remembered by name. He just needed his loaves to carry the feeling forward. Let your breath move now like generations. Soft, slow, sure. Inhale with legacy, exhale with rest. You are part of something kind. You always have been. The sky outside was turning to ink, not black, but deep blue, like the space between dreams. One by one, the stars blinked back into being. Each one pausing in the hush of dusk, like a candle just lit. Inside the bakery, the oven glowed again. Its warmth had never left, only shifted, waiting like breath between sentences. Corin moved slowly now. The night was his true beginning. He dusted the counter, ran his hand along the groove in the wood where generations before him had kneaded the same line again and again. The flour sack was lighter tonight. That was all right. Fewer loaves. But every one of them would matter. He poured water warmed by sunlight and stirred it into the flour, watching it drink slowly, like earth sipping rain. Salt followed, fine gray, pinched with reverence. Then the yeast, sleepy and dry at first, but ready to wake. The dough clung to his hands, cool, then warmer. It pulsed as he pressed, pushed, turned, rested like a heart forming its first thoughts. Above him, through the round window, the moon rose like a slice of silver bread. It watched. It always did. And Corin smiled as he shaped each loaf beneath its gaze. Tonight, he made only 5. 5 rounds. Each stamped with something new. A small house, winding path, a pair of clasped hands, a tiny flame, and one, just one, with a perfectly carved star. That one, he wasn't sure who it was for yet. He only knew it needed to be made. Some loaves are like that. They ask to exist before their meaning arrives. Let your breath rise with the dough. Inhales low, rich, full, exhale soft, trusting, deep. You don't need to know where you're going, only that something in you is rising. The oven opened like a sigh. Its mouth glowed with quiet promise. Corin slid the loaves in one by one, each resting in its own pocket of heat. As the crusts began to form, he sat again beside the window. Let the moonlight wrap around his shoulders like a shawl woven from sky. And as he sat, he whispered something. Not to the loaves, not to the stars, to himself. It was a small wish, not for more time, not for fame. Just for the strength to keep waking when no one called his name. Because even in silence, even in small places, the act of giving makes the world bigger. Even if no one sees it happen, he closed his eyes. Beneath them, the loaves browned gently. The stamps faded into crust, but their meanings stayed, like stars behind clouds. Still there, just resting. Let your thoughts rest too. Sink into the warmth. Sink into the knowing. There is a place for your quiet. It is enough. The loaves had finished baking. The air in the bakery was thick with warmth, spice, and the soft hiss of cooling crust. Corin used 2 hands to lift each one onto its resting cloth. The smell made even the walls feel softer. Like they, too, were ready to exhale. He covered them with linen, not to hide them, but to bless them. A quiet cover for quiet miracles. Then came the final loaf, the one with the star. Still glowing faintly from the oven's light, Corin didn't wrap it. He didn't place it with the others. He simply held it, letting its heat warm the space between his palms. It felt different than the others. Not heavier, just waiting, as if it had not yet found the person it was meant for. Lantern unlit, because the moon was enough. The street was still, the square empty. Only the sound of crickets and the occasional creak of a shutter responded to his footsteps. He paused at the old well, listened. Not for water, but for direction. Sometimes the night gave it freely. Other times, you had to wait. Tonight, he waited. And then, so softly it could have been breeze, he felt a tug, not on his cloak, not on his arm, on his heart. He turned left, past the smithy, the candle house, the quiet, black windows of sleeping homes, until he reached a place he had never been before. It was a small cottage tucked just beyond the hill's bend, new by the looks of it, its thatch still golden, its wood still smelling of pine, and in its only window a candle burned, soft, lonely, awake. He didn't knock. Just stepped up to the doorstep, gently laid the star-marked loaf on the flat stone before the door, and whispered, "May this keep your dreams company." Then he turned and walked slowly away. Behind him, he didn't hear the door open, didn't hear feet step outside, but he smiled, because that was never the point. The gift had been given. The dream had been shared. And somewhere, someone who needed to feel remembered would wake to the warmth of bread made by hands that listened. Let your thoughts walk with him now. Inhaled moonlight over thatched roofs. Exhale footsteps that leave no mark but kindness. Inhale cool night air. Exhale warm rising bread. You are safe. You are thought of. Even in silence. Back at the bakery, Corin returned the basket to its place, folded his apron, and climbed the narrow stair to the loft above. There, in a small bed of linen and wool, he lay down. And through the skylight above, stars blinked gently. He didn't count them, simply watched, till their light began to feel like a lullaby. The bed was simple. No carvings, no headboard. Softened by time, just old pine beams and the weight of many peaceful nights. The mattress was filled with wool, stuffed by his grandmother's own hands, and it sighed as he sank into it, as if happy to hold him again. Single pillow, flat, cool to the cheek, a blanket, and that smelled faintly of thyme and firewood. Corin exhaled long and low, the kind of breath that tells the body, "You are finished for today." Above him, the stars moved slowly across the skylight, some twinkling, others still as pinpricks of thought. One blinked gently, then another, like eyelids closing. And soon his own began to match them. The room was quiet, but not silent. There was the creak of the old wood beams, settling as night deepened. Was the whisper of sounds were lullabies. Whined there through the narrow chimney was the faintest scent. Someone who had spent a lifetime of two, the hush of ovens, cinnamon. And still, curled in the air from the earlier loaves. These two listening, and the heartbeat of rising bread, breathed with him now, inhaled like the soft curl of steam from a fresh cup. Exhaled like the hush of footsteps across flour-dusted floors. Inhale safe in your resting place. Exhaled by the hush of stars. In his sleep, Corin dreamed not of words, but of shapes. The round curve of a perfectly proofed loaf, the soft press of a stamp against dough. The winding path from bakery to doorstep traveled 1,000 times. But tonight, there was something new in his dream. A door, half open, and behind it, a small voice, not spoken aloud. Just a feeling, a presence, waiting. He didn't try to name it. He didn't need to. Simply stepped toward it, in his dream barefoot and light, carrying nothing but the warmth of his hands. And the moment he crossed the threshold, he felt it. The knowing that someone he had never met had already felt seen because of something he had given. Not fame, not wealth, just warmth and care, wrapped in crust. The dream stayed with him as the night deepened, and the village stilled even further. Even the owls flew softer now. Even the wind whispered slower. Let your thoughts soften too, like dough resting in a cloth-covered bowl. Inhale. Let yourself rise just a little. Sail. Let yourself fall gently back into peace. Everything needed has been done. You are enough. You can rest. The baker in his sleep turned slightly, smile ghosted across his face, and the stars shimmered on. In the hush between midnight and dawn, when even the moon begins to rest, a dream began to drift through Corin's sleep. But it wasn't like other dreams, not full of symbols or stories. This dream was soft and wide and gentle. It carried him not upward, but outward, like flowers scattered by breeze. He saw the village, but not from the street, not from the bakery window. Saw it from above, from somewhere just above the rooftops, floating slow, as if lying on a cloud woven from linen and light. Each house glowed, not brightly, but warmly. Dim flickers at hearths, a lantern on a porch, moonlight in window panes. The village asleep, yet alive. In his dream he could feel them all, the villagers he baked for each day. Their breathing, their turning in sleep. Their hearts beating slow and sure. Some clutched pillows, others blankets. One small child slept curled around a loaf, still warm from market morning. Another had tucked a crumb beneath her pillow, just to keep the scent of kindness close. Corin's dream moved like wind, silent, drifting, pausing now and then at doorways he knew by memory. He did not knock. He simply let the quiet enter and be received. No one stirred, but all felt. There was old Nara, once a seamstress, now slow of step. She'd placed her bread slice in a clay bowl, covered with a cloth. Tomorrow she'd toast it with goat cheese and thyme. But tonight, she dreamt of her mother's hands kneading dough in a home long gone, and smiled in her sleep. There was Tomas, the blacksmith's boy, who rarely spoke. He had eaten 2 rolls before bed, one for hunger, one for courage. Now he dreamed he was walking a path of stars, each one lighting up beneath his bare feet. He did not speak in the dream either, but he laughed. And in the bakery loft, Corin smiled, still sleeping. Let your breath float now, like mist over thatched rooftops. Inhales soft as a lantern glow, exhales low as an old lullaby. You are held by night, you are part of its dream. The dream took Corin further now, to the fields, where the wheat would soon wake. To the orchard, where wind stirred leaves like whispers. Finally, to the sea. For yes, beyond the hills, beyond the tree line, the village sat not far from quiet cliffs and the ever-waiting ocean. Corin had not seen it in years, but in his dream, it welcomed him like a forgotten friend. In the hush between midnight and dawn, when even the moon begins to rest, a dream began to drift through Corin's sleep. But it wasn't like other dreams, not full of symbols or stories. This dream was soft and wide and gentle. It carried him not upward, but outward, like flowers scattered by breeze. He saw the village, but not from the street, not from the bakery window. Saw it from above, from somewhere just above the rooftops, floating slow, as if lying on a cloud woven from linen and light. Each house glowed, not brightly, but warmly. Dim flickers at hearths, a lantern on a porch, moonlight in window panes. The village asleep, yet alive. In his dream he could feel them all, the villagers he baked for each day. Their breathing, their turning in sleep, their hearts beating slow and sure. Some clutched pillows, others blankets. One small child slept curled around a loaf, still warm from market morning. Another had tucked a crumb beneath her pillow, just to keep the scent of kindness close. Corin's dream moved like wind, silent, drifting, pausing now and then at doorways he knew by memory. He did not knock. He simply let the quiet enter and be received. No one stirred, but all felt. There was old Nara, once a seamstress, now slow of step. She'd placed her bread slice in a clay bowl, covered with a cloth. Tomorrow she'd toast it with goat cheese and thyme. But tonight, she dreamt of her mother's hands kneading dough in a home long gone, and smiled in her sleep. There was Tomas, the blacksmith's boy, who rarely spoke. He had eaten 2 rolls before bed, one for hunger, one for courage. Now he dreamed he was walking a path of stars, each one lighting up beneath his bare feet. He did not speak in the dream either, but he laughed. And in the bakery loft, Corin smiled, still sleeping. Let your breath float now, like mist over thatched rooftops. Inhales soft as a lantern glow, exhales low as an old lullaby. You are held by night, you are part of its dream. The dream took Corin further now, to the fields, where the wheat would soon wake. To the orchard, where wind stirred leaves like whispers. Finally, to the sea. For yes, beyond the hills, beyond the tree line, the village sat not far from quiet cliffs and the ever-waiting ocean. Corin had not seen it in years, but in his dream, it welcomed him like a forgotten friend. The deepest part of night isn't black, it's silver blue. It's like water beneath moonlight, like memory. And in that hour, when the village slept its softest, the dream around Corin began to shift, no longer floating, now walking. His bare feet touched stone, cool from the air, but warm beneath somehow. As though memory itself had left heat behind. He found himself in the bakery. Right! But not quite. It was his oven, his shelves, his drawer of stamps. Yet everything shimmered faintly, as if lit from within, and everywhere loaves of every kind. Some from yesterday, some from decades ago. Some he had never even made, and each one glowed softly. He picked one up, stamped with a crescent, its crust warm, its scent timeless. He pressed it to his chest, and in a whisper of knowing, he saw the face of the man he had once given it to, a traveler years ago, the fire who had taken the bread in silence and left a smooth riverstone in return. Corin hadn't thought of him since, but now in the dream he remembered everything, and so did the loaf. Another, a braid of honeyed dough marked with the tree of kinship, and a vision came, a wedding day. 2 hands breaking the bread together under a shared cloak. He hadn't been invited. He had only sent the bread. And yet the dream let him see how deeply it had been felt. He moved through them slowly, A library not of words, but of nourishment. Each loaf a letter, each crust a page. He was surrounded by volumes of quiet kindness, and none had been forgotten. Not by the dream. Not by the lives they had touched. Let your breath deepen now. Inhale like walking among memory. Exhale like touching something you didn't know remembered you. You were part of the story, even when your name is never spoken. You matter, even when you are quiet. At the center of the room was a single table. Upon it sat a round loaf, unmarked, still rising, alive. It pulsed, as if breathing. And Corin knew this one had not been given yet. This loaf was for tomorrow, or perhaps a day beyond that. But its meaning was already forming. Some gifts arrive before the moment, and some hearts need time to be ready. He didn't touch it. He only bowed slightly, as if before a great truth. Then the dream began to fold. Not end, but soften, like dough at its final rise. The loaves faded gently. The shimmer in the air dimmed, and the bakery returned. To its resting stillness, Corin stirred in bed. Not awake, not quite, but his breathing shifted. And in the space between waking and dreaming, he whispered thank you. To no one. And to everyone, let your breath join his. Inhale like memory wrapped in cloth. Exhale like stories cooling on a wooden rack. You are surrounded by meaning. Even now, even here. Before the rooster, before the bell, before even the fire stirs, there is a hush. A pre-dawn moment when the world listens. And this morning the hush lingered a little longer. Corin opened his eyes slowly, his breath still matching the rhythm of sleep. He didn't sit up right away, just let the ceiling come into focus. The curved wooden beams above him, etched by candle smoke and time. The sky outside the window was the softest shade of indigo. That whisper of blue, just before the first gold arrives. He inhaled, and there it was again. The faint scent of cooling bread, still laced with memory, still laced with dream. He hadn't dreamed that whole vision, had he? The glowing loaves, the table with the rising round? He closed his eyes again, listened inward, and though the dream had passed, its warmth remained. It's like the feel of a blanket that still holds the shape of your sleep. Downstairs, the bakery waited. But it didn't rush him. It never did. Corin believed that the oven, like bread, liked to be greeted gently. So he arose, stretched slow, and stepped onto the wooden floor barefoot. His heel found a patch of flour left from the night before. He smiled. Some people cleaned every trace. Corin let the flour stay, not out of laziness, but out of reverence. It was not mess, it was memory. Every step dusted white was a reminder that something nourishing had happened here. He lit the first lantern. Not for light, the sky was beginning to pale, but for warmth. The flicker spread, casting soft shadows over the workbench, the shelves, and the resting loaves. Ah, why yes, the loaves. He uncovered them, one by one, checking their crusts with the back of his knuckles. Still firm, still fragrant, still singing their quiet songs of fire and flour. And at the end of the row, star-marked loaf was cottage, the flickering candle in the window. And a warmth bloomed in his chest, even brighter than the lantern. Let your breath rise with the morning. From an oven door, exhale like sun pouring through old glass. You have come far. You are just where you need to be, Corin began again. Not from scratch, but from the middle. For every morning was a continuation of something sacred. The starter, the flower, the rhythm. He poured water slowly as though waking it. The flower followed, soft as snowfall. And then the gentle press of his palms. He did not hum. But the silence had music. The sound of kneading. The creak of floorboards. The faint chirp of the first bird. And his breathing, even steady, like the rhythm of a resting heart. Outside, the village would soon stir. But for now, he was alone in the space where dreams became breakfast, where sleep met hunger, where the soul touched the crust of another day. He looked to the round window. The sky was no longer blue, it was golden. One beam stretched across the room and landed on his hands. He paused, let the light soak into his skin, smiled. The first knock came gently, not a demand, just a hello from someone who couldn't say it out loud. Corin glanced at the door as he brushed flour from his apron. He didn't rush. Oh, he never rushed mornings. He placed one hand on the wooden counter, feeling the warmth from the rising dough, and walked to the door. Outside stood Marta, her scarf wrapped twice around her shoulders, a basket hanging from her arm. She had 3 little ones, one teething, one growing too fast, one who liked to feed crusts to the crows. Corin said nothing. He simply held out a cloth-wrapped loaf and a small jar of spiced honey. She smiled with her eyes, tucked it into her basket, and nodded once. A wordless thank you passed between them. She turned away, shuffling back down the cobbled path, her shawl catching morning light like wings. The next visitor was a boy barefoot. He didn't knock, just peeked inside, his cheeks already smudged with soot from the chimney sweep's alley. Corin handed him a roll, still warm, stuffed with soft apple and sage. The boy bit it on the spot, eyes closing, and ran off laughing. Corin smiled as he swept the counter again. This was how he liked it. No coin, no barter, just exchange. Bread for breath, warmth for wonder, loaves for the living, crumbs for the birds. Speaking of which, a small flock gathered at the sill. Fat little things, waiting for their share. Corin scattered pieces of yesterday's crust, and the birds flitted down like feathery dancers, chirping their approval as if he were the morning's conductor. Let your breath match their wings. Inhale like feathers settling on windowsills. Exhale like old crumbs tumbling from a soft palm. Let go of what's no longer needed. What remains will nourish someone. The village was fully awake now. Footsteps passed by. Children's laughter echoed off stone. Someone wheeled a creaky cart past the square, but inside the bakery, time moved slow. It's measured not by clocks, but by rising, by resting, by giving. Corin returned to the table, dusting it once more with flour. Today he would try a new blend. Barley with rosewater. He dreamed of it once, and dreams often knew what the day needed before the day did. The first round began to take shape beneath his hands. Soft, quiet folds. A twist at the crown, marked like the spiral of a sleeping snail. He left it to rest, then stepped outside. The sun was warm now, but the air still held the kiss of dew. He sat on the bench near the door, cracked a heel of fresh bread, and watched as the birds gathered again. I sat near his foot. Black-eyed bold, Corin leaned forward. This one, he whispered, breaking off a soft bit of crust, was stamped with a flame. He offered it. The bird tilted its head, then hopped forward and took it gently. Then it flew, carrying flame crust skyward. He chuckled softly. Even bread meant for earth sometimes touched the heavens. Let your breath soften now. Inhale like warmth rising from the hearthstone. Exhale like old stories spoken beneath breath. You are part of the morning, even when you haven't spoken a word. The sun had fully risen. Its light streamed across the bakery floor, pooling in golden rectangles, lighting up the fine flour that floated in the air like drifting stardust. Corin stood at the counter, hands dusted pale, a final round of dough in his palms. It was the last loaf of the morning. He shaped it slowly, intentionally, not because he was tired, but because he wanted it to carry everything he could no longer say. To its fold, he tucked a whisper of honey, a pinch of fennel, and a small curled clove that reminded him of his father's spice chest. Then came the stamp. Not a symbol of flame or tree or star, but a spiral. Open at the center, unfinished. Not a mark of ending, but one of continuation. A message for anyone who held it. You are part of something that never really stops. He let it rise. Watched the dough lift itself with slow breath. And then he placed it in the oven, where the flames licked it gently, as if they too understood this was more than bread. Outside, the village pulsed with daytime rhythm. A child cried. A horse clopped by. A laugh rang out from the square. But inside was still and sacred. He sat beside the hearth with a cup of warm barley milk, letting the scent of the final loaf wrap around him like a shawl, and as the crust browned, he let his thoughts drift to loaves given, 2 dreams held, to the star-marked bread on a stranger's doorstep. He didn't know who had eaten it. He didn't need to. Some kindnesses are given not to be remembered but simply to be. Let your breath settle with him. Inhale like scent curling from warm crust. Exhale like morning slipping gently into noon. You are enough, even when you do not see the result of your giving. The oven gave a soft crack, the sound of crust setting. The loaf was done. Corin rose slowly, lifted it in both hands, felt its weight. It was perfect. And yet it wasn't for anyone in particular. Not today, maybe not ever. But still, it would be made. And that was enough. He placed it on the sill to cool, just beside the small bunch of dried lavender tied with twine, and sat again, not to work, but to be. The day would go on. Loaves would rise. Evening would fall. The bell would ring. And in the silence after, he would rest again, as with the village, as with the stars. And if someone, walking home at dusk, looked up and saw one glowing, just one, and wondered if it was meant for them, ... it might be. Let your breath be like that star. Inhale, present and glowing. Exhale, gentle and distant, but real. Sleep will come again, and dreams will return. Got it. Dodd. And someone, take a deep breath. Let your shoulders soften. Let your eyes grow heavy. You're safe now, held by the quiet, cradled in calm. There's nothing to do. But listen, nothing to carry. But breath. Let it drift in, cool and slow. And out again, like a breeze, through stone. And now, our story begins. Our story sets sail at the edge of a cliff, where land meets sky and sky meets sea, and sea meets silence. Here, high above the crashing waves, stands a castle, forgotten by time, but remembered by the wind. Its towers are silvered with age, its stones bear moss in their creases, and its walls. They hum, not loudly, not often, only when the wind is just right. Only when night falls, gentle and true, only when sleep leans near. They call it Branwith Castle, the castle with the hollow wall. No one lives there now. Not truly, but the castle is never empty, for the walls remember. They remember feet that danced across cold flagstones, and candles that flickered behind iron-grilled windows, and voices the voices that once whispered secrets through the stone itself. Because hidden in the west wall of Branwith Castle is a passage, a hollow, an old trick of stonework used by medieval masons to carry sound. A whisper at one end, heard clearly at the other. A whispering wall. Some say it was made for spies. Others say for lovers. But the wind has its own ideas. It found the hollow long ago. Ever since when the moon is high and the world is quiet, the wall sings. Tonight the sea is calm, the sky a pool of starlight, and the castle waits. Inside its hollow heart, dust floats like sleepy feathers. Wood beams creak gently, as though remembering music. And beneath the tallest tower, in a chamber with a round window and no door, the wall breathes. Not like lungs, like memory. Soft still, steady. Now come closer, dear listener. Step softly through the gates. Feel the cool stone beneath your feet. The hush of the wind at your back. You are safe here. You are not trespassing. You're returning. The castle remembers you. Perhaps you once wandered these halls in another dream. Perhaps your voice once slipped into the hollow wall and found its way into someone's sleeping ear. Tonight the wind will carry stories again. And you are the listener. Let us walk slowly. Past the broken sundial, its face worn smooth by centuries of starlight. Past the old herb garden, where lavender still grows, though no one tends it. Each step is gentle, each stone is patient. You are not hurried. Time here does not tick. It sighs. Now you enter the western hall. The air cools. Stone arches curve like cupped hands. There see that long stretch of wall, smooth, quiet, ancient. Place your hand upon it. Feel the faint warmth left by breath long gone. And now, listen, not with your ears, with your skin, with your chest, with your stillness. The wind is coming. It slips in through a crack high above, finds the hollow, stirs the silence, and begins to hum, just one note, low, tender, true, then another, slightly higher, like a second voice joining the first. Then a rhythm, not music exactly, but like a cradle being gently rocked, and you, it rise and fall, you are the one being rocked, by the sound, by the hush, by the story that is only just beginning. Let your breath match the hum, let with the song of the wall, let your eyes drift heavier, let your thoughts slow. There is more to come. The wind has much to say, and the castle is ready to remember. The hum continues. Soft, slow, a lullaby carried on breath and breeze. And if you listen closely, beneath the hum is something else, a whisper, not words, not yet, but a tone familiar, something once heard in the cradle of a dream. The castle, old as it is, does not speak quickly. Its stories come gently, threaded through centuries of silence. Tonight, it chooses to speak of Ulrich. Ulrich was not a knight, nor a noble. He was a stonekeeper, a listener of walls. He lived within Branwith's tower, keeping fire in the hearth, repairing the mortar, and walking the corridors with quiet, thoughtful steps. He was the first to notice that the west wall spoke. It began with a cough. Not his own, but one he heard from far across the hall. Yet no one stood there. Waited, then heard it again. But not from beyond the wall, from within it. He pressed his ear to the cold stone. And there, clear and strange, was the sound of a boy humming. Not frightening, just surprising. As if the wall had remembered a moment and played it back for him. That night, Ulrich sat beside the wall with a candle and a bowl of broth and whispered into it. I heard you. The candle flickered. The wind paused. And then a reply. Not in words and breath. His own breath echoed back to him, slower, sleepier, almost as if the wall was sighing for him. Over weeks, Ulrich spoke more. Not much. Just a word before bed. A thought before dawn. Today the baker's son brought me pears. The moon looks tired tonight. My boots have worn thin. Then the wall answered with faint replies. Sometimes a hush. Yes. Sometimes the rustle of wind through unseen leaves. And always, at the end of each exchange, the same warm hum. Comforted him in a way sleep never quite had before. Some nights he would bring his blanket and sleep by the wall. It never spoke to him then, only hummed, as if watching over his dreams and keeping the door to rest slightly ajar. He called it the hollow lullaby. Word spread, as it always does in such places. Knights came and pressed ears to the stone, hoping to hear prophecy. Monks brought parchment, thinking the wall would dictate. But it never spoke for noise, only for stillness. It would not sing for the curious, only for the calm. It sang best for Ulrich because he did not ask it to. He simply listened. And you, dear listener, you are listening now, just as he did. Perhaps the wall hums for you too. Let it vibrate softly in your chest. Let it smooth the space behind your eyes. Let it loosen your thoughts. Like threads undone from an old cloak. You do not need to think. Only breathe. You do not need to speak. Only be. Let the hum rise in your body. Let it become your lullaby. The wind knows your name, but will not call it. It only wishes to cradle it. Outside the tower, the sea crashes, but inside, nothing is loud. Even the wind moves slowly, like an old cat finding its spot to curl. You're curled too now. Inside this voice, inside this hush, inside the hollow of the wall, let yourself listen, even if you hear nothing, especially then, for sleep begins in silence, and you are already there. There is a room tucked behind the spiral staircase of Brandwith Castle that the maps do not show. A narrow door, half covered in ivy, opens into a small chamber of stone and shadow. It has no torches, no tapestries, no window. And yet, at night it glows. Not brightly, softly, like moonlight behind closed eyes. They call it the Chamber of Murmured Stars. Because when the wind reaches the hollow wall just so, the sound drifts here and becomes something new. Not music, not voices, just a low pattern. Like stars whispering to one another across vast spaces of sky. No one knows who built this room. Some believe it was carved not for sleep, but for healing. For those too tired to dream, for those who needed silence that spoke. It is a room that listens, to heartbeat, to breath, to memory, and it gives back. Only softness. Long ago, Ulrich found it by accident. A draft had stirred his candle as he passed the ivy door, and curiosity led him in. At first, he thought the room empty, still forgotten, but then the hum began. It came from the very stone. It's not loud, not even steady, just there. Like someone far away whispering something not meant for words. He sat. and the sound filled him in a way that felt like sleep. Without ever closing his eyes, Ulrich began visiting the room often. He brought nothing with him, not even his thoughts. He left them at the door like wet boots, unneeded. Inside he simply breathed, listened, and let the stars, stone-born, wind-spoken, cradle him in sound. Others followed, tired made, numb from scrubbing floors. A boy who stuttered but whose breath matched the hum. A night with war behind his eyes, and too many echoes in his mind. They came one by one, never speaking, always softer after. The castle had no chapel, but the chamber became a kind of prayer. Even now, the room remembers, though the candles are long gone, and the dust lies deep upon the floor. It glows gently in the wind's rhythm. It welcomes no crowds, only those who need it. Only those who arrive not with questions, but with quiet. And tonight, its stone hums again, because you are near. So sit with us, dear listener, sit in the hush. Let the stone speak softly. Let your thoughts dissolve like fog, your spine soften against the pull of gravity. Let your hands unclench. Let your mind stop gripping. You do not have to hold the world. Just breathe. Out. In, like starlight rising. Out, like sleep blooming, again and again, till you are not separate from the chamber, but part of it, till your breath is part of the hum, and your hum is part of the stars. If your eyes begin to drift, that is good. The room expects nothing else, does not need you to listen, only to rest. It does not need you to understand, only to soften. You are not alone here. You never were. The wind keeps you. The wall remembers you. Stars murmur, not above you, but around you. And you are safe. There is a corridor within Branwith Castle that no longer appears on any parchment map, but it still remembers the weight of footsteps. It stretches behind the North Tower, a hallway once used by stewards, scribes, and those who preferred to walk unseen. But over the years, doors were sealed, stairs worn down, the corridor faded into quiet. Yet it never closed. Not truly, simply. It waits to be walked again, waits to hold the echo of feet gentle and slow, because this corridor was built differently. Its stonework was layered with a secret design. Thin air channels inside the walls, crafted to carry sound as clearly as if spoken face to face. A medieval marvel. An acoustic passage where every sigh could travel and every word became a gift for someone waiting on the other side. Tonight the wind finds that corridor, just enough to stir the dust, to awaken the hush. And if you listen, if you lean your thoughts against the air, you can almost hear it. The faintest echo of a footstep not yet taken, of a voice not yet heard. Perhaps it's yours. Come with me quietly. We do not rush in this place. We glide, like shadows holding hands. Beneath our feet, the stones are cool, damp with memory. Above us, the arching ceiling cradles the air, letting sound gather gently without ever needing to echo too loud. Everything here was built not to impress, but to feel. As we walk, notice how your breath changes. Each inhale pulls a thread of air from deep within the corridor's lungs. Each exhale weaves it back into stillness. It's a rhythm, yours, and the corridor's. Together long ago it was said that lovers would whisper poems into one end of the passage, and their voices would find the other as if carried on a string of silk. Others said a steward could call for help without ever raising his voice, and the sound would carry through stone as easily as through air. But tonight, there are no lovers here, no stewards, only you. And your presence is enough. Perhaps you'd like to speak, you may. No one will answer in words, but the corridor listens. The walls respond in breath and tone. Say nothing, or say anything. It doesn't matter. The sound will travel gently, faithfully, softly to the far end, where someone may be listening in another dream. Now, pause. Let's not reach the end just yet. Let us stand here in the middle of the hush, where echoes are closest. Where sound turns in slow spirals before fading into memory. Close your eyes. The stone holds you. The air holds you. The corridor holds you. You are not moving. Something in you is being carried. Not away, but deeper. Let your breath become quieter. Let it fall beneath words. Let it settle into rhythm with the silence. You are walking a path many once walked, though no footprints remain. You are part of its story now, even in stillness, especially in stillness. And when you take the next step, it will not be forward but inward. Further into rest, further into calm, further into the hum of a castle that never truly sleeps, because it knows that some dreams need space to wander. And this corridor is their road. Beneath the castle, deeper than cellars, deeper than vaults, there is a chamber so still, even echoes pause before entering. They call it the room beneath the echo, not because it lies below sound, but because it listens longer than sound lasts. It said the chamber was built a place made not of secrets, but of the breath between them, made by a mason who never spoke, but who heard melodies in mortar, songs in the silence between hammer strikes. She carved the room with rounded edges, not for style, but for sleep. She believed corners made thoughts feel trapped, and so here, light reaches this place, everything is curved. The floor bows gently in the center, the walls bend like open arms. Even the ceiling cups upward, as if holding something invisible but precious. Perhaps a sigh, perhaps a prayer, same hum that travels through the hollow wall, perhaps a dream not yet dreamt. No is the kind of dark, except what visitors bring. And yet it is never dark in a frightening way. It that holds you like a lullaby, grounded, soft, wraparound quiet, dusk that lives behind closed eyelids. Tonight the wind does not reach this far, but something else does. Footfall seems to disappear the hum, and now drifts downward, not as sound, but as feeling. It's a low warmth, like a woolen blanket pulled up to the chin. A heaviness that isn't heavy, just safe. You step softly into the room, not needing shoes, not needing words. Each into the smoothness of the stone. And when you sit in the hollow of the floor, back resting lightly against the cool wall, you realize something. The silence is alive, not buzzing, not loud, just present. Like the moment before snowfall, like the hush of a held breath. You're not being watched. You're being held by sound, quiet, by stone that has remembered how to listen. Some say this room was used its thoughts go by monks who took vows of silence, but needed a place where the body could rest as deeply as the tongue. Others believe it's where the castle itself sleeps, where when no one is left to wander the halls, whatever the truth, it does not ask anything of you. It's only this, that you let go. So let's do that now. Together, let go of your to-do lists. Let go of names. Let go of shapes. Let your breath fall gently, like sand through slow fingers. Let your spine loosen, brought gently back. Let your jaw unclench. The quietest version there is no need to hold anything here. Even your thoughts may rest. If even your dreams may curl up beside you, like kittens in the quiet. The hum deepens now, not louder. A room just closer. You do not hear it in your ears. Who you are, you feel it behind your ribs, at the base of your neck, in the small space between inhale and exhale. You are being tuned, not changed. Just listens longer to stillness. Two when nothing is asked of you. Two of yourself. You may stay here as long as you like. There is no clock, no bell, no door. Only that then echoes last. And when you are ready, if you are ready, the silence hold you, you may rise slowly, step back into the castle's hush, carrying the room's stillness within you like a soft ember. But for now, stay, sleep. Let like stone warmed by moonlight. Up above the room beneath the echo, up winding stairs worn smooth by centuries of soft steps, there lies a place few ever noticed, because it never called attention to itself. It's not a chamber, not a hall, just a threshold, small stone alcove. It's a narrow ledge near the eastern face of the castle, hidden between two old arrow slits. Wind rarely visits. Birds do not perch here. Even ivy leaves it be. But when dawn is near, just before the sky colors, before the world begins its waking, a faint warmth gathers here, as if time itself sits and rests for a while. And if you stand in that space, the light finds you first. Ulrich used to come here. After long nights by the hollow wall, he would carry no lantern, No words, just his breath, and he would wait. Not for the sun, but for the soft gray hush that comes before it. The hush that feels like a blanket drawn up to the chin, a warm hand held against the back of your neck. A breath shared between dream and waking. He said it felt like the castle was exhaling, like Branweath. With all its old memory and whispering stone, was letting go of whatever it had carried through the night. And in that soft release, he too could release. The worry, the weight, the noise of thinking. It was never loud there, not even when the world stirred beyond the cliffs. The sound of morning here was quieter than silence. It was permission. Tonight you've climbed the same steps, slowly, softly. The castle feels still, more like resting with one eye half open. And now you've arrived.
At the ledge.
The threshold. The place where the morning waits. Lean against the stone. It's cool, but not cold. Smooth, but not polished. Alive in a way. Below, the sea murmurs. Far off, birds turn in their sleep. And above, a single star still holds on, glowing like the last ember of a dream, and in your chest. Something quiet begins to bloom. Not excitement, not urgency. Peace. Let it rise with your breath. Not high, not fast, just soft, just steady. Let it fill the spaces you forgot needed filling. Let it reach places too quiet to ask for light. And know this, you are not becoming rested. You are rest. You are not seeking stillness. You are the hush. This moment does not ask you to prepare for the day. It only asks you to dwell in what comes before it. That sacred pause, that final note of night, that cradle where morning curls before waking, you are allowed to linger here. Even when the sun rises, even when time begins again, 'cause part of you now lives in the hush, and hush is never in a hurry. So for now, lean back, feel the hum of the wall behind you, faint but faithful, like the castle saying, you are remembered, you are safe, you may rest as long as you wish. And as the light begins to turn faintly blue, and the stone warms against your shoulders, close your eyes. Not to sleep again, but to hold this stillness a little longer. You are not waiting for the day. You are the morning itself, resting on a castle ledge high above the sea. There's a room tucked beneath a sloping stairwell in Branweath Castle, where the scent of old parchment still lingers, even though no fire has warmed it in 100 winters. They call it the library without lamps, because no candle burns there. No lantern flickers, and yet it is never dark. The light you see comes from the pages themselves, not glowing, not shimmering, but remembering. In the deep hush of midnight, when no voices echo, the books begin to breathe. They do not speak aloud.
Ow!
They do not open themselves like mouths. They simply remember being read. And the air carries those soft memories as if they were smoked from an invisible hearth. You can feel it now as you step through the crooked wooden door. Cool air, dry and gentle. The perfume of oak shelves, linen thread. Ink long faded into silence. The books don't ask to be touched. They don't reach for you. But they welcome you, just by waiting, just by being. You are not their master. You are their guest. Ulrich often visited this room when his thoughts were too loud. He'd sit on the third stair of the spiral step, just out of view from the room's heart, and listen. Not for voices, but for the feeling. That stories were moving without him. He said it was like sitting beside a stream, where every current carried a forgotten tale, and all he had to do was breathe near it. Some say the books speak to each other, soft little turns of page in the dark, bindings creaking in low conversation, margins humming lullabies only other margins can understand, and if you sit quietly long enough, your own heartbeat begins to sync with theirs, a reader's rhythm, steady, still, not to absorb, but to belong. Tonight, you've found that stair, that soft alcove of wood and dust. You don't need to open a book. The stories are already in the air. Inhale slowly. You might catch the scent of a story about a knight who sang to wolves, or a baker who could bake dreams into her bread, or perhaps the first whisper that ever traveled through the hollow wall. They're not in chapters. They're in traces, and you don't need to follow them. They'll come to you, one by one, like leaves falling into your palm. Stories hold you now. Let your spine relax. Let your knees soften. All hum, let your a story being written breathing become the quietest thing you hear. Quiet, let the books think you're asleep. That's when they remember best. And you don't need to read. You don't even need to dream. You're in a place where, without ever being told. And the walls, the shelves, the bindings, they in tune with your rest. In this room, you are not a reader. You in silence. And the ink is calm. And the pages sleep. Sleep. And the only pen is breath. So, sink deeper. Let become your pillow. The books are watching over you. They've done it for hundreds of years. And they're not done yet. Below the great hall of Branwith Castle, past a door with a handle worn smooth by time, rests a kitchen that hasn't served a feast in centuries, and yet still smells of flour, smoke, and rosemary. They call it the hearth beneath the ash, because though the fires are long cold, the warmth remains not in temperature, but in memory. Here, in this sleepy nook, no pots clang, no knives flash, no commands echo through vaulted ceilings. It's just a hush, thick and soft as rising dough. The stone floor still holds the warmth of hands that once kneaded beside it. The air hums faintly with the ghosts of cinnamon and steam. No need for a cook. The kitchen remembers how to be full. Ulrich used to come here after long days in silence, not to eat, but to sit. He'd perch beside the hearth, his back against the ash-dusted stones, and listen to the quietest crackles deep within the chimney. You might think it was imagination, but the walls know better. They know that even fire leaves behind a kind of echo, a low ember hum that lives just beneath the ash, like a lullaby that once had flame. Tonight, you found your way here too. The door opens gently, without creak. The air welcomes you, scented not with smoke, but with memory. You breathe it in, and something inside you sighs, not out of sadness, out of soft recognition. This place has waited for you. Come sit beside the hearth. No need to sweep the floor. The ash is friendly, a fine gray powder that glows faintly in thought. Curl up against the stone. Let your cheek rest against old brick. Let your hands grow still. Now listen. Can you hear it? That whisper-low crackle? A distant murmur that isn't quite wind? It's the sound of warmth without fire, of rest without reason, of comfort that doesn't ask why. Let it enter you now, not like heat, like calm. Let it settle in your belly, like a soft bread rising. Let it soothe your chest, like a cloak just pulled from the hearth. Let it remind the hands you carry your bones, that they were built for stillness too, that do not need to work tonight, they may rest. And in resting, remember joy made quiet. They may return to themselves. The walls remember stories told while stirring stews. Remember humming songs without lyrics. That you hums the fireless song, be still long enough need to do by repetition. You don't have to relive them. They're already woven into the bricks. All is for the hush to notice you. And it has. It already has. Now close your eyes, we'll carry with it and let the hearth breathe. It breathes for you. It holds for you. It says, you may be still. You may sleep. You are safe. The ash will not mark you, it will keep you. It's like memory. And when the wind sings again through the hollow wall, this warmth. Because warmth never really leaves. Near the southern wing of Branwith Castle, past a faded tapestry of a lion asleep beneath a tree, there lies a stair, narrow, coiled, and endlessly still. They call it the stair that doesn't end, because no matter how far you climb, you never feel lost, only lighter. It's not built for speed. The steps are shallow, worn at the edges by centuries of soft footfalls. Some say the stair once led to the bell tower. Others say it led nowhere at all, only upward in slow spirals of thought. But what all agree on is this: the stair breathes, not like lungs, not like bellows, but like something ancient that still remembers the rhythm of careful footsteps, slow climbs, and the hush that follows a long exhale. Ulrich once asked the castle mason why the stair felt this way. The mason had only smiled and said, because it was made with pause. Each step was placed not with haste, but with intention. A moment for the body, a moment for the mind, so that with every rise you drop something behind, a thought, a worry, a name you no longer needed. And by the time you reach the top, you'd be lighter than when you began. Tonight, you place a foot upon the first step, It welcomes you. Without a word, without a creak, the stone has waited, not for someone to conquer it, but for someone to move slowly enough to feel it. You begin your ascent. One step, and then another. Each rise is a breath, each turn a quiet turning inward. There's no rush, there's no height to reach. This stair does not reward the fast, it rewards the still. With each soft footfall, you feel yourself loosen, like a shawl sliding from your shoulders, like petals falling in a pond. Thoughts drift away without argument, no struggle, no resistance. They simply forget to stay. You pass old arrow slits. Slim windows carved into the stone, each letting in a sliver of moonlight. The light paints thin lines on the wall like a calendar without days. No time lives here. Only movement. Only air. Only you. Ulrich once said the stair was his favorite place to think, because it never asked for thoughts in return. He could walk it not to reach anywhere, but to remember how it feels to rise without needing to arrive. Now, you pause on the 27th step. The air feels different here. Thinner, yes, but also clearer, like the silence is purer, like your breath is no longer yours alone, but shared with the stones. They've taken some of your weariness and left behind a little stillness, like a trade. Kind. Even you may continue, or you may... It has always existed for both purposes. To climb and to rest, to go on or to let go. Only rhythm. Only rhythm. And tonight your rhythm is perfect. Let your body soften, just for a moment, into the gentle turn of the spiral. Let your thoughts rest on a step of their own. Let your breath settle between the stones, because sometimes you don't need to finish the climb. Sometimes you only need to feel the quiet joy of rising slowly, with nothing to chase. The castle hums faintly below. The wind stirs the hollow walls somewhere far off. And here in this narrow curve of stone, you feel neither far nor close. You simply are. And in this being, sleep begins to gather once more. Softly as dust on the stair that doesn't end. In the oldest part of Branwith Castle, a tower now missing its roof and its stones, kissed by lichen and gentle moss, there rests a bell. Not swinging, not clanging, just still. They call it the bell that only echoes once, because in all its years, it's only ever needed to ring a single time. And yet that one sound never really stopped. The bell is bronze, cast by a widow whose voice was too soft to shout across fields, but whose grief rang louder than thunder in her chest. They say she poured tears into the mold as she shaped it, and for that reason, the bell could only ring once, because it rang with everything it had. No clapper swings within it now, no rope trails down. A low, rounded note that sits deep in the belly, like the last chord of a lullaby sung by someone who's already fallen asleep. Ulrich loved this tower. Though few ever climbed its spiraled ruin, he did so often. Not to hear the bell, but to feel it. He said that when he placed his hand against the cold bronze, his heartbeat would match it. Slower, softer, steadier. You've climbed to the bell yourself. The wind is calm. The stars are quiet. The bell rests in its cradle, waiting not to ring, but to be near. You do not need to touch it. It already senses you, and in your presence, its single echo rises again. It's not a sound, but a stillness. A reverberation that melts every thought, every edge, every name you've been carrying. Close your eyes here. There's no need to look. The view is inside, in the hush. In the hum, let the bell's echo touch you not on your skin, but in your breath. Let it become the air around you. Let it become the weightlessness within you. What was once loud in your mind is now drifting. What once held sharp corners is now rounding off into soft loops of feeling. You are not just near the bell. You are the bell. Only a feeling that you have arrived exactly where you're meant to be. The hollow wall hums far below, but the bell, it hums within you. On the west wing of Branwith Castle, where the wind tends to drift in with salt from the sea, there's a long, narrow chamber with arched windows and a ceiling made not of stone, but of carefully laid slate and ancient glass. They call it the rain room, because when the sky opens, it sings here, not with thunder, not with storm, but with rhythm. The gentle tap of water against the worn glass panes. It's the soft patter on old slate, the run of droplets along ivy-veined gutters. A music made for no ears, yet perfect for the quiet heart. The rain room has no chairs, just long stone benches along the sides. And on the floor, a faded mosaic depicting a sleeping fox beneath falling leaves. Time has worn away most colors, but even now, the fox seems at peace. Curled, calm, listening. Ulrich often sat here on gray mornings, or when his thoughts were heavy with too much light. He said the rain helped loosen the knots in his chest, not by answering questions, but by washing away the need to ask them. Each drop a reminder. You do not need to understand everything. You only need to rest within it. You choose a bench. Let your spine soften, your hands uncurl, your eyelids lower. Don't try to listen. Let the sound reach you in its own time. It matches the beat of sleep more perfectly than any clock. No tick, just tap. No tick. But maybe you don't need to remember. Maybe it's enough to rest inside the sound that asks nothing. The castle hums beneath the water, the hollow wall listens still. But here in the rain room, you are not part of the architecture. You are part of the weather, fleeting, gentle, free, and as the last drops trail down the old glass, and the fox remains sleeping beneath its fading leaves, you two slip further into your own warm stillness. No thunder, no flash, just the quietest kind of sleep. Tucked beneath a roof that has known centuries of rain and still sings every time it falls. But just hush, and the longer you stay, the slower everything becomes, until even your thoughts start falling like droplets and dissolving into the floor. The castle knows how to deliver stillness without asking for attention. Inhale, as a drop trails down the glass like a lazy river. Exhale, as the slate sighs beneath the fall. Inhale, as the fox curls deeper into the mosaic. Exhale, as your shoulders forget to hold tension. Let go. Of names, of moments, of shape. You are the rain now, falling but never lost. There's a rhythm in every room here but this one. They say those who sleep in the rain room wake up remembering old lullabies they never learned, or languages only the sky speaks. There is a place in the castle, a secret nook, behind a false wall in the eastern corridor, just before the place where the wall begins to hum. It is known simply as the listening alcove, because here, words are never spoken out loud, but they are always heard. The alcove is no bigger than a cupboard, barely wide enough to sit and just tall enough to kneel. There are no cushions, no books, no candles, only smooth stone and a single carved swirl at head height, a small spiral in the wall that listens. It's said that the original stonemason designed this space to carry confessions through the hollow wall to the other side of the castle. Not to be judged, not to be recorded, only to be received. Because sometimes you don't want an answer. You just want your voice to exist somewhere outside of you. Ulrich found the alcove by accident one day. He was leaning against the panel while brushing dust from a nearby torch bracket, and the wall gave slightly, opening to reveal a curve of silence so pure he couldn't help but step inside. You do not need answers here. This is not a place for advice. It is a place where being heard is enough. The alcove has heard heartbreak and joy, doubt and forgiveness. Now it hears you. Soft, still open. And now, without your noticing, your shoulders drop. Your throat loosens. Your pulse slows. The bell's echo fades in the distance. And here, in this hushed spiral of old stone, you are safe, unburdened, and deeply, deeply heard. Because something in you knows you no longer have to hold it all. The wall holds it with you. And in return it offers quiet. Some say that if you whisper a wish here, the wall remembers it until the next breeze carries it across the stone. Others believe the spiral itself is an ear carved by time. But most simply agree. You leave lighter than you came. And tonight you do. So let your final thought drift into the spiral. Let it join the 1,000 others sleeping somewhere in the marrow of the stone. And then sit still. Just for a moment.
Oh.
Just long enough to feel what's missing, because you finally let it go. Outside, the castle hums softly. The rain has quieted. At the farthest edge of Brandweath Castle, where the stone begins to surrender to moss, and the hallways end not in doors, but in silence. There's one last chamber. They call it the room that sleeps back, because when you rest in it, it rests with you. There are no windows, no torches. He would disappear into the far corridor and return hours later, more silent than before, but somehow fuller, not with thoughts, not with stories, but with peace that had weight, like a thick woolen blanket draped gently over the soul. Only a dim amber glow from a bowl of ever-cool embers, and the steady warmth of stone that remembers what it is to cradle, not just as a guest, but as someone it has been waiting for. Not heat, not light, but comfort. Stillness that lives not around you, but with you. This room doesn't echo, it doesn't speak, but it listens in a way deeper than words. It listens not just to your breath, but to the space between your breaths, the little pauses, the sighs you don't know you're releasing. And with each one, the room settles a little deeper beside you. Ulrich never spoke of this place. He believed it was not meant to be shared except through feeling. And tonight, you arrive. In the moment your foot crosses the threshold, you feel it. The soft pull of a room that recognizes you. This is the room that sleeps. It's not just as a guest, but as someone it has been waiting for. The air here doesn't move, and yet you never feel confined. It is a stillness so wide, so gentle, that it stretches beyond walls. Quiet that folds over you like wings. You lie down, no bed, just a shallow stone shelf, curved like a cradle. A blanket left centuries ago still rests at its foot, worn thin but clean. It smells faintly of lavender and wood smoke and thyme. Let your head meet the stone. It is cool, then warm, and no longer anything at all. Because now you're not lying on stone, you're lying in sleep, and the sleep is lying with you. The castle's hum fades to the softest trace. The hollow wall sighs its final breath for the night, and the room leans gently inward, as if tucking you in. Inhale. Let the hush fill your ribs. Exhale. Let it carry away, the last thought still spinning. Inhale. Let go of the story. Exhale. Let go of the need for one. There are no more riddles to solve, no more echoes to chase, no more passages to follow. You've wandered, you've listened, you've rested, and she... It's time now. Time to put the world down. Let the weight of the day slip off your shoulders. Feel the space around you. Soften. Let your eyes grow heavy. You're breathing slow, and your thoughts like autumn leaves begin to drift. But there is nothing left to do. No decisions to make. No places to be. Except here. Right here. In this soft pocket of calm, where a story waits for you. Let your body grow warm and still. Feel the quiet surface beneath you, supporting you. Like earth under stone. It's like a meadow holding dew. Now listen to the hush in the air. Do you hear it? The distant hush of trees, the sigh of old wood in the beams. And they're even fainter. A bell. A slow bronze bell. Ringing softly in the distance. Our story tonight begins in a little hamlet, tucked gently between two winding rivers. This place, this sleepy hollow, isn't found on any map. It lives somewhere in memory and dream. The village is old, stone-built and moss-covered, with ivy weaving through chimney bricks, in cobblestone streets that remember every footstep. Here, time moves gently, like a stream curling around pebbles. The people of Sleepy Hollow live quiet lives. They rise with the rooster, walk to market with baskets on their hips, and gather herbs from the forest edge by midday sun. But when the sky begins to blush with dusk, and shadows stretch across the thatched rooftops, something beautiful happens. From the tallest building in the village, an old bell tower with weathered timbers and a mossy spire, a sound rolls out. The market bell. It chimes only 3 times. Not quickly, not loudly, just 3 soft, solemn notes.
Boon, boon, boon.
The villagers stop for just a moment and listen, because this bell is more than a bell. Long ago, in the days of kings and torchlight, towns and villages across Europe rang a curfew bell at sundown. Not to scold or scare, but to remind. Cover the fire. Couvre-feu, the French would say. Dampen the flame. Draw the embers under ash. Let the world cool and the night begin. For fires were once alive, unruly and wild. A forgotten candle. A rogue spark. and whole streets could vanish beneath flame and smoke. So the bell was safety. The bell was rhythm. The bell was peace. In Sleepy Hollow, the custom lived on, not by law, but by love. Even now, as we float gently into this tale, you can hear it ringing in your mind's ear, soft and low, each tone wrapping around your breath, lulling you deeper into quiet. Now imagine the village. Let's walk through it. Together, the sun has just begun to set, casting soft gold over the roofs of bakeries and broom shops. The air smells faintly of bread crust and lavender. Children chase their shadows down the lane, their laughter echoing off the stones. But as the bell rings, they slow and turn, and scamper gently back toward the glow of their doorways. The butcher sets his cleaver down. The tailor folds her cloth. The old man who sells onions from a wooden cart tips his cap and hums along with the final bell note. Everyone moves just a little softer now, because the day is done, and the world is tucking itself in. Beneath one sloping rooftop, a woman stirs a pot over her hearth. She's added garlic and thyme, and a bit of yesterday's cheese rind. The fire crackles, but she knows, soon, it will be time to hush it, to let the ashes rest too. Just outside, lanterns begin to glow, hung from iron hooks by the doorways. Their light is dim, on purpose. It flickers like fireflies, casting long, swaying shadows across cobblestone and straw. Up above it all, in the bell tower, sits a boy named Thomlin. He's 12, maybe 13, with wind-tangled hair and palms that still smell of wood smoke. Every evening, it is he who climbs the creaking stairs, past the carved oak beams and the nesting sparrows, to stand beside the rope, to watch the sun dip behind the forest edge, and to pull.
Oh.
3 times. The bell has no sharpness to it, no clang. It is deep and round, a voice that seems to rise from the earth itself. When Tomlin rings it, he does so slowly, with great care, as though waking an ancient friend. And when the third note fades, he simply sits. Sometimes he stays there, long after dusk, watching the lanterns blink into life, listening to the quiet settle, and letting the peace of the hollow settle in him too. In the fields beyond the village, the river runs calmly between reeds. You might hear a frog, or the low coo of a night bird. Even the sheep bleat softer now. Everything is slowing. Everything is dimming. And you, dear listener, you are here with us now, in this place, in this story, where nothing rushes and everything breathes with ease. Let yourself stay, just a little longer. Let your thoughts rise and fall, like the bell's last note fading across the stones. You are safe, you are still, and the bell is rung for you too. Now the hush has fully arrived, not just in the streets, but in the very air itself. Even the breeze moves slowly, like a breath drawn deep, then let out in silence. The homes of Sleepy Hollow are small, stone-rooted with warm wooden beams. Roofs slant low, heavy with moss and memory. Inside each one holds a hearth, and at the hearth a fire, or what's left of it. The curfew bell, remember, was assigned to cover the flame. In medieval times, this was sacred routine. Fires were never blown out that would scatter sparks. Instead, they were banked. The embers, glowing and calm, were pulled gently into a mound, then blanketed with fine ash. The ash smothered the flame, but kept the warmth alive, sleeping quietly until morning. In Sleepy Hollow, this custom remains. An old man named Edwin sits on a low stool, his knees creaking as he bends toward the hearth. He takes a poker-worn smooth at the grip and begins the slow dance of closing the day. First, he pulls the burning logs toward the center. A little sigh of heat rises to meet his face. Then, with practiced care, he sprinkles a small scoop of white ash, collected in a clay jar beside the stones. Over the orange glow, the embers shift. They dim, they whisper, and then they sleep. Edwin leans back, presses his palms on his thighs, and smiles. This, to him, is the best part of every day. Not the fire itself, but the moment it rests. Outside, a fox trots past the well, its paws silent against the ground. The hollow belongs to the quiet ones now, foxes, moths, owls, and dreams. Let's walk a little further. Down the narrow lane beside the chapel, stone is cool beneath our feet, and every window glows like a lantern from within. Inside one of those windows, a little girl named Maureen curls beneath a quilt. She listens to her mother's voice, soft and low, telling her the same story told every night after the bell. It's a story about stars, how each one holds a name. And when a baby is born, the bell tower keeper climbs to the very top, whispers that baby's name into the sky. And a star, somewhere above the hollow, blinks in response. That star then watches over the child for life, growing softer when the child sleeps, brighter when they dream, and dimming gently when it's time to rest again. Maureen's eyes begin to flutter. Outside her window, the stars are already dancing. She smiles and whispers, "Good night, my star." Not far from her cottage, just beyond the blacksmith shop, an elderly woman named Isolde sits by her window. She doesn't speak anymore, not since the last frost of winter took her voice. But she listens to everything. The bell, the footsteps on the lane, the music of night things, and she writes. Each night after the bell, she lights one beeswax candle. It's not very bright, but it is enough. She dips her quill and writes down what the village felt like today. Not just what happened, but how the day moved. The baker laughed with her whole body today. 2 doves nested in the chapel arch. The milk cooled faster than it used to. I think the air smells of pears now. She has pages and pages of thoughts like these. She doesn't sign them. Just tucks each one into a wooden drawer beside the window. Each page is a night, folded and resting, much like the people who sleep nearby. Now, take a breath. Let it in slowly. And out like a sigh. Feel the same hush the villagers feel. The comfort of the bell's echo still hanging faintly in the rafters. The warmth of the hearth as it fades beneath its ash blanket. The softness of bedding. The weight of the sky above, dotted with star names you cannot yet pronounce. You are here, in the hollow, with them, and they are at peace. Even the dogs are silent now, curled near doorsteps, twitching in their sleep, chasing rabbits that may only exist in dreams. You may not feel your body anymore, only the weight of it, a pleasant heaviness, as though you're sinking gently into wool and soil and story. Let your thoughts grow slower. Let them stretch long and thin like shadow on stone. Let them rest. Thomlin, up in the bell tower, lays his head against a coil of rope. He watches the rooftops glow faintly. He hums the old bell melody to himself and lets his eyes drift closed. His heart is still, the tower is still, the hollow is still, and you are nearly there, drifting, fading, becoming part of the hush. And so the night deepens. The stars now shimmer like frost on black velvets, soft, cool, and endless. Above the sleepy hamlet, the world holds its breath. Time seems to slow to a pulse, lullaby pulse, the kind only heard when you're very still, very safe. In the bell tower, Tomlin stirs only slightly. He has nearly dozed off. Cheek resting against the old rope, body swaddled in his woolen cloak. But just before his breath turns to dream, he thinks of something he always thinks of at this hour. Something old, something secret, something only the bell keepers ever whisper. You see, there's a story, passed down quietly, from one bell ringer to the next. It said, the first bell in Sleepy Hollow wasn't meant for markets, or curfews, or even warnings. It was meant for dreaming. Long ago, when the village was just a gathering of huts beside the river, a woman named Elda crafted the bell herself. She wasn't a smith, nor a nun, nor a noblewoman. She was a listener, a watcher, a keeper of silence. Ilda believed the world spoke softly, through leaves rustling, fire cracking, milk pouring, footsteps padding. She believed that if you truly listened to the earth, you'd hear when it was ready to rest. And that's when you'd ring the bell. She melted her copper coins. She mixed them with tin scraped from the bottom of cooking pots. She shaped a bell that, when rung, sounded like a sigh, not a clang, not a shout, but a soft, slow breath, a letting go. That bell hung from a curved yew branch near the edge of the river, no tower. no ceremony. Only the sound, guiding people gently home. Home to stillness, home to warmth, home to sleep. Elda would ring it each evening, 3 times. And one by one, the villagers would bank their fires, draw their curtains, and whisper their dreams to the sky. As the years passed and homes became stone, and the yew tree was replaced by a tower, the bell changed. But the sound remained the same, soft, measured, kind. Back in the present, Tomlin remembers this story. He's heard it many times from old Garin, the last bell keeper before him. Garin would always end the tale with the same words. We ring it not to end the day, but to begin the night. Not to silence, but to stillness. Not for warning, but for wonder. And Tomlin would nod, even though the words felt too large to carry. But now, alone in the tower, watching the stars tiptoe across the sky, he finally understands them. He doesn't need to do anything, just listen. Just let the bell do what it's always done. Tell the world, it's time to rest. So he leans his head back, feeling the cool stone against his scalp. He watches a single shooting star whisper across the sky, and he smiles. Because somewhere in the village below, someone is watching it too. Maybe the old man by the hearth, maybe the girl under her quilt, maybe the cat from the baker's roof, or maybe, just maybe, you, yes you, drifting here with us now. This story is not separate from you. You are part of it. With each breath you take, you breathe the same night air. With each slow blink of your eyes, you mimic the soft flicker of lantern light. You are here, resting in the rhythm of a world that has already let go. Somewhere near the edge of the village, by the river's bend, a fisherman named Ulrich ties up his boat. His day is done too, and though the catch was small, he hums a tune of contentment. It's not the fish, it's the flow. It's the quiet of the boat gliding through dusk. The water that never rushes. It's the lull of the current, pulling thought into hush. He carries a lantern, not bright, just enough to find the path home. And as he walks along the riverbank, he hears the bell again in memory. He always hears it, even after it stops. Because the sound lives longer than the chime. It lives in the pause it creates, in the silence that follows, the hush that tucks itself into every corner of the night. That's the magic of the bell. It doesn't ask anything, doesn't demand. It simply invites you to slow, to listen, to soften, to close the fire, but open the dream. Ulrich reaches his door. The lantern flickers one final time, then goes out. Inside, the shutters close, the blanket pulls, and all is still. You too can let go now. Let go of shape, let go of edge, go of the day that was, and the one yet to come. Here we are, only breath, and warmth, and stories shared between sleeping minds. The bell has rung, as the hearth has cooled, and sleepy hollow dreams again. So close your eyes, not as a command, but as an offering, to yourself. You've walked far in these few soft pages. You've heard the river, felt the stone, smelled the baking and the moss. Now it is time to rest. With the bell's echo curled gently around your heart. The bell has long since stopped ringing now. Its final note faded into memory, then into something even softer than memory. Something like feeling, something like breath. But still, though most of the village sleeps, a few souls remain awake, not because they must, but because they love the night. The part of it that belongs to no one, and yet welcomes all. Let us walk to the edge of the village. There, where the trees begin to thicken and the lanterns give way to moonlight, we pass the herb woman's cottage, a round little home with vines curling up its sides, and a rooftop garden that seems to whisper when the wind passes through. Inside, a woman named Maylie sits cross-legged beside her table, bundling thyme and wild chamomile into sleep sachets. She moves slowly, her fingers soft with practice, her mind quiet as silk. She doesn't speak, she barely moves. But in her stillness, something ancient stirs, like the roots of a tree remembering rain. Maylie's has no need for the bell anymore. She wakes with the dark, sleeps with the first bird's call. But even she listens for it each night, just to be sure the world still turns the way it should. She tucks a final bundle of mint into linen cloth, ties it gently with twine, then places it in a basket that she'll leave at the doorstep of a new mother in the village. Sleep for the baby, peace for the home. Outside her window, the moon has risen. It's nearly full, round and pale, like a coin in the hand of the sky. It casts light in gentle strokes. Over rooftops, over hedges, over the river's calm surface, this is when the true watchers emerge. They are not people, but creatures of shadow and silence. A gray owl perches atop the steeple cross. Its feathers shift slightly in the wind, but it does not move otherwise. Its eyes wide and golden watch over the hollow below. Not for danger, no, Sleepy Hollow knows little of that, but simply to witness. To be present for the hour when the world forgets itself and becomes pure presence. A hedgehog shuffles across the garden stones. A rabbit freezes in tall grass, then disappears with a twitch. Even the insects move quietly now, as if they, too, know the bell has rung. Down by the bridge, beneath the hanging willow branches, a musician named Calder sits with his lute. He plays only when the stars are watching. His melodies are made not to be heard, but to be felt. Like the way your heartbeat softens when someone brushes your hair, or the way your chest rises gently under a warm blanket.
That.
Tonight, he plays just 4 notes, then 3, then 2, then he stops. Because sometimes, silence is the end of the song. He rests the lute beside him, leans against the stone bridge wall, and lets his head tilt back. Above, the sky is so clear you can count the constellations. Orion, Cassiopeia, the sleeping doe, a local one. Named by the children of the village, who insist the cluster of stars looks like a deer curled beneath a tree. Calder closes his eyes, does not sleep, but he dreams. And his dreams float out of him like vapor, mixing with the willow branches, the river mist, the moonlight. Back in the bell tower, Tomlin has finally drifted off. The rope still rests beside him, but he no longer needs to hold it. The bell has done its work. It has told the world to settle, and has told Tomlin that he may settle too. He breathes deeply. Each inhale soft and slow, each exhale long and low. Perhaps he dreams of ringing the bell in a great stone cathedral, or of floating down the river with stars in his pockets. Or maybe he dreams of nothing at all, just a long, warm quiet that feels like home. Let us walk the village one last time, not with feet, but with feeling. Sense the homes, each one a glowing lantern of sleep. A mother rests with her baby, cheek to soft hair, hearing not the world but the tiny sighs of new life. An old couple, hands curled together beneath a patchwork quilt, dream not of the past or future, but simply of warmth. A dog dreams of a ball rolling across a meadow it has never seen. A book lies open on a windowsill, its pages fluttering in the breeze, stirred by a wind that seems to read. Even the stones sleep, even the water, even the trees. And so, dear listener, you may rest too. You've wandered the lanes. You've listened to the bell. You've walked beside the firelight and through the hush. You may close your own gate. Cover your own hearth. Let your own breath rise and fall like river tides. There is no more story tonight. It's only stillness, only softness. Only the bell's final echo curled around your breath like a lullaby. The hollow sleeps. Not just the people, but the hills, the air. Even time seems to slow its feet, curl up beneath the hedgerow and close its eyes. But beyond the thatched roofs and ivy-laced fences, on the farthest edge of the village, just before the woods begin, stands a small cottage with round windows like sleepy eyes. Inside lives a woman known only as the Dreamkeeper. No one remembers how long she has lived there. Some say she was born the same week the bell first rang. Others claim she arrived one night with the fog and never left. But everyone agrees on one thing. Her dreams are never her own. You see, the Dreamkeeper collects them, not in bottles, not in books, but in quiet. She walks through the hollow when no one else stirs. Not with shoes, but barefoot. So the earth remembers her steps. Wherever a dream floats too far from a sleeper, too wild, too loud, too sharp, she gently gathers it and rocks it back into stillness. Not all dreams are soft. Some carry, she soothes. In her cottage, a single candle always burns, not brightly, just enough. Its flame flickers across the walls where tiny clay figures sit in rows. Each one represents a dream she's calmed. A knight holding a feather instead of a sword. A fox curled into a teacup. It's a staircase that ends in a field of poppies. The figures don't move, but sometimes, if you look quickly, they seem to smile. Tonight, the dreamkeeper wraps a shawl around her shoulders. It smells of rosemary and wood smoke. She opens her door to the hush of the sleeping world. The bell has rung. The air is thick with dreams. Some bright as lanterns, some faint as breath. She steps onto the path. Soil welcomes her feet, cool and kind. Moss cushions each step. She passes the baker's home first. A gentle golden light still flickers in the oven. Inside, the baker sighs in her sleep, dreaming of a dough that never stops rising, floats toward the clouds like a balloon. The dreamkeeper nods. No need to touch that one. Let it drift. She continues on. Past the mason's workshop, where the man dreams of stone that sings when struck. Past the chapel, where the vicar dreams of birds nesting in his sermon book. Then she pauses. At the base of the bell tower, Thomlin is there, still asleep. His breath rises like a lullaby. But something near him trembles. A flicker of a dream trying too hard to stay awake. She reaches out, not with hands, but with calm. The dream settles. It becomes a soft image. Tomlin ringing a bell underwater, each note sending bubbles instead of sound. He smiles in his sleep. The dreamkeeper smiles too, then turns to continue. Farther now, into the woods. Not deep, just where the trees lean in close, as if whispering secrets. Here the oldest dreams live, the dreams of the land itself. Roots that remember footsteps from centuries ago, of birds that once nested in branches long since fallen, of stones that sat beside the first fire. She listens. The forest speaks in breathy hushes, in rustling leaves, in creeks that stretch like yawns. She does not gather these dreams, only visits, as one would visit an elder. To say, you are not forgotten. We still dream with you. At the edge of a small glade, she stops again. There's a child there sleepwalking, barefoot in nightclothes. His steps are soft, but his eyes are open in a way that says they shouldn't be. The dreamkeeper kneels beside him. She hums something. It has no words. It doesn't need them. The child's breath slows. His eyelids flutter and close. She lifts him gently, carries him like a bundle of herbs, back to his home. Through the hedgerow gate. Up the wooden steps. Across the creaky floor. Into the arms of a startled, teary-eyed mother. The mother whispers thank you, but the dreamkeeper is already gone. Back into the hush. Back into the bell's fading echo. Back into the story's breath. Now, dear listener, let your mind drift as she drifts. Softly, silently, without aim or worry. You have no path to follow now, only presence. Let the dreamkeeper walk through your thoughts. Let her smooth them. Let her cradle them like tiny birds and place them gently in a nest of stillness. If your mind offers noise, she will hush it. If it offers questions, she will smile and offer sleep instead. Because now, the hollow has gone completely still. Even the stars rest behind faint clouds. Even the river's ripples pause at the bend. The candle in the dreamkeeper's window flickers once, then twice, then dims, not out, just low, as if it too has begun to dream. And you, wrapped in the softness of this quiet world, now you may sleep now. Knowing your dreams are watched, as the night deepens, a silver calm drapes itself across the hollow, like a shawl laid lovingly across sleeping shoulders. The bell no longer echoes, its chime now only a feeling in the bones, a memory of stillness, of something ancient and kind. The river, winding lazily between the banks, reflects the pale face of the moon. Its soft ripples move like breath, inhale and exhale, without beginning, without end. There is a boat, still moored to a post near the edge of the market dock. Not large, not grand. Just a little wooden skiff, with worn oars resting inside and a lantern hung from its mast. No one is in it, but it rocks gently with the current, like a cradle. And the water sings, not loudly, just enough. If you close your eyes and listen carefully, you can hear it whisper, "All is well, all is well. Sleep now." Not far from the river, a cat prowls along the rooftops. She is black, with silver flecks like stardust in her fur. The villagers call her Wisp. No one owns her. She belongs to the hour between the bell and the first light. She pads over the tiles without sound, pauses to look in on each cottage, then curls herself beneath the chimney of the baker's house. Inside, the oven has gone cold, but the warmth still lingers. Like memory and old stone, Wisp closes her eyes. Even she must sleep eventually. And beneath her, the baker and her daughter lie curled under a thick wool blanket, dreaming of bread that sings in the oven and jam jars that never empty. Farther down the lane, an old clock rests in the chapel. Its hands don't move quickly. They don't need to. For the people of Sleepy Hollow do not race with time. They move with it, like dancers, like boats on the current. The clock ticks only twice per minute. Strange rhythm to outsiders, but here it suits. Each tick sounds like a breath or a page turning slowly. And next to that clock, a wooden bench. Worn smooth by generations of evening prayer, tonight it is empty, but not alone. For the bench remembers every body it has held, every silence shared, every whispered hope, every unspoken goodbye, even furniture dreams in Sleepy Hollow. And as your mind drifts deeper, you may feel your own thoughts slowing to match that rhythm. Tick, tick, just twice a minute. It's just enough to let everything soften. The air grows cooler now. It's not cold, just crisp enough to invite a blanket, a shawl, a cup of something warm. A grandmother Elsha by name pours herself a mug of barley tea. She drinks it while seated by the window, wrapped in a blanket of blue and gray patchwork. She does not need sleep right away. She waits until the dreams come find her, so she sits. Watching the stars slide slowly past the window pane, she thinks of her late husband, of the apples they once picked by lantern light, of the bread he used to toast too long, the way he'd whistle when the bell rang. She smiles. The tea warms her hands, as the bell warms her heart. Even now, even in memory, its sound is with her. She closes her eyes and whispers, "Good night, then." To the sky, to her memories, to her own heart, the night is almost whole now. Not many wakeful ones remain. Even the dogs have grown still. Even the fireflies blink more slowly. And in the fields beyond the last fence post, a scarecrow watches over the wheat. He's not alive, not truly. The way his arms tilt in the wind, the way the wind catches the edges of his hat, you'd almost believe he's breathing. He keeps watch not just on the crows, but on dreams. The wheat, swaying gently, whispers secrets only he can hear. And in return, he tells them stories of the stars. On clear nights, the constellations dance across his button eyes, and he listens, always listens, even dreams, that no longer have names find a resting place out there, among the quiet crops and ancient soil. Dear listener, you've walked far, through hearths and candlelight, through bell towers and rooftops, through memory, through hush, through the breath of a sleeping world. You are not a visitor anymore. You belong here. The village has made space for you. The moss beneath your feet knows your name. The bell has rung for you. The stars have turned their gaze your way. The river carries your breath like prayer. And the dream keeper has brushed your brow with gentle sleep so you may rest. Because you must, but because the world invites you to. Because sleep is not an ending, but a return to softness, to stillness, to the self that only wakes in dreams. There is a building in Sleepy Hollow that many pass by without noticing. Tucked between the old cobbler's shop and the herbalist's garden, a narrow wooden door leans slightly in its frame. Its hinges creak like a whisper when touched, and above it hangs a sign faded almost to nothing. Just the hint of a feather and a candle carved in wood. This is the Library of Dust. It is not a place for learning letters. It's not a place for borrowing books. No, this library holds something quieter. Here the dreams that do not belong to anyone come to rest. The dreams that never found a sleeper. The dreams that drifted out of stories and wandered too far. The fragments, a laughing brook, a hand with no body, a feather made of glass. Inside the library, the air smells of age, not musty. Not stale, but warm, like pressed parchment and soft beeswax from candles burned long ago. There are no shelves here, it's just stacks. Endless stacks of scrolls and pages tied with twine, nested in baskets, or coiled like sleeping snakes in corners. The floor is stone, cool to the touch, but when you walk, it hums beneath your feet. Only one person tends this place. His name is Fen. He does not speak above a murmur, and some say he once tried to write down every dream he heard, but stopped when the ink itself began to sleep. Fen keeps a candle burning at all times, not to read by, but to remind the dreams they are welcome. Each night, after the bell rings, he walks the village, not to gather, but to listen. Sometimes he hears a dream left behind on a bench, or caught in the strings of a lute, or folded inside a forgotten shawl. He cups it in his hands, cradles it like a bird, and carries it back. Once inside, he blows across its edges, and it drifts to where it belongs. Sometimes a dream sighs when it settles, other times it hums, but most often, it simply rests. You might think dreams forgotten would be sad things, but they are not. They are soft, content, like leaves that finally find the ground, like snowflakes that melt in perfect silence. Tonight, Fen sits in the farthest corner of the library, legs tucked beneath him, scrolls piled around like pillows. The candlelight flickers slowly. Its flame never dances. It rocks, back and forth, like a cradle suspended in air. He reaches into a basket and pulls out a page. It's blank to the eye, but Fen sees the dream. A horse made entirely of smoke, galloping across an ocean of mirrors. He smiles faintly, then tucks the page into a cloth pouch labeled Drift. There are other pouches, feather below echo. Still, each one holds a kind of dream, not categorized by logic, but by how they make you feel when you wake. Fen does not organize them. They organize themselves. And if you listen closely now, if you quiet even your deepest thought, you can hear them shift, not rustle. Crackle, shift, like breathing parchment, like a library stretching in its sleep. Outside the library, a gentle wind moves through the village. It does not stir the curtains. It does not rattle the windows. It only whispers through the leaves. And those whispers are full of words you never quite remember but always understand, they say. You are safe. You are warm. You are part of the hush now, they say. The bell has rung. The fire is banked. Sleep is not far. Fen leans back, lets his head rest against the cool stone wall, and closes his eyes. For a moment, even the keeper of dreams must dream. As he slips into his own slumber, the pages sigh one last time and settle. So can you, Dear listener, you've wandered not just the village, but its quietest places. The spaces between moments, the silence behind the sound. And in doing so, you've become part of it. You are no longer visiting Sleepy Hollow. You live here now, in the folds of this gentle night, in the space the bell leaves behind. You don't need to remember the path. The hollow remembers you. Let your body drift deeper. Let your breath match the pace of Fen's candle. Let your thoughts pile like pages, soft, safe, and willing to rest. Before the bell could ever ring, before its song could sweep across stone and sky, someone had to shape it. Not just with fire and hammer, but with intention. That someone was called the Bell Maker, a name passed down, not like a title, but like a gentle blessing. There is always one, though only one at a time. And they do not live in the hollow proper. They live just beyond the orchard grove, where the trees grow close together and the air smells of iron, clay, and honeysuckle. The current bellmaker's name is Alwan. She is quiet, like all who came before. But her hands are full of story, strong, square, and freckled with soot and beeswax. She speaks very little because her hands do the speaking. In the spring, she molds tin and copper with care. In the summer, she cools castings in river water. In the fall, she listens to the wind, know what kind of bell the next year will need. And in the winter, she rests. Tonight her forge is cool, the tools are sleeping, but she is awake, not working, just thinking. Thinking of the first bell and the old stone molds, of the time she dropped a casting and it sang even before it was finished. Thinking of the sound each bell makes, because every bell has a voice, and no two voices are ever quite the same. The current bell, the one you've heard, was shaped when Alwan was younger. It rang once when it was done, and that single chime echoed for 3 full minutes. Everyone in the hollow heard it. Some wept, some smiled. Some said they saw birds turn mid-flight, Others claimed the wheat leaned toward the sound. It was just one note, but it changed things. Alwyn traces a finger along an old bell mold. Its edge is worn smooth by weather and use. She hums to it, soft hum. Not a tune, but a feeling. And beneath her touch, the mold seems to remember its shape. You might think metal doesn't sleep, but in Sleepy Hollow, everything sleeps. Even stone, even metal, even the silence between chimes. Now let's drift with the night breeze. I'll let it carry us past the forge, back through the orchard, past pear trees heavy with fruit and apple trees rustling low lullabies. The grass below is cool with dew, and the wind hums a tune you almost recognize, as if from a dream you once had but never quite remembered. This is the melody of night, not made of instruments but of presence. It surrounds the hollow like a cloak,
Packs it in.
like a parent would a child. And above, the stars grow soft and golden, not bright, just warm, like distant lamps in windows you'll never need to reach. As the bell rests in the tower, and the bellmaker rests in her chair, and the village lies hushed beneath quilt and moon, you too can settle into stillness. You do not need to try to sleep. You only need to allow. Let your thoughts sway like a bell on its rope, them swing slowly, until they rest. No need to chase the next moment. It will find you when it's quiet enough. Just as the bell finds the air, it's just as sleep finds the hollow. Just as peace finds you. Not far from the village green, where the cobbled path begins to slope gently downward toward the stream, there sits a house with a blue slate roof and windows shaded by hanging ivy. Inside that house lives an old scribe named Thester. His back is bent like the curve of a comma, and his spectacles always seem to slide down his nose, no matter how often he nudges them back up. But Thester does not mind, for he writes only in the hours after the bell has rung. When the village exhales, and the air is thick with dreams not yet spoken, he believes, as the scribes before him believed, that words written at night carry a gentler weight. They rest softer on the page. They hum instead of shout. They wait for the reader to arrive, rather than demanding to be read. Tonight, Thester sits at his oak desk, a goose feather quill in hand, and a small inkwell resting just beside a flickering lamp. But the ink, sleeping. Yes, sleeping ink. In Sleepy Hollow, not everything is bound by usual rules, and the ink used by the scribes is mixed with crushed poppy seed and distilled moonflower sap. It does not flow unless the words are true, kind, and worthy of being remembered in stillness. So Thester waits. He closes his eyes. He listens. And then, ever so softly, he begins to write. The bell rang tonight, as it always does. But something in the third chime felt warmer, perhaps because of the wind, or perhaps because the child who heard it first smiled before anyone else. The ink flows, slow like honey warmed by a fire. It glides across the paper without a sound, each letter curling like smoke, like a dream shaped by breath alone. The room smells of lavender and old books. A mug of warm milk rests by his elbow. His cat, Elderpin, lies curled on the floor, purring so faintly that her sound could be mistaken for silence itself. Outside the window, the stream chatters softly. The moon reflects off the water in patches, as if the stars have taken a bath and left droplets behind. Thester dips his pen again. Tonight I dreamed I was a word in someone else's story, and I was happy. Because even small words, when placed with care, help build the kind of silence that means something. He writes until the candle shortens, until the lamp dims, and then without ceremony, he closes his journal, sets his spectacles aside, lowers himself onto a cot by the window. No blanket needed tonight, just the hush, just the softness, just the knowledge that he has written what needed to be remembered. The ink cools, the quill dries, and the page rests with the sound of the bell still folded gently into its corners. Now, dear listener, let your own mind write softly. No need for loud thoughts, no need for judgment. Just trace your breath like a sentence across the page of this night. Let your breath say, I am safe. Let your breath say, I am welcome here. Let your breath say, the bell has rung for me. And let that be enough. Let your body soften like the quiet curl of ink on a page no one rushes to finish. Let sleep begin to hold the pen now. Let the story pause here, not end, just breathe. Along the eastern edge of Sleepy Hollow, where the land begins to rise and the earth swells gently into a soft green hill, a row of lanterns lights a winding footpath. Each lantern hangs from a crooked wooden post, some hand-carved, others grown that way from branches left to age just so. They are lit not with flame, but with slow-burning oil infused with sage, juniper, and crushed violet petals. This path is called the Lantern Way, and it leads not to a house, but to the stone circle above the village. It is said that the stones there were placed long ago by those who walked in rhythm with the stars, before bells, before clocks, before even the first hearth fire was lit in the hollow. No one knows quite how long the stones have stood, but they lean in just so, toward each other. Like elders in quiet council, at night they glow faintly, not with light, but with memory. The kind of memory that settles deep in your bones, without words, without pictures. It's just a warm knowing, a softness in the soul. Tonight the lanterns flicker gently as the breeze passes through them. Each one sighs, not with sound, but with scent. Sage, juniper, violet. An old shepherd named Marin walks the path tonight. She walks not out of duty. Her sheep are safe in their stone fold below, but because the path calls her sometimes, when her dreams are too loud, when her thoughts need thinning, when her breath longs to match the rhythm of the stones. She carries no lantern. She does not need one. The light is not for the eyes, but for the breath, and her breath is steady. Her steps are slow, her boots worn soft at the toes, her shawl trailing like a whisper behind her. As she reaches the top of the hill, the circle greets her without sound, just a shift in the wind, a stilling of leaves, a hush that means welcome. As she steps between the stones and sits, there is a flat rock in the center, just wide enough for one, where lichen has formed the shape of a sleeping bird. Marin lays her palms flat on the stone, closes her eyes, and waits. The wind moves across the hilltop in spirals. It plays with her hair, lifts it, lets it fall. Stars above shift imperceptibly. One falls, just one, a single gleam across the velvet night. And as it does, a dream begins to rise. Not hers, the hill's. A slow old dream of when the stones were placed by lantern light, and hands dusted with flower pollen. A voice is singing not in words, but in tones drawn from the breath of the earth. Marin doesn't interrupt. She only listens. She has no need to know what it means, only that it is kind, only that it is old and gentle, still dreaming. She sits with the stones until the lanterns flicker low, until the oil burns to silence, till the wind becomes so soft she no longer knows if it is air or sleep itself. Then, without rising, she curls her shawl beneath her head and lies down on the moss, just for a moment, just to let her body remember how to be still without falling, how to be soft without effort. Ash! And as she lies there, beneath stars that have no name, beside stones that hum with history, she drifts into sleep. The kind that doesn't feel like leaving, the kind that feels like returning. Now you, dear listener, may walk the lantern path with your breath. Let it be your guide. Let it flicker, then settle. Let it carry you past juniper and violet, past memory and wind, to the place within yourself where the oldest stones lie. Not buried, not forgotten, just resting, waiting for you to remember that stillness is not emptiness. Stillness is home, and you are home now. At the southern edge of the hollow, just past the barley fields and the row of sunflowers that bow only at dusk, there sits a weathered house with its back to the wind. It doesn't seem like much. Walls faded by seasons, shutters slightly askew. But inside this house lives a weaver named Lynn. She does not speak much, not because she cannot, but because the threads do most of the talking. Lynn's loom rests in the center of her cottage. It creaks with the kind of grace that only age can teach. Its wood worn soft at the places her hands know best. And tonight, after the third chime of the market bell has faded into hush, she weaves, not cloth for clothing, not for curtains or blankets, but for sleep. She weaves the dreams of the hollow. She calls it the under-thread. The quiet pulse that connects each sleeper's breath to the next, and the next, and the next. You could see at this dream cloth, you'd see no colors at first. Just shimmer. Like light on dew. Like the whisper between waves. Like the sound of snow when it falls too softly to hear. Her shuttle moves slowly, back and forth, back and forth. With each pass, a feeling is laid down. The weight of a baby's head on a mother's chest. The hush of the moment before first snowfall. The sigh of a grandfather who hears the bell and knows deep in his bones that everything is well. The cloth grows wider, longer, but it is never finished. It breathes like lungs, like earth, like time itself. As she weaves, the moon rises higher, pale guide through velvet sky. Outside her cottage, the barley nods with sleep. Inside, the threads hum faintly. The loom creaks once, not tiredly, but as if stretching its old limbs. Lynn doesn't yawn. She doesn't need to. Her eyes drift half shut, her breath matching the pace of her weaving. Back and forth. Inhale and exhale. Thread and hush. You, dear listener, may now rest within that weaving. Let your thoughts become threads. Loose, wandering ones, no need to guide them. Just let them tangle for a while, then soften. Let Lynn's loom pull them gently, back and forth into the fabric of the hollow. You do not need to understand what is being made, only that it welcomes you, that it holds you, that it remembers. Every pause, every sigh, every forgotten dream. Woven here, held forever, outside. The third chime of the bell lingers still. Not in sound, but in shape. In the curve of a cat curled beneath a window, in the tilt of a shutter slightly open to the night, in the slow breath of the hollow's dreamers, all stitched together in peace. At the heart of Sleepy Hollow, just a few cobblestones away from the bell tower, is a cottage that always smells of warm flour and honey. The shutters are painted sunflower yellow, and the chimney, even at night, releases a faint wisp of sweet smoke. This is the home of Marta, the baker. Even though the ovens have long cooled for the night, and the day's last loaves have been wrapped in linen and twine, something in the walls still hums. It is not the oven, it's nor the fire. It is memory, because in Sleepy Hollow, bread remembers. Every loaf carries with it the quiet hands that shaped it, the breath that rose with the dough, the small moment of stillness when it was placed gently into warmth. And tonight, in the gentle hush after the market bell, Marta lies in bed with her hands resting over her apron. Still dusty with flour, she hasn't the heart to wash off. The flour remembers too, remembers her grandmother's voice teaching her when to fold, when to wait, when to whisper to the dough if it seemed restless. Some in the village say Marta talks to her loaves. Others say her loaves dream back. They puff gently in their baskets, crackling as they cool, as if telling stories to one another before sleep. Tonight, one small loaf, barely larger than a curled hand, rests on the windowsill. It was baked for no one in particular, just because the oven had a little warmth left to give. The loaf is golden brown, its crust whisper crisp, its scent light with thyme and honey. As moonlight filters through the window, the loaf catches the glow. And for a moment, only a moment, a faint breath escapes it. Not steam, not heat, but breath. Soft, like a sigh from something old and kind. Marta shifts under her woolen blanket. She dreams now, of bread she has yet to bake, a loaf shaped like a sleeping fox, one with lavender hidden in its center, one that hums lullabies as it rises. The dream is so soft, so round, so gently scented, that it travels from her window, out into the hollow, curling like steam into the night. You, dear listener, may feel that scent now, not with your nose, but with your chest, the way your breath rises and lowers, as if remembering something warm from long ago. Perhaps a morning when someone made you toast before the sun rose, or a bite of bread too good to rush. Or maybe it's a dream you've never had but hope to. Let that warmth fill your body, from the soles of your feet to the space behind your eyes. Let your thoughts feel like rising dough, slow, patient, forgiving. There is no rush here, no need to be anything but still. Low, only to rest. Outside, The window cools. The crust tightens on the small, forgotten loaf. The flour settles. The dream it carried slips back to where dreams belong. In Sleepy Hollow, wrapped in scent and silence, sinks one breath deeper into sleep. Just beyond the farthest fence post, where fields fade into thistle and fern, there stands an old ash tree. Its branches are bare now, etched like silver lines against the night sky. But in its highest crook, just beneath the stars, rests a tiny round sparrow. Her name is Cinder, though no one named her, not aloud. She was meant to leave with the others when the air turned crisp, and the leaves browned and broke away. But something in the hollow made her stay. Some say it was the warmth of chimney smoke. Others believe it was the sound of the market bell, so round and soft, like a nest made of air. Or maybe it was simply that she felt safe, and so she did not fly south. She tucked herself tighter into the hollow's hush, and each evening she watches. She watches bread rise, and candles blink and shutters close. She watches sleep unfold like a soft woolen blanket passed from home to home, and the hollow, in turn, watches her back. Tonight, Cinder ruffles her feathers. The stars above her are bright but not sharp. Just the glow of old light, kind light. Below, the path is lit with dream lanterns. She sees Fen, the dreamkeeper, returning from the library. She sees Marta's window, still fogged with sleep. She sees the bell tower, silent now, but never absent. She tilts her head, and slowly, without urgency, she tucks it under her wing, and sleep takes her too. In the village, there is a saying, "If the sparrow stays, so may you." It means there is no hurry to leave, no pressure to wake, no shame in stillness. It means the world may turn. But here, you are safe. So, dear listener, tuck your own thoughts beneath your wing. Let them rest. Let them grow warm. Let them quiet. You are not missing anything. You're part of it all, just by breathing. Let the hush of the hollow fill your lungs. Let it echo gently behind your ribs. Let your heartbeat fall into rhythm with Cinder's quiet breath. She will keep watch. You may drift, and when you do, know that the ash tree will remember, and the stars will glow just the same. Above the rooftops, above the weaving lanes and ivy-wrapped shutters, rises the stone bell tower. Not tall, not grand, it's true. Its stones were stacked by hands that now sleep in earth. Its wooden beams whisper when the wind moves just right. And at its heart, the bell, heavy, round, bronze, touched by time, cradled in rafters wrapped in straw to soften the swing. Silent now, but never forgotten. And beneath the bell, in a small room lined with wool blankets and a cedar trunk, sleeps the bell ringer. Name is Toma, and he is the only one who knows the bell's full voice. It's not just the sound it makes when rung, but the sound it longs to make when it rests, because bells dream too. They dream in tones. They hum in silence. They remember storms, weddings, and winters just by resting in air. Toma's hands are thick with callus. He does not ring the bell with force, but with rhythm, with patience. It takes 3 pulls, always 3. The first to wake the air, the second to settle the day, the third to tell the hollow it's time to sleep. And after that, he sleeps too, but not always easily. Some nights, his mind buzzes like an unrung chime. Memories of bells in other towns, of a time before the hollow, when bells called to war, not dreams. Those bells were loud, brash, hungry for echoes. But the market bell of Sleepy Hollow was different. It didn't call for attention. It gave permission to stop, to soften, to sleep. Tonight, after his 3 pulls, Toma lit a small candle in the tower's corner. He sat beside it, wrapped in his wool cloak, and let the silence settle. He thought about the way the bell swung. Not too fast, not too slow, just right. The way the rope responded, loyal. Warm in his palm, he closed his eyes, not to chase sleep, but to listen. Somewhere deep in the quiet, he heard the bell speak back, not with words, not with ringing, but with presence, a knowing. A low hum that began behind his ribs and echoed down into the soles of his feet, laid back, and dreamed. His dream was simple. He was standing in the tower as the sky turned golden around him. Rooftops shimmered, and the air smelled of baked pears and pine. He took the rope in his hand, but the bell swung on its own. Once, twice, 3 times. And from the sound, flowers bloomed across the stones. Doors opened without knocking. Children laughed in their sleep. The sound of the bell didn't just mark the end of the market, it wove time together, it said. You are here and you are home. He woke with that feeling still in his chest. The candle had burned down. The room smelled of wax and cedar, and outside, the hollow slept in perfect peace. He tucked the blanket beneath his chin. The rope lay still. The bell above him held its breath. He let go of his thoughts. Like letting go of a rung rope, soft, loose, falling into rest. Now you, dear listener, may rest too. Let the bell's imagined tone fill your chest, not loud, just warm. Let it settle into your spine, then soften behind your eyes. You do not need to ring anything. You do not need to call for sleep. It is already here. You are already inside the dream. Let the bell echo behind your thoughts. Just once more. And sleep. There is a small building at the edge of the village, half covered in moss, and shaped like a pocket watch that fell sideways into the earth. It was once the timekeeper's workshop, but the timekeeper moved on, and the building now keeps no time at all. Inside, upon a velvet-draped table, sits a clock with no hands. Its face is mother of pearl, etched faintly with tiny stars. But where there should be ticking, there is only a low, steady hum like breath. This clock is known as the dream time. It doesn't count minutes, doesn't mark hours. Instead, it keeps track of stillness. And the hollow, in all its wisdom, decided that stillness was more important to measure than anything else. Each night, after the bell has rung and faded, anyone may visit the dream time. They don't need to speak. They don't need to wind it. They simply sit, close their eyes, and breathe. And the clock begins to hum in reply. It hums in tune with the breath. Not louder, just more present. Like the way a sleeping cat's purr seems to fill the entire room once everything else has quieted down. Tonight, a young boy named Oren tiptoes into the workshop. He carries a blanket wrapped around his shoulders and a sprig of rosemary in his palm. No one told him to come, but he couldn't sleep. Not because he was restless, but because he was curious. What would the clock sound like if he sat still enough? He lowers himself onto the stool. His feet don't quite reach the ground. He places the rosemary gently beside the clock, closes his eyes, and waits. At first, there is only the silence of wood and stone, the warmth of velvet beneath his palms, then a tone, low, round, like the deepest part of a cello. If it were singing in its sleep, it doesn't surround him, it welcomes him in. His breath slows, his shoulders drop. The blanket slides slightly down his arms, and still, he does not move. He has entered the dream time. The clock's hum shifts, just slightly with each inhale. It's not magic, it's memory. The clock remembers every breath ever shared within this space. It has no hands, but it holds hands with those who seek it, and it holds Oren now, not tightly, not like a grip. It's more like a gentle palm at the small of the back, guiding. Outside the workshop, a fox pauses beneath the window, lifts its nose to the air, then sits, as if it, too, is listening, not just to the boy, but to the stillness he's creating, to the clock that does not count time, but holds it, keeps it safe, keeps it slow. Oren opens his eyes. The clock has not changed, but he has. His chest feels lighter, his thoughts softer, his breath almost invisible. Smiles, not big, just enough, then rises. He leaves the rosemary sprig where it is, an offering, a thank you, and tiptoes back into the night. The clock does not stop humming, even when no one is watching. It keeps stillness for all, and tonight it is full, brimming with the breath of a child who dared to sit in perfect quiet, who let the hum in, who became part of the pause. Now, dear listener, you may enter the dream time too. No ticket, no effort, just breath. Let it rise gently, then fall. Let your thoughts sit like Oren did, small feet dangling, curious, unafraid. Let the hum begin behind your ribs. Let it wrap around your breath. Let it remind you that time, real time, is not what ticks, it's what stills. And now you are still, and that means you are right on time. Behind the apothecary's cottage, where the stones of the wall lean in like old friends sharing secrets, there lies a garden that blooms only in moonlight. By day, it seems unremarkable. Low herbs, fuzzy leaves, a few stubborn stalks of mint. But after the bell rings, after shutters are closed, and windows breathe out warmth, this garden wakes. Each plant glows faintly, not with light, but with memory. This is Eloan's garden. She is the apothecary, and also its quiet keeper. Some say she speaks to the plants, others say they speak first. But Eloan knows what few still remember, that certain herbs dream more deeply after sundown. Tonight, as clouds drift softly across the stars, Eloan walks barefoot between the beds, a basket on her arm, a wool shawl wrapped over her shoulders. Smelling faintly of chamomile and rose ash, she pauses beside a patch of sleepwort, a shy plant, with silver-tipped leaves and blossoms that only unfurl after dusk. Softly. A note passed down from mothers to daughters, never written down, only remembered in the body. The leaves respond. They rustle like the softest applause. They lean toward her hand, offering themselves. She plucks only what is needed. 1 stem, 3 petals, enough for a tincture to help the dreamless sleep. Behind her, the rest of the garden breathes. Mullein sways slightly even without wind. Nighttime releases its scent like a sigh kept all day. There is a corner where lavender rests with its head on soft moss, and a small pot of lemon balm hums to itself. Dreaming of sunshine it hasn't seen in weeks, Eloan gathers in silence. Not because words are forbidden, but because silence allows the garden to remember. She places each herb in her basket with care, not like ingredients, like stories. In the cottage, a kettle waits. Its copper belly reflects the moonlight through a cracked window pane. Eloan lights a small flame. Not too hot, just enough. She pours the water, adds petals, a slice of honey root, stirs once clockwise, then lets it rest. The room fills slowly with scent, a sleepy scent. Not floral, not sweet, just soft. Like the breath of someone who's just let go of a long-held worry. She pours the mixture into a jar, wraps it in linen, and places it in a wooden box marked with a carved bell. Tomorrow, someone will pick it up. They'll whisper thanks and sleep deeply. But for now, Eloan drinks the last of the brew herself. She settles into her old rocking chair, a quilt over her knees, and watches the steam rise from her cup. Each curl of vapor tells her something she's always known, that dreams begin in the quietest places, like herb gardens and warm kitchens, and hearts that ask for nothing but peace. Outside, the garden hums. The herbs tuck themselves in, the night cools, and the hollow drifts deeper into stillness. Now you, dear listener, may sip from the same cup, not in your hands, but with your breath. Inhale gently, as if drawing in warmth from a quiet garden. Exhale slowly, as if returning thanks to the soil. Let them soften your thoughts like Eloan's shawl, warm, worn, and woven with patience. You are welcome here. You are part of the garden, and it is blooming just for you. As the night folds its edges into the valley, and the lanterns dim without a sound, Sleepy Hollow nears the moment between sleep and silence, the place where even time holds its breath. And in that quietest hour, when the third chime of the bell has long since faded, there walks a figure known only as the Dreamkeeper. No one sees their face. No one knows where they sleep, but every home in the hollow has felt the trace of their kindness. Some say they carry a book made of willow bark. Others whisper of a cloak stitched with strands of starlight. But all agree on this. The Dreamkeeper comes not to wake, but to watch. Not to gather dreams, but to guard them. Tonight, as windows glow faintly with the breath of sleep, the Dreamkeeper walks the path through the village, barefoot, so as not to wake even the stones. They pause at each doorstep, not for long, just enough to feel the hush within. A child's toy forgotten on the porch, they place it gently by the door. A lantern left swinging. They still it with one hand. At the well they pause, not to draw water, but to listen. The well dreams, too. Of hands once lowered buckets, of laughter echoing down its sides, of wishes whispered into its dark. The dreamkeeper leaves a silver pebble on its rim, a gift, a thank you, a promise. The market green, the wind has stilled. Only the memory of trade lingers there. Of apples weighed in woolen sleeves, and old women trading stories as easily as coin. And above it all, the bell, still listening. The dreamkeeper climbs the steps of the tower, one by one. Not quickly, not slowly, just right. Inside, the bell ringer sleeps, arms folded beneath his cloak, a faint smile across his resting face.
Oh, the dreamkeeper does not wake him.
They simply reach out, rest a hand against the bell's base, and close their eyes. And the bell, though it does not swing, offers a final silent chime. Not with sound, but with weight. Presence felt in the chest, behind the eyes. Just at the edge of waking thought, chime that says, "You may rest now, all is well, all has been remembered." The dreamkeeper descends the steps, their shadow long and soft behind them. And as they pass through the hollow one final time tonight, the stars seem to glow just slightly more, as if winking, as if blessing, as if tucking in the world. In every home, Marta's oven still warm from yesterday's bread, Eloin's empty cup beside a rocking chair, Oren's blanket tucked beneath his chin, Thester's ink bottle now sealed with a cork of wax. Stillness settles, breath deepens, dreams like moths unfurl their wings and begin to drift, no longer held, no longer waiting. They flutter gently across pillows, through windows, between quiet thoughts, landing wherever they're needed. And you, dear listener, you too feel that presence now. Not a figure, not a sound, but the hush, the quiet permission. To loosen your grip, to let go of the day, to sink. You are not alone. You are part of the hollow now. The bell has rung for you. The dreamkeeper has passed your door, and sleep has found you. Let your breath slow. Let your chest rise and fall like the lull of old village hills. Let your thoughts become gentle. Fewer now, lighter now, like petals floating in a warm stream. Let yourself rest. Because the bell has spoken, the market has closed, and dreams are blooming all around you. Ease into your space. Let your body melt against your pillow or chair, and feel the hush of the evening enfolding you. Breathe in and breathe out, softly, gently, and notice every inch of your body relaxing. Feel the support beneath you. Your shoulders releasing, your arms heavy, your legs sinking deeper. Inhale calm. Exhale any tension. Let the day's noise fade, like a distant flute melody drifting off. Imagine yourself now in a warm, candlelit tavern on a quiet medieval lane. The scent of mulled cider-sweet apples, warming spices drifts softly through the air. A gentle breeze whispers through a slightly open window, stirring old curtains and awakening the hush of the night. Allow your eyelids to grow heavier, each blink slower, each breath deeper, easier, allowing your mind to float toward peace. Let your breath settle into a comforting rhythm. Inhale for a count of 4. Exhale for a count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Soft, steady. Just the sound of breath in a restful space. With each exhale, allow more stillness, more softness. A gentle wave of calm flows from your head, down your neck, through your shoulders, and all the way to your toes. Now, as my voice guides you, feel yourself drifting deeper, ready to join the story in candlelight. 10. You step through the tavern door, the latch whispering as you enter. 9. The warmth of hearth and cider welcomes you. 8. A soft clink of tankards, the low hum of other patrons, sets a peaceful tone. 7. You settle into a rustic wooden chair, sturdy and worn. 6. Soft smoke curls upward from the hearth, swirling gently in the lantern glow. 5. Halfway now, deeper in comfort. 4. Your mind drifts lightly, untethered. 3. You feel as still as the ink about to be penned. 2. So calm, so open, completely relaxed, sound ready to listen. Our story today begins in the cozy heart of that tavern, under the glow of beeswax candles. A gentle bard, let's call him, Alaric sits in a corner by the hearth, tuning his lute with slow, measured plucks. The scratch of string on wood is soft, comforting, like birdsong at dawn. Round him lie small jars of ink dark as midnight, made from crushed oak galls brewed over hours until smooth and deep as microphones. Calm +1 Inner Health Studio. Calm +1. Alaric dips his goose feather quill into the inky pot and hums a lullaby. His voice blends with the quiet crackle of fire and the rustle of pages as he opens a well-worn parchment. The quill scrapes softly across the page. Scratch. The sound is rhythmic, gentle, a lullaby, not just in song but in ink and breath. Feel the warmth of cider resting on the table beside you. You may hold a mug, feel its weight, hear its rim soft clicking under your fingertips. Alaric pauses, inhales the thick scent of oakygall ink and honeyed wax, then scribbles another line of his new song, a calming melody meant for weary hearts. In medieval times, ink was not just ink, it was crafted with reverence. Oak galls, with their silky tannin, were simmered slowly to release color and depth. The process could take hours, requiring patience and gentle attention, much like the making of a lullaby. As the quill moves, you may feel your own breath slowing, sinking to its rhythm. Scratch, sip, hum, breathe. You are safe. You are still. Alaric sings now softly, his words flowing into the lamplit room. A moonlit breeze carries dreams tonight. His voice is low, a slow whisper that dances with the flames. You feel the ember warmth near your skin, the mug's heat in your hands. Cinnamon and clove swirl in each sip. The tavern, once bustling, has grown silent, settled into the hush of the night. You listen to the gentle chord of lute and lullaby. Every note a step deeper into calm, every word a tender promise of rest. You're still there, not walking, not thinking, just resting in the space the story left behind. Stones have stopped echoing, the bells have quieted, the candles have gone out, but the peace remains. Now, the hush becomes part of you. The softness of the linen robes, the hush of leaves outside the abbey wall, the lightest step of Brother Aurelius padding barefoot through the herb garden at dusk. It's not that you're remembering, it's that you're becoming the stillness, becoming the shadow between the prayers, becoming the breath between candle marks. There is nothing more to see, nothing more to follow, only the gentle rhythm of breath and the dream space that holds it. Somewhere in the monastery, perhaps only in the memory of it, a single lantern still glows. It doesn't need to illuminate a path. It doesn't warn or guide, it simply exists, steady, soft, flickering in time with your breath. Its flame rises as you inhale and softens as you exhale. Breathe with it, match it. Let it lead you deeper. There's a wind now, soft as breath. It passes gently over rosemary leaves and cool stones. Carries no scent but sleep. It finds you resting on a woven cot. Your hands open, your feet relaxed, your eyelids closed, not from effort, but from ease. The breeze moves through your thoughts, collecting the last bits of tension and carrying them into the sky. You are as weightless as a feather caught in that wind, floating, slow, drifting beyond the cloister walls and into the quiet beyond. Now, there is no monastery, there are no monks, no bells, no pages turning, no chant. Just the echo of a story you've heard and the softness it left behind. You don't need to remember what was said. You don't need to think about where you've been. All of that is already fading, melting, dissolving into the gentlest dark. The kind of dark that feels warm, not empty full, not cold safe, not silent but hushed. You rest in that hush now, and the hush rests in you. Let it all fade. Let your limbs drift. Let your thoughts dissolve. Let your whole self be still. There is nothing now but breath and comfort and dark as soft as velvet. Let go. Let go. You are the flame. You are the hush. You are the story now. Nay. And stories don't sleep. They simply fade gently into night. Please allow yourself to relax. Feel the support beneath you, and let the evening gently hold you. Breathe in. Breathe out. Softly, slowly. and feel your body beginning to settle. Take another gentle breath in, and as you exhale, notice any tension drifting away, leaving your shoulders, your fingers, your toes softening, washing away with the quiet calm of dusk. With each exhale, you feel a touch deeper, a touch quieter, a touch more at peace. Right. Now close your eyes or soften your gaze, and imagine stepping onto a mossy stone path, winding up a gentle hill. The air around you is cool, scented with wild thyme and ancient stone. Our story today begins among those high hills, beside an old monastery whose walls catch the last rose gold of sunset, and where every evening, in the hush that preludes night, the lanterns are brought forth. Allow your mind to drift to the monastery steps, where Brother Aurelius places a horn and beeswax lantern on each worn stone. The lantern's glow is warm, amber, almost a live itch flicker tied to his soft exhalations. In medieval times, monks measured time not by clocks but by prayers, and the soft melting of candle marks, teeny notches in the wax that quietly marked each hour of devotion. Imagine those candle marks glowing gently like faint memories of the day, softened by twilight. You breathe in that same calm, breathe out, letting your body soften further. You are safe, you are still, you are welcome. Deepening. With each soft whisper of my voice, allow yourself to descend deeper, to a space of serene rest. 10. Feel the cool stone under your feet, grounding you in this gentle moment. 9. Hear the subtle hum of lantern flame, whisper soft, soothing your mind. 8. Imagine stepping beneath a cloister arch, shade deepening, breathing slowing. 7. Sense the faint draft through the open arches, carrying peace through every breath. 6. Let your muscles soften, as if bathed in candlelight's hush. 5. You are halfway down now, deeper and more relaxed. For each gentle breath brings more ease. 3. Your mind glides downward like a falling leaf. 2. You are calm, you are weightless, drifting, when you arrive in full serenity, cradled by the monastery's twilight embrace. Now you rest in this peaceful hush, open to the soft story that awaits. Our story today begins in that hushed dusk at the hilltop monastery, where Brother Aurelius finishes lighting his lanterns. The quiet footfalls of his habit echo softly against moss, beneath stone. Each light is placed with care, a ritual shaped by centuries, meant to guide the monks through each whispered prayer. Feel the lantern's warmth drawing you in, guiding you toward the cloister gallery where the monks will gather for their first office of the night. Imagine leather-bound books resting on oak shelves, their pages full of midnight prayers, waiting for candlelight to dance across them. Above, the stone arches cradled the deepening sky and beyond. You sense a forest's hush leaves drifting like gentle waves, soft enough to lull your thoughts. And now, gently, drift further still. Allow each detailed flame, each breath, each hush, to breathe you toward sleep. Now, imagine stepping softly beneath the monastery's cloistered arches. The air here is still and sacred, but not in a heavy way. More like the softness of old parchment, or the hush that follows snowfall in the hills. Brother Aurelius moves with quiet reverence, his lantern casting sleepy light upon the flagstones as he walks past ivy-clad walls. The flame inside flickers gently warm and steady, just enough to guide, not to awaken. He passes by a small stone fountain in the center of the courtyard. You can hear it now, a gentle rhythmic trickle. Trickle, as cool water spills from the mouth of a weathered lion carved long ago. This is the monastery at twilight. This is peace in its oldest form. Each evening, at this exact time, the monks of St. Selen's Abbey walk in silence through the passageways. Aurelius is the first, he's the lantern bearer tonight, and with each lantern he lights, he marks a chapter not just in time, but in presence. In the 13th century, long before chiming clocks reached every village, monks used candle marks to divide the night. Thin cuts were carved into tall candles, each notch marking a precise span of time, sometimes up to 20 minutes per melt. And so, instead of watching hands turn on a clock, they watched light slowly shrink. You can see it now in your mind's eye. Aurelius lights one such candle near the scriptorium door. Its soft golden body has 5 shallow notches, each waiting to melt into memory, breath, a flame. A quiet moment held in wax. And you, dear listener, may feel your own breath sink with the melt. Slower, gentler, lighter, till you too begin to soften like wax by firelight. Brother Aurelius continues down the hallway, his soft leather sandals tapping gently, rhythmically, on the worn limestone beneath his feet. Step, pause. Pause. You follow him, not with your body, but with your drifting thoughts. The hallway is lined with old tapestries woven depictions of saints and seasons. Their threads are faded now, soft to the eye. Muted blues and earth-washed greens like they've been kissed gently by 100 winters. You pass a tapestry of the stars, each golden stitch representing a constellation once watched from the bell tower above. The monks believed the stars whispered truths if you were quiet enough to listen. And so, in the dead of winter, wrapped in cloaks and silence, they would climb the tower, gaze skyward, and just be still. You too may imagine yourself wrapped in wool, looking up, the wind hushed soft, the sky velvet dark, and the lantern light beside you warm against the cool breath of the night. At the end of the passage, Aurelius enters the small refectoria, cozy room for the monk's evening meal. It is not grand. It is not lit by chandeliers. Instead, it is warmed by a single low hearth where a fire crackles patiently. The scent of burning applewood fills the room, and from a small iron pot on the hearth, something fragrant steams, chamomile and fennel, a sleepy tea steeped with herbs from the abbey's own garden. The monks believe in the wisdom of plants, how each herb has a spirit, and some spirits, they say, prefer to speak at night. You can hear the soft clink of a clay mug being filled. Aurelius takes one to the elder monk, Father Elric, who nods with a grateful whisper of thanks. Now, let yourself imagine the weight of that cup in your own hands. It's warm, grounding, comforting. Steam curls gently upward. You take a sip, and let its stillness fill you. Noon the monks will gather for Compline their final prayer before bed.
Oh no, words are spoken aloud as they walk in.
Only the soft brush of robes against stone, and the low sigh of wind through ancient windows. Candles are lit in a semicircle, their flames dancing like old souls reunited. Each brother bows, then sits. Aurelius is last. Then, a single note begins, low, clear, and kind. It is a Gregorian chant, slow as snow falling. No need for words, just sound and breath, and a feeling of being exactly where one should be. Even you now may begin to feel part of it all, as if the candle's light reaches through the story and warms your cheeks, as if the chant hums just behind your breath. Sleep is beginning to hold your hand. Now the final prayer is complete. The candle flames remain steady, as if listening. And Brother Aurelius rises, his lantern once again in hand. He does not return to his chambers yet. There is one last place he visits each night, a place older than the stone beneath the monastery itself, the bell tower. His steps are unhurried. He moves like someone who has done this walk 1,000 times and will do it 1,000 more. Through the old cloister walk again, past the fountain's slow trickle, and now toward a heavy oak door. He lifts the wrought iron latch. It opens with the soft groan of hinges worn smooth by centuries of moonlight. Behind it, a spiraling staircase made of cold-hewn stone. Each step is curved, each one worn slightly in the center by the souls of monks long gone. Let your breath follow him upward. Feel each footstep as if it were your own, steady, slow, circular. The air grows cooler here. You can smell the faintest trace of lichen and old wood. The lantern's glow casts long shadows up the walls. The light flickers. And in that flicker, it's as though you catch glimpses of the past monks climbing with ink-stained fingers. Bell ropes held reverently, stars reflected in their tired eyes. At the top of the tower is no clock, just open arches that look out in all 4 directions. North, south, east, west, and above, a cathedral of stars. Light. The bell sits still, hanging in its cradles, silent for now, only rung in moments of great need. But it's not the bell Brother Aurelius comes to see. He places his lantern on a low stone ledge and lifts his gaze skyward. The stars are everywhere, thousands of them, strewn across the velvet sky like stories waiting to be read. In medieval times, it was believed that the stars could whisper divine truths, that angels lived in constellations, and that a monk who listened quietly might catch a glimpse not with his eyes, but with his soul. So Aurelius simply listens. Let's listen with him, shall we? Close your eyes tighter if they aren't already closed. And imagine the sound of absolute stillness. No footsteps, no voices. Only wind, soft as a lullaby, bikerling through the tower arches. Breathe with the wind. Let it pass over your skin. Let it carry away the last thoughts of the day. In one corner of the tower, tucked beneath a stone shelf, lies a leather-bound journal. Aurelius opens it gently, pages creaking like wood in winter. Each page is filled with small, steady writing. It's a record of the stars, night after night. Monks who climbed this tower wrote what they saw, not just what they saw in the sky, but what they felt in their hearts while watching it. Some entries are prayers, some are lullabies. One says simply, "Tonight I saw a falling star. It reminded me of a breath leaving the body. Gentle, fading, beautiful." Aurelius runs a finger along the edges of that page, closes the journal, and for a moment, closes his eyes too, to imagine the peace he feels. Imagine it wrapping around you now, like a warm woolen cloak. Nothing to do, nothing to worry, just soft breathing and stars. After a while, Aurelius picks up his lantern once more. Its flame is smaller now, dancing lower inside the horn's soft walls. The wax has begun to pool. Time has passed gently, without being chased. He begins his descent down the spiral stairs. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. Each one softer than before. And as he returns to his small cellar room, barely large enough for a bed, a stool, and a wooden cross, he sets the lantern beside his cot. He kneels, silently, then lies down with a quiet sigh, the kind that says, "This day is done, and I am at peace." Now imagine the soft sound of the lantern's last flicker. As the flame curls inward and fades, you too may begin to feel yourself sinking, gently, gently, deeper into your own rest. Let go, like the wax melting into its dish. Let go, like starlight falling through ancient arches. Let go, like silence itself. Midnight settles across the hilltop monastery like a blanket woven from fog and moonlight. The walls, thick, ancient, and wise, hum with the warmth of old breath, as if they, too, are drifting into sleep. Outside, the forest rustles softly, just a breeze moving through pine and cedar. No wind, no storm. Only the quiet sigh of leaves folding into stillness. And within the abbey, every flame has dimmed. Every book is closed. It's died. And even the air seems to move more slowly. This is the hour of the deepest silence. Far beneath the bell tower, in the heart of the abbey, a small group of monks stir once more. They rise not with haste, but with reverence, to observe the nocturnes, a midnight prayer spoken in soft unity. Even in the 12th century, some monasteries would wake at this hour, to speak to the night as if it were a friend. They believed that in the hush between dusk and dawn, heaven came closest to earth. You hear the quiet shuffle of bare feet on stone, the rustle of linen robes, a breath, then a whisper. No candles are lit this time, only the stars through the high glass windows. Their light spills onto the stone floor in silvery puddles. A voice begins a chant, not sung, but spoken like a dream spoken aloud. You may find your own thoughts softening, your mind floating in rhythm with the chant's gentle cadence. In his room, Brother Aurelius sleeps. His lantern has gone out, but his thoughts glow gently. Dreams in the Middle Ages were believed to be messages, not just from the mind, but from divine realms. And tonight, Aurelius dreams of walking through the abbey, long after everyone else has vanished. But in the dream, the lantern he carries is made not of horn and wax, but of starlight and breath. Each step he takes lights a memory. The first time he tasted the sleepy tea, the first chant he ever heard, the warmth of the scriptorium in winter. In his dream, the candle marks melt, not on candles, but in his chest. Each one a slow softening. Each one a surrender. You may feel the same now, as if within your chest a candle mark is melting, not in fire, but in stillness. Let your breath move gently now, like honey warming in the sun. Let your shoulders melt like wax. Let your mind dim its brightness. Let rest wrap around you. Outside the monastery, the world sleeps. But the forest remains, ever present, ever patient. Its branches hold the stories of the land, just as the abbey walls hold the stories of the monks. There is an old trail behind the monastery, a narrow, mossy path where monks once gathered herbs. Valerian for sleep, lemon balm for sorrow, rosemary for remembrance. It is said some monks believed the plants would whisper if approached with kindness, if harvested under moonlight, thanked. Imagine yourself there now. Barefoot on the soft forest path, hands brushing lavender, air thick with scent and silence. You do not need to walk, you only need to drift. To float on the quiet. Let the breeze guide you deeper. Back in his cell, Brother Aurelius turned slightly in his sleep. No dreams now. Only the weightless quiet that comes when even dreams have rested. His hands, still, his breath, slow, his spirit anchored. Now, dear listener, you too are nearing the still point of sleep. Let your breath match his. Let your limbs go heavy. Let the story dim into calm. There is nothing you need to do. No place you need to be. Just soft stone and soft breath. And the hush of the lanterns long since gone out. The hours have passed quietly, as they always do. In the sanctuary of stone and silence, outside, a faint silver begins to kiss the sky. Not yet daylight, but the first breath of it. Just the soft suggestion that night is nearly ready to lay down its cloak. The forest holds still, wrapped in a soft blanket of fog. Its breath has slowed. Yours has too. Deep. Inside the abbey, no bell rings. No door creaks. But something changes. The light returns. It's not like a burst, but like a whisper. The high windows of the scriptorium begin to glow, catching the palest threads of morning. They filter into the stone halls like ancient lace, woven softly over walls that have seen 1,000 dawns. Brother Aurelius is still sleeping, his hand resting gently on his wool blanket, his lantern long since darkened. But even in his sleep, some part of him stirs. He has no need for alarm. The body knows. The soul remembers. The light itself becomes the call. Before the sun rises, there is one final prayer of the night. Lauds. It is the prayer of praise, of thankfulness for the coming of light, the return of rhythm, the breath after silence. Aurelius sits up slowly. He does not open his eyes right away. Instead, he feels the air, noticing the way it has changed. There is something new in it, not warmer, not louder, just ready. And now, as he rises, so do others. One by one, they appear in the stone hallway, monks wrapped in silence, stepping into light as if returning from a shared dream. The lanterns, still where they were left, are lit once again. But this time is not for passage through night, but for greeting the day. The horn catches the new light, and something about the flame seems brighter, not in strength, but in spirit. Aurelius carries his lantern once more, his hand steady, his pace calm. He places it in the chapel, where sunbeams begin to thread down from high windows. And for a moment, light from flame and light from sky coexist in golden harmony. You can feel that too. The warmth of return, of a day beginning, but beginning slowly, without demand. After prayer, there is the soft meal. The monks gather in the refectory, where the same hearth glows with new life. The sleepy tea is replaced with warm oat broth and fresh bread, baked just before dawn by the novice baker, who believes bread should rise as the sun does. Gently, lovingly, without hurry. There is no chatter, only the gentle sound of wooden spoons and the occasional creak of a chair. Imagine now the scent of fresh bread, still warm, still sweet, spread with the softest honey. You hold a bowl in your hands, not because you are hungry, but because the warmth of it feels like being held. Before the day truly begins, the monks step out into the herb garden, a simple courtyard with lavender, thyme, mint, and rose. Dew glistens on every leaf. You can almost smell it, cool, fresh, alive. It is a monastery tradition to bless the plants each morning, not with water or chant, but with presence. To step into the garden and simply notice. Aurelius closes his eyes, places a hand gently on the rosemary bush, and breathes deeply, and you can do the same in your mind's garden. Breathe in the cool green, breathe out the night. Let yourself feel as if you, too, have been tended by this place, by lanterns and silence and sleep. And now, dear listener, we come full circle. Night has passed. The lanterns have been lit and dimmed and lit again. The monks return to their daily labors, tending to books, to garden beds, to the hush between prayers. You may stay and rest. For though the light has returned in the monastery, your body may still choose sleep. Let the rhythm of this place continue to rock you gently. Let your breath remain slow. Let your thoughts fade like candle marks, quietly melted into stillness. You're safe. You're soft. You are home. And now the monastery fades behind you, not in distance, but in clarity. You still feel it. The warmth of the lanterns, the hush of stone corridors, the chant drifting low and slow like morning mist. But it is no longer before you. Now it is within you. You carry it. In the quiet of your mind, you see a single lantern. Its flame dances gently, not to light a path, but simply to exist. You are that flame. You flicker softly, not in worry, not in urgency, but because light is your nature. Let yourself glow. Let yourself dim. Let yourself be still. You need not hold the world. It's just this moment, just this breath. In your dream, the abbey walls speak, not with words, but with warmth. A warmth that says, you may rest now. And in that stillness, 1,000 stories sleep. Of monks and stars. Of herbs and prayers. Of silent meals and flickering wax. And the soft, deliberate rhythm of a world not in a hurry. You are safe. You are still. You are the monk and the flame, the bell and the wind, the page and the breath. You do not need to wake. Not yet. Not soon. Sleep has come not to take you, but to sit beside you, and it will stay as long as you wish. Good night, gentle soul. Sleep well. Sleep deep. Sleep slow. The lanterns will be waiting. When you wake again, time moves differently here. It does not tick. It breathes. It sighs. It stretches. There are no clocks, only candle marks, and hearts that know when to rise and when to rest. And now, your moment to rest is here. Let the breath be easy. Let the muscles soften. Let the story dissolve. And so, we leave you in the abbey's inner garden. The herbs nod softly. The sun is warm, but not too warm. And the fountain hums its gentle lullaby. You lie beneath an olive tree, your hands folded peacefully over your chest, your eyelids heavy, your breath light. Above, the sky is blue silk. Around, the stones keep watch.
Oh.
Below, the earth cradles your bones like old friends. There is no past, no future. Only the rhythm of one long, slow, peaceful moment, held like a feather in the palm of your sleeve.
From the first carved combs in Stone Age camps to the sculpted wigs of pharaohs, human hair has never just been hair. It's been armor and identity, a canvas for culture, and a tool of rebellion. Across the ancient world, hairstyles weren't just trends, they were declarations of who you were, who you worshipped, who you loved, and what you feared. Each twist, curl, braid, or shaved patch told stories that couldn't be spoken. Whether knotted high above a noblewoman's head in the Tang dynasty, or matted into the dreadlocks of an Indian sadhu, hair whispered devotion, power, resistance, and memory. In this journey, we'll explore how ancient societies used hair not just for beauty but as a deeply meaningful symbol of self and society. From temples to tombs, from warriors to widows, this is the story of hair as history. In ancient Egypt, hair was not only sacred, it was strategic. Pharaohs, queens, and priests understood that the way one wore their hair could reflect divine authority or personal purity. Children and priests often had shaved heads, a symbol of cleanliness and ritual devotion. But adults of status, they wore wigs, grand, fragrant, and layered. These wigs weren't just fashion. They were declarations of class and control. Made from human hair or plant fibers, they were scented with oils and adorned with gold, beads, and sometimes even small amulets woven inside the locks. Women often wore tight braids or elaborate headdresses, and each style had a meaning. Royal women had specific wig designs that marked them as divine consorts. Hair was power, and the bigger, more styled, and cleaner it looked, the more influence it suggested. Hair could also cross boundaries. Nubian neighbors to the south influenced Egyptian styles, and vice versa. Braids were exchanged like culture, weaving nations together in quiet diplomacy. In the land of pyramids and papyrus, hair was no afterthought. It was crafted with intention, immortalized in tomb paintings, and offered to gods as a token of devotion and status. In the cradle of civilization, between the Tigris and Euphrates, the people of ancient Mesopotamia treated hair not merely as a part of the body, but as a thread connecting mortals to gods, kings to subjects, and citizens to cosmic order. From the earliest Sumerian cities to the mighty empires of Babylon and Assyria, hairstyles were woven with symbolism. Men and women alike considered hair a sacred expression of beauty, purity, and societal role. Elite men often wore their beards long and carefully curled, their hair similarly ranged in layered waves. This wasn't vanity, it was a coded signal. A well-groomed beard signified masculinity, wisdom, and favor with the divine. The longer and more sculpted the beard, the higher the man's status. Kings like Ashurbanipal and Sargon were often depicted with beards so intricately styled they looked like carved rope, each curl a declaration of power. Women wore their hair with elegance and precision, often parting it at the center and braiding it into complex patterns. Sometimes, wigs and extensions were added to increase volume and style. Hair ornaments, combs, pins, ribbons were more than decoration. They spoke of wealth, family standing, and temple devotion. Priests and priestesses took hair even more seriously. To serve in the temple was to walk a sacred line, and personal grooming was part of ritual. Cleanliness. Some priestly orders required shaven heads or very short hair, while others mandated long, uncut hair bound with linen. These rules varied by temple and god, but the underlying message was clear: your hair was never just yours. It belonged to the gods. In Mesopotamian mythology, hair even entered into the divine narrative. The goddess Ishtar, patron of beauty and love, was often shown with long, flowing locks, symbols of fertility and celestial power. Her tresses were said to ripple like rivers of gold, invoking both awe and desire. And then there were the laws. The famous Code of Hammurabi, one of the oldest legal texts in the world, included rules about grooming and appearances. In some cases, improper hairstyles could be seen as deceitful or disrespectful. Adultery, theft, or disobedience could be punished with the cutting or shaving of hair, a public humiliation. And spiritual shame. Hair, then, was deeply entwined with law, worship, art, and daily life. It was not simply combed. It was curated, not merely styled, but sanctified. In ancient Mesopotamia, every strand carried meaning. Whether sculpted into royal curls, plaited with motherly care, or shaved in sacred humility, hair was the silent script of civilization itself. In the ancient hills and deserts of Judea, among the shepherds, scribes, and prophets, hair was not a matter of personal preference, it was a matter of divine law. For the Israelites, Every strand of hair carried weight, woven with moral codes, sacred vows, and generational memory. In the Hebrew Bible, hair is treated not as vanity, but as virtue or violation. The Book of Numbers speaks of the Nazirite vow, a special covenant with God. Those who took it like Samson were forbidden from cutting their hair for the duration of their vow. This uncut hair became a living symbol of their dedication, a quiet, growing testimony to spiritual discipline. Samson's tale, often told with the rhythm of legend, remains one of the most iconic in hair history. His strength was bound to his unshorn locks, gifts not of muscle, but of obedience. When Delilah cut his hair, she didn't just rob him of power, she severed his connection to God. The story was not about hair alone, but what the hair meant: faithfulness, covenant, and divine favor. For priests, appearance was also strictly regulated. In the book of Leviticus, the priesthood was given instructions on how to wear their hair, neither too long nor shaven bald, but clean and moderate. Holiness, after all, began with order. Excess, on either side, was seen as chaos. The balance was not aesthetic, but sacred. Hair also played a part in mourning rituals. Upon the death of a loved one, Israelites would sometimes tear their garments and pull at their hair, a gesture of deep sorrow and spiritual disorientation. But official law later discouraged these acts, guiding people toward restraint to preserve the dignity of the body even in grief. Women's hair, too, was subject to powerful cultural and religious forces. In private, a woman's hair might be worn freely or braided with care, but in public, modesty prevailed. Married women often covered their hair as a sign of faithfulness and humility. A woman uncovering her hair publicly, or having it uncovered in punishment, could be an act of profound shame, as seen in certain legal passages where exposed hair symbolized accusation or disgrace. Hair was a boundary between the sacred and the profane, the devoted and the defiant, and this theme persisted into the time of Roman rule. Jewish communities held tightly to their appearance, resisting Roman grooming customs. While Roman men shaved and styled their beards and hair in the latest fashion, many Jewish men refused, wearing their natural beards with pride, a quiet refusal to assimilate. This resistance was more than cultural, it was spiritual. To adopt Roman styles was to risk losing religious identity. And so, hair became a line drawn not just on the face, but in the sand of empire. In ancient Israel, hair was a whisper of holiness, a banner of obedience, and sometimes a protest against the world outside. Each lock was a prayer, each braid a tradition, each cut or refusal to cut an act of faith. In the icy fjords and wine-swept coasts of Scandinavia, where ships split the sea and fire cracked against iron, the Vikings carved not just a legacy of conquest but of hair. To the Norse, hair was not only a reflection of the self, but of the clan, the gods, and the myths that shaped their world. It told tales of bravery and belonging woven into the rhythm of war drums and hearth songs alike. Viking men did not simply let their hair grow wild. They shaped it with care. Braids, top knots, and undercuts weren't modern trends, they were ancient traditions. Warriors often shaved the sides of their heads while leaving the top long and braided. This wasn't just practical for wearing helmets, it was symbolic. It declared readiness for battle, a mark of strength and aggression. Facial hair carried similar weight. Long beards, forked or plaited, were seen as signs of masculinity and wisdom. A full beard told the world this was a man who had weathered winters, survived storms, and stood his ground in raids and rituals. But not all Vikings looked the same. Archaeological finds show that grooming tools were common: combs, tweezers, razors, all made from bone, wood, or antler. Norsemen were far from unkempt savages. Cleanliness and grooming were valued, especially among the upper class. Saturday, or Laugardag, was literally bath day, a tradition of weekly washing and hair care that surprised even their European contemporaries. Women's hair held its own power. Worn long, often to the waist, it was brushed daily, and sometimes woven with beads, ribbons, or bone pins. A married woman typically wore her hair bound or covered, while a young maiden might leave hers flowing as a sign of fertility and freedom. In certain sagas, a woman's hair is undone in mourning or tied up before battle, a gesture of deep emotional or spiritual shift. Hair even flowed into Norse mythology. Thor, god of thunder, is described with a great red mane. His strength was echoed in his hair, a living flame of storm and war. But it is Sif, his wife, whose hair may hold the most legendary tale. The goddess with golden locks, her hair was so precious that when Loki mischievously cut it off, Thor demanded retribution. In atonement, the dwarves forged her new hair from spun gold hair that would grow like natural strands. This myth wasn't just poetic, it was philosophical. Hair was worth forging anew in divine fire. It was more than adornment, it was honor, identity, and divine connection. Among Viking burial sites, both men and women were sometimes buried with grooming tools. Combs placed near the hands, hairpins arranged with care. Even in death, hair mattered. It went with them to the halls of Valhalla or the fields of Folkvanger. Hair was never an afterthought. It was a battle cry, a love letter, a legend. In the Viking world, a braid could mean bloodline. A shaved scalp could signal war. A beard could declare allegiance to gods long forgotten but not lost. Beneath the endless blue skies and the golden sun of the Nile, where papyrus swayed and pyramids touched eternity, hair was more than vanity. In ancient Egypt it was sacred. In a land where every sunrise echoed the rebirth of Ra, the sun god, hair played a role in connecting mortals with the divine. From the humblest laborer to the highest pharaoh, strands of hair told stories of purity, power, and the eternal cycle of life. Early on, both men and women often shaved their heads. It was not merely a matter of cleanliness in a hot desert climate, but one of ritual purity. Smooth, bare scalps were seen as clean, hygienic, and free from earthly contamination. Wigs, not natural hair, became the canvas for artistic and spiritual expression. And oh, the wigs of Egypt, masterpieces of human hair, palm fiber, and sometimes even silver or gold threads, elaborate, heavy, and layered in geometric beauty. They adorned the heads of royals, nobles, and priests. A wig was not just a fashion accessory, it was a symbol of one's station, one's wealth, and sometimes one's relationship with the gods. Children had their own unique style. Often their heads were shaved completely, save for a single lock of hair, the side lock of youth. It curled behind the ear or hung at the side, marking innocence and divine favor. It would only be cut during a sacred rite of passage for women. Hair or its likeness became a delicate balance of elegance and meaning. Wigs could cascade in thick, black braids down the back or be styled into rounded layers. Beeswax and resin helped maintain their form, while fragrant oils and perfumes turned hair into a vessel of scent, meant to please both gods and mortals. Alike the goddess Hathor, patroness of love and music, was often depicted with a lush mane or a thick braided wig adorned with cow horns and a sun disk. She represented beauty, joy, and the maternal all qualities Egyptians saw reflected in the adornment of hair. Pharaohs, too, wore signature headdresses and wigs. The Nemes headdress, striped and flaring at the sides, was more than regalia. It was a visual halo of authority, a way to distinguish a mortal from a god-king. Beneath it, often, lay a carefully styled wig, reinforced with symbolism and sacred form. But not all hair told tales of privilege. Priests regularly shaved their entire bodies, including their hair, as a mark of spiritual cleanliness. Before entering temples, they bathed and removed every trace of hair to stand pure before the divine. It was a gesture of humility and holiness. Even in death, hair mattered. Mummies were buried with wigs or their own hair carefully braided and preserved. Hairpieces and combs were placed among their grave goods, reminders that beauty and care were not left behind. They journeyed into the afterlife. To the ancient Egyptians, hair was not trivial. It was art. It was identity. It was eternity. Whether braided into wigs, perfumed with sacred oils, or shaved away in acts of worship, hair was touched by gods, shaped by ritual, and honored in both life and death. In the misty mornings of ancient Japan, where cherry blossoms floated gently through the air and bamboo groves whispered with the wind, hair was not just appearance, it was a code, a symbol of status, a mirror of discipline, a badge of honor. Nowhere was this more visible than in the world of the samurai. The samurai warriors bound by bushed, the way of the warrior, were not only known for their swords and silence, but for the iconic chanmage. This hairstyle, with the top of the head shaved and the remaining hair oiled and tied into a small top knot, was not a random choice. It evolved from centuries of practice, ritual, and warfare. The shaved crown had a practical purpose. It allowed a warrior's helmet, or kabuto, to sit more comfortably and firmly during battle. But as with so many things in Japanese culture, function was layered with symbolism. The act of shaving the crown and tying the knot became a mark of loyalty and duty, submission to one's lord and to one's code. Cutting off the chanmage was not a simple haircut. It was social death. A samurai who lost his top knot, whether in punishment, disgrace, or mourning, was considered shamed. To lose your hair was to lose your honor. Yet the hairstyle was not only for samurai. Over time, variations of the chanmage appeared among merchants, farmers, and artisans. Each version slightly different, some higher, some flatter, some oiled, and lacquered into stiff perfection. But the core message remained: discipline, belonging, and respect for tradition. For women, hair told a different kind of story, one of grace, age, and status. Young, unmarried girls often wore their hair long and flowing, a symbol of youth and beauty. As a woman aged or married, her hairstyle would change, becoming more elaborate, more pinned, more decorated. Hair ornaments called kanzashi, made of gold, jade, or tortoiseshell, would glint in the morning light, each one holding a cultural or seasonal meaning. In the Edo period, hairstyles became increasingly complex. The shimata style of loops and top knots became popular among geisha and high-ranking courtesans. These were not mere decorations, they were architectural wonders. Hours of preparation, dozens of pins, and expert hands were required to create and maintain them. Hair in Japan was never casual. It was crafted with care, upheld with rituals, and preserved with meaning. Even the tools spoke volumes. Combs were carved from cherry wood or ivory. Oil, derived from camellia, was used to smooth and shine. These tools were down through generations, becoming family treasures, and in death, as in life, hair held its weight. Locks of hair were sometimes kept as tokens of love or mourning. A warrior might carry a locket of a loved one's hair into battle, close to his chest. In rare cases, lovers who could not be united in life left behind only strands bound together in silk cords. Then buried beneath moonlit trees. Hair was emotion made visible. It told who you were, where you belonged, what you had lost, and what you might still be loyal to. In a world where silence was virtue and emotion was often hidden behind masks of politeness, hair spoke the truth. For the samurai, it was dignity. For the geisha, it was beauty. For the people of Japan, it was heritage. In the echoing corridors of baroque palaces, where chandeliers shimmered like frozen fireworks and silk rustled with every step, hair became the very theater of power. Not the natural kind, no, but towering, powdered, and perfumed masterpieces perched atop noble heads. This was the age of the peruke, or powdered wig. It began modestly enough in 17th century France, where King Louis XIII, facing premature balding, popularized the use of wigs among nobles. But it was his son Louis XIV, the Sun King, who turned the wig into a symbol of majesty and might. His own glorious mane, artificially enhanced, cascaded in waves of curled locks down to his shoulders, and the court followed. To be noble was to be coiffed. Soon, entire rooms were devoted to hair preparation. Servants powdered, curled, and constructed wigs using wire frames, horsehair, human hair, and wool. These weren't simply styles, they were structures. Some reached as high as a foot above the scalp. The larger the wig, the greater the power. In England, too, powdered wigs became the norm among judges, lawyers, and aristocrats. White powder, often made from flour or starch, was applied not just for fashion, but for hygiene, to mask lice and smell in a time before regular bathing. Men's wigs had meaning. The full-bottomed wig for courtrooms, honest bob wig for middle-class clerks, and women, their hairstyles became floating gardens. In the 18th century, French noble women wore styles known as poufs massive, upward swept constructions decorated with ships, birds, and miniature scenes of war or romance. One might wear a tiny sailing ship, complete with flags embedded among the curls. These were not just for beauty, they were statements. A pouf might honor a recent military victory, or poke fun at political rivals. Hair became political satire, a silent voice towering above the heads of the crowd. But beyond court, hair spoke more quietly. Peasants, tradesmen, and urban workers rarely wore wigs. Instead, they bound their natural hair modestly. If at all, a woman's hair might be hidden beneath a linen cap or tied in a plain bun. Wigs, in contrast, marked status, distance from manual labor, and elite access to vanity. And when revolutions came, hair fell. In the French Revolution, the wig became a hated symbol of aristocracy. To be well coiffed was to be suspect. The guillotine claimed both heads and their powdered crowns. Simplicity returned. Hair became shorter, neater, less theatrical. Yet, remnants of wig culture lived on. British courtrooms still see judges in powdered hairpieces. Formality, in some cases, still curls its way back into the past. What began as a solution for royal baldness had turned into a continent-wide language of hierarchy. In Europe, hair could place you above the people or right in their line of fire. It was both your mask and your mirror. Across the vast and varied landscapes of Africa, from the dunes of the Sahara to the lush forests of the Congo, hair has long whispered sacred stories, not merely strands, but symbols. Hair in Africa was not only personal. It was public art, tribal, language, and ancestral memory woven into living form. Let us begin in Nubia, just south of ancient Egypt. Often overlooked, Nubian queens like Amanator and Amanashakheto wore intricately braided wigs, complex, layered, powerful. Their styles rivaled those of the pharaohs, not in imitation but in declaration. Each twist and bead was a royal decree. I am seen. I am sovereign. Travel westward to what is now Nigeria, among the Yoruba and Igbo people. Here, hair was artistry and ritual. Young girls' scalps became canvases for delicate cornrows, coils, and symbolic patterns, each reserved for specific roles: a bride, a warrior, a priestess in training, and those who created them. Hairdressers were not beauticians. They were keepers of knowledge, spiritual intermediaries. To allow someone to touch your hair was to entrust them with your very essence. In Namibia, among the Hema people, hair was sculpted in red clay, a paste of ochre and butterfat, rich in iron and meaning, coated every braid. It was protection, yes, from the harsh sun and dust, but also a badge of identity. Puberty, marriage, motherhood. Each chapter of a woman's life shaped her hair anew. It was not vanity, it was biography. But the most haunting stories of African hair are those forged in defiance. During the transatlantic slave trade, enslaved Africans carried only what memory could hold, and hair became resistance. Cornrows were more than convenient, they were maps. Yes, maps. Braids were styled in specific patterns that mimicked escape routes or denoted safe houses. Some concealed seeds within them, literal seeds of future survival hidden in plain sight. Braided close to the scalp. When voices were stolen, hair spoke. And though colonial powers tried to erase traditional African styles, branding them primitive or uncivil, these styles endured. In secret, in family, in ceremony, shaved heads often marked mourning or transformation, while dreadlocks, still worn by warriors and spiritual leaders today, symbolize divine strength and refusal to conform. African hair was sacred, a code, a crown, a quiet, active revolution. And now, centuries later, these traditions rise again on fashion runways, in classrooms, in film, and protest unapologetically reclaimed. To braid, to twist, to lock is not just to decorate. It is to remember. To say, we are still here, and we still speak through every curl and coil. In the land of marble temples, epics, and myth, hair was not a trivial detail. It was a mirror of virtue, of intellect, and even of divinity itself. Let us wander through the streets of ancient Athens, where young men trained in philosophy and wrestling wore hair that spoke as loudly as their words. In early Greek times, heroes like Achilles and Odysseus were described with flowing, radiant hair, calikomos, meaning of beautiful hair. Long, unbound hair on men was once a mark of youth, nobility, and divine favor. But time, as it does, reshaped ideals. By the classical era, the image of the wise Athenian had changed. Now, a tidy, short haircut became the standard of a rational, civic-minded man. The beard, however, remained a philosopher's crown. Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, all bearded, all thoughtful, all composed. The clean-cut forehead signaled reason. The beard hinted at maturity. Together, they whispered, "This man is governed by mind, not impulse." In contrast, slaves or those on the margins of society often had their heads shaved, not as fashion but as punishment or mark of inferiority. Thus, having hair just the right amount and kind was a political privilege. Now, let us cross the threshold of the Greek home where women's hair told a quieter, but no less powerful story. Respectable women wore their hair braided, coiled, and always contained. In public, it was often hidden under veils or scarves, a visual guard of modesty and virtue. Loose hair, that was for rituals, for moments of grief or ecstasy. And the rites of Dionysus. Women unbound their hair to step beyond the boundaries of reason. It symbolized surrender to divine madness and sacred chaos. In childhood, Greek girls wore their hair long and loose, but with puberty came the first major transformation. A braid was cut and dedicated to Artemis, goddess of the hunt and protector of young women. This wasn't simply a haircut. It was a rite of passage from innocence to societal duty. Even the goddesses had their own hair signatures. Athena, warrior and strategist, kept hers neat under her war helmet. Order, discipline. Aphrodite, goddess of love, wore hers in sensual waves. Beauty, allure, and mortal women followed suit. To mimic a goddess was to aspire to her virtues. Hair was divine. Architecture. It shaped identity. It marked transitions. It whispered of one's place in the cosmos. So the next time you see a Greek statue frozen in stone, but alive in detail, look at the hair. Each curl and braid is a relic of a civilization that believed the soul could speak through strands. In the vast empire of ancient China, where dragons curled through legends and scholars penned wisdom beneath candlelight, hair was not yours to command. It was a gift, a sacred extension of your body and of your parents, according to the Confucian classic, the classic of filial piety. To harm one's body, including one's hair, was to dishonor one's family. To cut it without reason, a silent betrayal. So, hair was allowed to grow, long, straight, composed. It flowed not with vanity, but with virtue. Let us begin with men. A scholar's top knot was a badge of discipline. His robes swept the floor, and his hair swept the heavens, bound into a neat bun atop the head, secured with a simple wooden or jade pin. This was not just a style. It was a philosophy. Hair unbound in public suggested mourning. Or madness. Or rebellion. A wild mane could frighten neighbors more than a raised voice. Now, step into the household of a noble family, where a mother carefully coils her daughter's hair into an arrangement that reveals everything: her age, status, and future. Young girls often wore twin buns, a signal of innocence. But upon marriage, the hair was restyled. A single coil, a more refined bun, adorned with gold combs, jade pins, or even silk flowers during celebrations. Hair was communication, more fluent than language. During the Tang Dynasty, hairstyles became theatrical. Court ladies built towering structures on their heads, bouffant styles adorned with phoenix pins, ribboned loops, and fragrant blossoms. These styles echoed wealth, taste, and dynasty. But with the shift of power came new rules. When the Manchu conquered and established the Qing dynasty, they imposed the Q hairstyle. The front of a man's head was shaved, while the rest was braided into a long tail. This was not fashion. It was domination. The Han Chinese despised it. Cutting one's hair was against Confucian ideals. Some chose death over compliance. For them, the queue was a foreign yoke. And refusing it became an act of resistance. Meanwhile, Taoist monks shaved their heads completely. So did Buddhists, but not for shame. For them, the absence of hair symbolized release from ego, from vanity, from earthly weight. To let go of hair was to let go of attachment. And so, in the heart of China's oldest cities, and the quiet halls of its temples, hair became both a symbol of obedience and a weapon of silent defiance. Each strand, carefully combed or completely erased, told a tale of ancestry, duty, and the enduring push and pull between order and self. In the sacred lands of ancient India, where temple bells echoed at dawn, and the Ganges flowed like a ribbon of time, hair was never just hair. It was ritual. It was symbol. It was soul. Let us begin with the sadhus, the wandering ascetics. These were men who had given up family, home, and name in pursuit of the divine. They let their hair grow wild, never combed, never cut into thick, matted dreadlocks called yada. This wasn't neglect. It was spiritual discipline. The yada mirrored the locks of Lord Shiva, the god of destruction and rebirth. In mythology, Shiva's dreadlocks were so powerful they held back the crashing flow of the mighty Ganges River itself. So, to wear one's hair this way was not a style, it was a living prayer. But not all hair was left to grow. Some pilgrims, before entering a sacred site, shaved their heads completely. The act was surrender. Each falling strand was a sacrifice, a cleansing of ego, of past karma, of earthly desire. Even children were included. A baby's first haircut, called mundan, was a rite of passage believed to purify the soul and sever ties to a previous life. And in times of grief, male relatives shaved their heads again. It wasn't vanity, it was mourning, humility before the vastness of life and death. Hair also whispered secrets of caste and duty. Upper caste men, especially Brahmins, shaved their heads, but left a single tuft at the crown, called a shika. This was not decorative. It marked them as twice born, spiritually awakened and bound to sacred rituals. To cut it without cause was not fashion, it was social death. Women's hair, too, was filled with meaning. Young girls wore their hair in simple braids or left it loose. But after marriage, the hair was bound into neat coils or buns, sometimes braided with oil and perfumed flowers. To keep one's hair orderly was to show discipline, dignity, and family honor. And during festivals and weddings, the hair came alive, adorned with gold clips, jasmine garlands, and jewel-toned combs that shimmered with celebration. But beyond duty and status, hair was also desire. Ancient texts like the Kama Sutra describe sensual hairstyles designed to entice and enchant, and temple sculptures at places like Khajuraho depict divine women with cascading locks, liquid curves carved in stone. Hair in India was paradox, a symbol of renunciation and romance, of discipline and divinity. In its flow and in its absence, it told stories of belief, belonging, and becoming. Across the ancient world, when swords clashed and empires rose, hair became armor, not forged of iron, but of identity. Let us begin in ancient Judea. Under the shadow of Roman occupation, the Romans prized grooming, well-oiled hair, smooth faces, polished appearances. But Jewish men, guided by strict religious law, kept their beards full and hair modest. They rejected Roman fashion not out of rebellion alone but out of faith. To leave their hair untouched was to say, "We are not you." In a world that demanded conformity, this was defiance. Quiet, but unyielding. Now travel west, to ancient Gaul, where Celtic warriors prepared for battle. They washed their hair in lime water, stiffening it into tall, spiked crests, hair-like spears. Roman generals called them barbarians. But to the Celts, this wild mane was war paint, tribe flag, and terror tactic. Each strand shouted, "We are not conquered." In the eastern reaches, the Parthians and Sasanians, mighty empires of Persia, dressed their kings in cascading curls and majestic beards. To the Romans, these styles were exotic, even effeminate. But to the Persians, they were ancestral, divine, a rejection of Roman values. Their hair declared, "Our power is different. Our roots are our crown." Even among the enslaved, hair refused to be silenced. In ancient Greece, and later across the Atlantic in colonial empires, the enslaved were often forced to shave their heads. To erase origin. To break spirit. But when possible, they fought back with braids, twists, and patterns that preserved stories, kinship, and hope. Some braided seeds into their hair, literal tools for survival. Others shaped styles into maps of escape or symbols of sacred memory. Hair became a secret language, written not with ink, but with strands. And among women, rebellion often wore ribbons and pins. In Sparta, young women wore their hair shortened like the flowing styles of other Greek city-states. It was a symbol of freedom, mobility, and readiness for physical strength. In Rome, some women rejected the elaborate imperial curls. Instead, they adopted simpler styles aligned with Stoic philosophy or early Christian humility, a quiet refusal to perform vanity for the state. And when an emperor fell, his hairstyle fell with him. To cut one's hair in the imperial style of a disgraced ruler could be dangerous, yet to change it was to declare loyalty or even whisper rebellion. Across continents and centuries, hair became protest. A shaved head in mourning, a braid passed from mother to daughter, a knot tied in secret. Each told a story of loss, of power, of saying no when words would not do. Hair, bound or unbound, declared, "I am still here." From temple courtyards in India to battlegrounds in Gaul, from sacred rites in Judea to palace halls in Persia, hair was never just a style. It was a message, a memory. A mark of resistance. Let us return to ancient India's civilization rich in spiritual layers, where hair was ritual purity, caste identity, and symbolic transformation. There were the sadhis, wandering holy men who gave up everything and let their hair twist into thick, uncut dreadlocks known as yana. These matted locks symbolized more than wild devotion. They echoed Lord Shiva himself, whose divine yada was said to hold back the mighty Ganges. In this act of letting go, no combs, no blades, they were proclaiming, "I have left the world behind." And yet, others found purity through shaving. Pilgrims, before visiting sacred sites, would remove all hair, offering it to the gods as surrender, a cleansing of ego and desire. Babies, too, had their first haircut in a sacred rite, meant to sever old karma and start a new chapter. Mourning men shaved their heads to show humility, grief, and detachment from worldly attachments. In this way, hair became time, a marker of life's great thresholds. But beyond purity and passage, it was also a code. Among upper caste Hindu men, a small tuft called a shika remained at the crown of a shaved head, not decorative, sacred. It identified one as twice born, responsible for priestly duties and spiritual knowledge. Cutting it without reason was more than insult, it was social death. For women, Hair spoke softly but firmly of role and rank. Unmarried girls wore their hair in simple braids or left it flowing, unbound. After marriage, it was carefully tied into buns, or coils often scented with jasmine and held by gold clips, a well-kept braid. That was not vanity, it was discipline, a badge of dignity, family honor, and social grace. And yet, even within boundaries, there was power. Ancient texts like the Kama Sutra described sensual hair rituals, and temple carvings in Khajuraho showed women with hair cascading like streams. Of midnight silk an emblem of allure and vitality. Hair could sanctify. Hair could seduce. And hair could defy. Across the ancient world, when empires sought to control the body, people turned to the scalp for resistance. In Judea, men kept their beards and simple hairstyles to defy Roman ideals. In Gaul, warriors shaped their hair into wild spikes, threat and identity entwined. In Persia, royal curls and thick beards mocked Roman expectations of masculinity. They said, "Without words, we are not you." Enslaved people, stripped of identity, braided seeds into their hair or arranged it in ways that remembered home, ancestry, even escape routes. And in societies like Sparta, young women wore short hair, a quiet assertion of autonomy and strength. Even within Rome, fashion became protest. When a tyrant fell, his hairstyle could betray you. To wear or reject a court style became a political act. In every age, the scalp became a canvas of rebellion, a braid, a buzz, a twist. These were not just styles, they were scripts. They told of faith when prayers were forbidden, of grief when tears ran dry, of protest when speech was peril. Hair could whisper, hair could scream. When voices were silenced, the strands still spoke. And so, from the quiet comb of a mourning monk, to the wild crest of a warrior in defiance, to the solemn shave of a pilgrim seeking truth, hair was never just adornment. It was memory woven, power displayed, and protest lived.
In the quiet shadow of the 9th century, when Europe lay fractured and war-torn, the city of Rome stood not as the noble center of the ancient empire it once commanded, but as a haunted ruin, smothered in ivy and intrigue. Within its decaying marble halls and candlelit chapels, a storm of corruption stirred, not from invading armies, but from within the heart of Christendom itself. This was the beginning of what historians later called the Saeculum Obscurum, the dark age of the papacy, a time when popes were not saints but pawns, or worse, predators. Let us begin not with a living pope, but with a dead one. It was the winter of 897 AD. A bitter wind howled through the crooked alleys of Rome, rattling wooden shutters and echoing off the broken columns of forgotten temples. Inside the Basilica of St. John Lateran, the grandest church of the time, a strange and dreadful trial was about to unfold. A corpse had been exhumed from its grave. The body was once Pope Formosus. He had died months earlier, quietly, with scandal behind him and judgment left to God. But the new Pope, Stephen VI, was not content with divine justice. He wanted spectacle. He wanted revenge. Formosus's decomposing remains were dressed in papal vestments and propped upright on a throne, his skull grinning silently beneath a crown of rot. Before him stood a council of cardinals, bishops, and nobles. This was no vision. This was real. A cadaver signed, a trial of a corpse. With a trembling voice that echoed in the vaulted church, Pope Stephen pointed his finger and accused the dead pope of perjury, of ambition, of unholy lust for power. A deacon stood beside the body and answered the questions on behalf of the corpse, mumbling replies to satisfy the absurd ritual. Witnesses gasped, some wept, others laughed nervously. And when it was done, when the sentence was pronounced, Formosus was stripped of his papal robes. 3 fingers of blessing were cut from his withered hand, and his body was thrown into the river Tiber. For weeks, the people of Rome whispered of curses and ghosts. A flood soon followed, and when Formosus's body washed up on the riverbank, believers claimed miracles were seen in its presence. The people turned against Pope Stephen. He would not last the year. He was arrested, imprisoned, and strangled in the very cell that had once held those he condemned. But the madness did not end there. In the decades that followed, the papacy became a chessboard for Rome's noble families. Popes came and went, some elected as teenagers, some bribed into power, others murdered in their sleep. The throne of St. Peter was no longer sacred, it was a prize. Formosus's ghost, some said, never left the Lateran. The cadaver synod was not merely a grotesque moment in church history. It was a mirror, revealing the chaos. The streets of 17th century Paris slumber beneath a blanket of darkness. A faint haze lingers above the cobblestones, softening the echo of distant hooves and the rare creak of a wooden cart rolling past shuttered shops. The city, though vast and humming with life during the day, is now hushed, almost reverent in its quietude. But behind a small wooden door, tucked near the Rue Saint-Honoré, someone is already awake. Jacques, a master baker in his mid-50s, with flour forever clinging to his sleeves, blinks sleep from his eyes as he strikes flint to light a single flickering candle. The warm glow dances across rows of wooden shelves stacked with linen-covered dough, patiently rising in the cool air. This is his world, one where time flows differently, not by the clock, but by the rhythm of dough, fire, and sunrise. The bakery is small but full of life, even in these early hours. Wooden beams arch overhead, smoke-stained and sturdy. The scent of yeast and yesterday's bread lingers in the air, comforting and familiar. On the far wall, the great oven waits silently, its stone maw dark for now, but not for long. Jacques works methodically, kneading loaves with care, each motion practiced and slow. He talks to the dough under his breath, as if coaxing it into shape, muttering bits of Latin prayer, superstition, and family secrets passed down for generations. Each loaf holds more than ingredients. It carries a lineage, a craft inherited from a grandfather who once baked in the shadow of Notre Dame. He steps out back, beneath a darkened sky littered with stars, to check the woodpile. The logs, carefully chosen and stacked the night before, are pine and beech, a mix that produces a heat just right for bread crusts that snap but don't shatter. He listens to the silence, the city still breathing in sleep, and offers a quiet blessing. The oven will be lit soon, and with it, the heart of the bakery will begin to beat. As Jacques returns inside, the first flicker of dawn threatens the edges of the night. This in-between moment, where the world hasn't yet awoken but the baker already has, is sacred. It's a silence filled with purpose, with warmth, and with the slow, timeless art of bread. The bakery oven, a great dome structure of ancient brick and soot-blackened stone, was no mere appliance. It was a living thing, Jacques often believed so. With a belly that breathed fire and a temperament all its own, the oven had moods, preferences, and even secrets. At times it groaned like an old man as it warmed. Other times it sighed with satisfaction when the perfect loaf was pulled from its depths. Before the sun had yet kissed the Paris rooftops, Jacques stood before it like a priest at the altar. He opened its iron mouth and laid in the kindling with reverence. The fire must be coaxed gently, not rushed, not starved. There was a ritual to it, as old as the bread itself. First, the dry twigs, then the split logs, arranged with care. He struck flint again, sending a brief spark that caught the dry tinder. The first flames leapt upward, shy but eager, and within minutes the oven was beginning to glow from within. To an outsider, it was just heat. But to Jacques, this was communion. Every oven had its rhythm, its slow rise to temperature, its hot spots and colder corners. He had long ago learned the quirks of this one. It was hotter on the left side, cooler toward the rear. You could burn a flat bread in minutes if you weren't careful, or end up with pale crusts if you were too timid. It was like working with a dragon, demanding, powerful, and deserving of deep respect. The walls of the oven soaked in the heat slowly, patiently. They needed time to gather it, to hold it, and then radiate it back in a way that would breathe life into dough. Jacques could tell by the way the door's handle felt in his hand whether it was ready. He didn't need a thermometer. He had his fingers, his ears, his nose. There was a scent, yes, a particular warmth in the air that told him the heat was deep enough. Not just surface flames, but a resonance that filled the very stones. When that scent came and the inside glowed a deep golden orange like the heart of an ember, Jacques would take his long-handled peel and begin feeding the bread in. But this chapter of the day wasn't just about fire. It was about timing. Some loaves needed a fierce initial burst of heat to form their crust. Others required gentler conditions. Croissants, though still a century from becoming widespread, were already whispered of in courtly circles and demanded finesse. But today, it would be simple loaves, pain de campagne, perhaps a few pain brioche for the wealthier customers. The oven murmured quietly now, content with its feast of logs, and Jacques smiled. For all the tools in his bakery, the scales, the sacks of flour, the wooden paddles and baskets, it was the oven that held his heart. It was where labor met flame, where craft turned into sustenance. And as the heat built and the first dough rose in its baskets nearby, Jacques knew. The soul of the bakery had awakened. By the time the oven roared at full strength, the dough had finished its slow, sleepy rise. The wooden troughs, dusted with flour, now overflowed with pale mounds that breathed gently with the air of yeast and warmth. The scent was both earthy and sweet, like the breath of the countryside on a morning wind. Jacques dipped his hands into a bowl of water before plunging them into the dough. This was his favorite moment, the first full contact, where his palms met the cool, silky surface. There was something humbling about it. How simple things like water, flour, salt, and air could come together, and through touch and patience, be transformed into nourishment. He kneaded with a practiced rhythm, pushing the dough down, folding it, rotating it, again and again. The ritual had a music to it, the wet slap of dough against wood, the creak of the bench, the faint crackle of the oven in the background. It was a quiet symphony of the early morning. Each batch had its purpose. The larger loaves were for families, meant to last days. The small rolls were for market sale, or for those who could not afford much. Occasionally, a wealthy client would request an enriched bread, something with milk, honey, even dried fruit. For these, Jacques reserved special ingredients kept tucked away in clay jars high on the shelf. As he worked, his mind wandered in the way it often did. He thought of his childhood, of watching his father at this very bench, his strong arms folding dough just as he did now. He thought of his daughter, still sleeping in the upstairs room, and how she loved to sneak into the bakery for the first warm piece of crust when no one was looking. And he thought of the people who would come through the doors today, the cobbler with his broken boots, the seamstress with her soft hands, the widower who always paid with exact coin and never smiled. They would all leave with bread, yes, but they would also leave with a piece of Jacques' labor, his care, his hidden hopes folded into every crust. Time ticked on, though no clock marked the hour. Jacques relied on instinct, on the changing light through the narrow window, and on the feel of the dough beneath his hands. When it was ready, when it sprang back just enough but still yielded with softness, he cut and shaped it with quiet pride. Round loaves, braided loaves, long batards for slicing. He laid each one on linen cloths to rise again, to find their final breath before the fire. This second rise, the proof, was delicate. Too short and the crumb would be dense. Too long, and the structure would collapse in the oven. Again, instinct ruled. As the bakery began to glow with morning light, Jacques lit a single candle and placed it on the shelf above his workspace. Not for light, but for ritual. His father had done the same. So had his grandfather. The candle marked the transition, from night to day, from preparation to creation. And as the loaves began to rise a second time, breathing quietly like sleeping cats on their cloth beds, Jacques stood for a moment in stillness. Dough, dreams, and daily rituals. This was his life. And he would not trade it for any other. As the city of Paris slowly shook off the last layers of night, the bakery door creaked open for the first time that day. The street outside was still cloaked in a soft fog, the kind that blurred the edges of rooftops and made even the clatter of hooves seem distant. But already, they were coming. Jacques' early regulars, each with their own gait, their own rhythm, their own story. First came Madame Lefebvre, the widow from the Rue du Renard. Her shawl was always tightly wrapped, her eyes always scanning for coins in the corners of her pocket. She bought the same small loaf every morning, nothing more, nothing less. Jacques had started keeping one aside just for her, still warm, wrapped in a linen scrap. She never said thank you, but he always nodded anyway. Next, the young apprentice from the tannery, Julien, with his stained sleeves and sleepy eyes. He would trade a strip of leather for a crusty heel and be gone before anyone saw him. It wasn't quite legal, but it kept his stomach full and Jacques in good shoes. Then came the priest, Père Michel, with his calm voice and the scent of incense clinging to his robes. He always bought 3 loaves, one for the church, one for himself, and one, he said, for God to distribute as he sees fit. Jacques never asked what that meant, but once he saw Père Michel hand the 3rd loaf to a barefoot child in the alley. The bakery filled slowly, the way a bowl fills with rainwater. Quietly, then, all at once. The butcher's wife barged in, asking for 6 rolls and gossip about her neighbor. The chimney sweep left smudges on the counter, but smiled with such warmth Jacques never minded. Even a soldier on leave stepped in one morning, his boots muddy from the northern road, his face lined with weariness. He asked for a roll and sat silently on the step outside, eating with the hunger of a man who hadn't tasted softness in weeks. Jacques served them all. He knew their habits, their needs. Some liked their bread slightly underbaked, softer for the teeth, they said. Others demanded the crust be thick and dark, as though the bread must earn its place at the table. There was no cash register, no display window, just the wooden counter worn smooth by decades of elbows, and the shelves behind it stacked with loaves, each one different in its imperfections, its character. Bread, Jacques always believed, should not be identical. People weren't. As the bell above the door rang for the 50th time that morning, Jacques stole a moment to glance out the window. The city was waking now, fully awake. Paris was stretching its limbs, shaking off dreams and stepping into the day. And here he was, at the center of it all. Not a nobleman, not a scholar, not even a merchant, just a baker. But one whose bread would find its way to tables rich and poor, to hands tired and hopeful, to mouths in silence and in laughter. He looked at the empty basket where Saturday arrived with a shiver and a bustle. Jacques had barely rubbed the sleep from his eyes when the knocking started, not at the front door, but at the delivery gate in the alley behind the bakery. Market day in 17th century Paris was more than a tradition. It was a storm, a ceremony, and for bakers a challenge worthy of kings. He pulled on his apron, still dusted from the day before, and opened the wooden gate. 2 boys stood there, huffing from the cold, ready to carry crates of bread to the stalls. Behind them, a cart waited, its wheels already dusted with mud from the waking streets. "Gentle," Jacques reminded them. "The rye loaves are for Madame Bouchon. She pays extra for shape." They nodded, already loading. The scent of fresh bread followed every step they took, drawing early noses from behind shutters, teasing cats and crows alike. Back inside, Jacques oversaw the last batches for the stall. He moved with intensity, but never panic. There was no time for errors, no second chances on market day. Every loaf had to be perfect, or near enough. He checked the scoring on each round of pain de campagne, dusted the tops of rolls with poppy seed, and dabbed a bit of water on the crusts to keep them shining under the morning sun. By the time the church bells rang 7 times, he was at the marketplace, his stall nestled between the cheesemonger and the pickle vendor. The air buzzed with calls, bartering, greetings in half-shouted French. Cloth canopies fluttered overhead like flags of feasting nations. "Boulanger," a woman called. "You've brought the olive loaves, haven't you?" "I saved 2 for you," Jacques smiled, sliding them from under a linen cloth. Nearby, children tugged at skirts for sweets, and a drummer in a tricorn hat pounded out a cheerful rhythm as pickpockets weaved through the crowd like dancers. Jacques kept one eye on the purse tied to his belt. Market day was also where stories changed hands. As coins clinked into his basket, he heard that a nobleman's cook had run off with a gardener, that the wine merchant's daughter was seen speaking to a Protestant twice, that a strange illness had taken hold near the riverbank. "That bread," said one old man darkly, "might be taxed again soon." Jacques listened. He always listened. He knew bread was food, but it was also politics. Price it wrong, and you could spark a riot. Burn a batch, and you'd face more than complaints. You might find yourself at the mercy of angry stomachs and short tempers. Midday brought a lull, a brief pause in the flood of feet and voices. Jacques sat behind his stall, chewing on the end of a crust and letting his thoughts wander. He thought of his mother, who once ran the stall beside his father. Of the first time he stood behind this table as a boy, hands shaking. Of how, now, regulars nodded at him like an old friend. He felt, in that quiet moment, a strange pride. His bread fed the city. Not all of it, perhaps, but enough. And though he would never be known in the salons of the elite or written about in the pamphlets of Parisian scribes, he mattered. He mattered in flour and fire and folded dough. By late afternoon, the baskets were nearly empty. The final loaf, a slightly misshapen rye, was bought by a soldier who winked and tossed a copper extra into Jacques' hand. "For the taste," he said, "and for the smell of home." Jacques packed up in silence, heart full. Market day was done. The smell of smoke hung thick in the early evening air, not from disaster, but from routine. The hearth was alive again, its coals glowing beneath the last heat of the baking day. For Jacques, the hours after market day were not a rest, but a quiet descent into memory. He stood by the cooling rack, wiping flour from his hands, watching as the loaves settled like sleeping children. Outside, the Paris streets softened into candlelight and murmured voices, the city exhaling after a long day. Jacques' home was above the bakery. The climb was steep and narrow, with stairs that groaned with every step. As he reached the top, he paused by the small wooden shelf on the landing. It held 3 things: a faded portrait of his mother, a brass candle holder, and a child's clay medallion, a lumpy sun pressed by tiny hands long ago. Inside, the apartment was modest, a table, 2 chairs, a cot by the window. But tonight, it would be full. Every Saturday, after the market, Jacques' sisters came, and with them came laughter. He barely had time to place the last loaf on the table before the door opened. Marie swept in first, cheeks red from the wind, arms full of linens and stories. Behind her, Colette followed, slower, older, her eyes sharp and amused. "Jacques," Colette said, kissing his cheek, "you smell like 20 kinds of bread and 2 kinds of trouble." "And you," he replied, "smell like gossip." They unpacked quickly. A bottle of wine appeared, 2 wedges of cheese, a jar of fig jam, and a bag of roasted chestnuts. They feasted on leftovers, croissants that hadn't sold, brioche that had browned a little too much. Marie talked of her children, their schooling, their foolishness. Colette spoke of the neighbor's scandal. "Did I tell you the butcher's wife ran off with the candle maker?" Jacques only listened, content. But eventually the talk turned to their parents. "Papa would have been proud," Marie said, tearing a piece of bread. "You've kept it going." "He would have scolded Jacques for being soft on the taxman," Colette added. They all laughed, but their eyes lingered. The bakery had been their father's. Before him, their grandfather's. a tiny kingdom ruled not with gold, but with grain and fire. Jacques turned the old clay medallion over in his hand. He remembered the day he gave it to his mother, how she had placed it on that shelf and never moved it. A crooked sun made by a flower-covered boy thinking he was an artist. Later, as the sisters departed, hugs were exchanged with tired affection. Marie warned him to rest. Colette said, "Don't burn down the bakery. Not yet." Left alone, Jacques cleaned. He moved slowly, brushing crumbs from the table, folding linen, preparing dough for the morning. Always preparing. The fire downstairs still glowed. He sat beside it, candle in hand, and let silence return. Through the walls, the city breathed its own rhythm. The hooves of a passing horse, the whistle of a constable, laughter from a nearby tavern. Flour, fire, and family. That was his life. That was the recipe. And in that quiet moment, Jacques felt full, not just from bread, but from something warmer, heavier, and far more lasting. The trouble began on a damp Thursday morning. Paris wore its usual gray coat of drizzle, and the air was thick with the scent of wet cobblestones, boiled cabbage, and chimney soot. Jacques had been up since 3, kneading dough in silence, while the wind rattled the bakery shutters like impatient customers. But something was off. The yeast had risen strangely, too quickly, too unevenly. The texture of the dough felt wrong, like it resisted his hands instead of yielding to them. He blamed the humidity, or perhaps an over-warm hearth. He adjusted as best he could, moving instinctively, trusting years of rhythm. Still, when the loaves came out of the oven, the color was wrong. Not golden, not even brown. Black. Not entirely, but enough. The crusts were scorched, the bottoms hardened like stone. Jacques stared at them, heart sinking. Every baker had a bad batch now and then, but this wasn't one batch. It was nearly all of them. He tasted a slice. Bitter, dry, ruined. Customers began arriving by dawn, wrapped in scarves and frustration. Some turned away at the smell. Others bought reluctantly, with narrowed eyes and pursed lips. One old woman, Madame Fournier, spat her bite into the gutter and shouted, "This is ash, not bread." Jacques apologized, offered discounts, even gave away a few loaves for free. But the damage had been done. Word spread fast in Paris, faster than fire. By mid-morning, a rival baker 2 streets over was already boasting of bread not burned by despair. Jacques slumped against the flour sack wall, exhausted and ashamed. Then came the knock. It was young Lucy, the scullery maid from the Hôtel d'Orléans. Her cheeks were red from the cold, her hands hidden in sleeves, and her eyes wide with apology. "Master Jacques," she whispered, "I heard what they're saying in the market. They say your oven is cursed." He laughed despite himself. Cursed? By what? A ghost with a grudge against croissants. She shook her head. "They say it's the old chimney sweep. You remember? The one who fell inside 20 years ago and broke his legs? They say he swore he'd ruin this place." Jacques rubbed his forehead. Paris was never short on superstitions. Every creak in a floorboard had a story. Still, the tale gave him an idea. That night after locking up, Jacques descended into the oven chamber. It was a tight, dark space beneath the bakery, where the soot clung to stone like old memories. He inspected every brick, every vent. He cleared a blocked flue, dislodged a bird's nest, and cleaned layers of grime from the iron grates. As he worked, he muttered to the walls. "There. You're free now, old ghost. Let me bake in peace." By morning, he fired the oven again, slowly, carefully. As Jacques stood watching the sun rise through the bakery window, he whispered to the oven, "We all have bad days." And the oven, now warm and steady, offered no reply, only the crackle of fire and the promise of better bread. The stars had barely begun their quiet shimmer above the Parisian rooftops when Jacques found himself still at work, sleeves dusted in flour, hands sticky with almond paste. It wasn't bread tonight, it was something different, something delicate, something sweet. Once a month, after the bakery had closed and the last lanterns in the neighborhood dimmed, Jacques indulged in a secret. Not forbidden exactly, but personal. He made marzipan. Not the hard, colorless slabs sold by traveling vendors at winter fairs, but smooth, perfumed confections shaped into tiny fruits, animals, and flowers. Almonds ground by hand, sugar melted just so, rosewater for fragrance, a soft glaze to make them shine. It was an art he'd learned in his youth, during a brief apprenticeship with a pastry cook who'd worked for nobility. That cook had vanished during the Fronde, leaving behind only a notebook of half-legible recipes and a locked spice box. Jacques had kept the recipes, memorized them really, and experimented ever since. Tonight, the marzipan was shaped like tiny pears, apricots, and chestnuts. Some he painted with egg yolk and saffron for color. Others he left pale, dusted in fine sugar. There was no one to see them, no customer to request them. It was for himself, a meditation. But he wasn't alone. From the corner of the room, a soft creak. Jacques turned sharply, heartbeat quick. It was Juliette, his neighbor's daughter, barefoot, cloak over her shoulders, holding a small oil lamp. She had once traded him apples from her family's orchard for yesterday's brioche. Tonight, she stared at the marzipan with awe. "I smelled almonds," she whispered. "I thought perhaps a fire?" He smiled sheepishly. "No fire, just memories." Juliette stepped closer. Her eyes were tired but kind. "May I try one?" He handed her a marzipan apricot. She bit into it, and her expression turned soft. "It tastes like summer," she murmured. For a moment the silence stretched long and gentle between them. The clamor of Paris was distant, muffled by night and stone. Jacques offered her a seat, and together they shared a small plate of confections, him explaining how each shape was formed, her listening like a student at a storybook reading. "Why don't you sell these?" she asked eventually. He shrugged. "They're too fine, too strange. Bread fills bellies. This is only a dream." "Then maybe," she said, "you should sell dreams." That stayed with Jacques long after she left. He wrapped the remaining marzipan in waxed cloth, storing them in a wooden box carved with vines. Tomorrow, he'd bake his usual rye and wheat. He'd fill orders and sweep the floor. But tonight, just for tonight, the baker was not a tradesman. By the time the sun rose over Rue Saint-Denis, it was already shaping up to be one of those days, and thick with the scent of animal fat and bread crust. Jacques was pulling his second round of loaves from the oven when he heard the unmistakable sound of argument. No, shouting, from across the street. It was Henri the butcher. And, as always, he was angry about bread. Henri ran a large, blood-spattered stall on the corner. His smoked sausages were famous, his duck-fat rillettes sought after by visiting merchants. But he'd always had a quarrel with Jacques. Not because of bad bread. No, Jacques' loaves were known to be among the best in the quartier. It was because of size. "Too small," Henri bellowed to anyone who'd listen. "His boules shrink every week, and he dares charge more. A sin against meat." Jacques sighed and wiped his hands on his apron. This again. Years ago, Henri had insisted on trading cuts of veal for bread. At first it was friendly barter, but Henri's expectations grew. He wanted larger loaves, custom shapes, delivery at dawn. Jacques, still recovering from a summer of bad grain, had finally said no. That no had launched a feud worthy of song. Henri began spreading rumors. Jacques used old flour, added chalk, fed mice instead of customers. None of it true, but enough to earn Jacques the occasional sideways glance. This morning, Henri upped the game. He'd planted himself near the bakery and handed out free meat pies to anyone who complained about Jacques' bread. It was theatrical, petty, and oddly effective. By noon, Jacques had sold only half his usual rounds. But Jacques was not without allies. One of them, a widow named Colette, who bought his black rye every week, stormed across the street and demanded Henri taste the very loaf he was mocking. Henri refused. Colette smacked him with her handbag. Another ally, the cobbler Etienne, staged a dramatic monologue in Jacques' shop about the poetry of crust. And then came an unexpected moment. Juliette, the neighbor girl, brought Jacques a small wooden sign. She had painted it herself. Bread, it read, made without pettiness. He placed it in the window. People laughed. Some came in just for that. Henri, fuming, eventually stomped away. By dusk, the last loaf was sold, and Jacques sat on the bench outside, exhausted but smiling. The bread war became a favorite neighborhood story. Children reenacted it in alleyways with sticks and stale baguettes. Henri, eventually, found a new feud with the cheese seller, and life went on. Jacques learned something that day. Bread might be humble, but it had the power to rally a whole street, especially when paired with kindness, humor, and maybe a good sign. The bakery at night was a different world. Gone were the noisy footfalls of the morning crowd, the clatter of coin and request. In their place came the steady creak of timber beams, the low hiss of dying embers, and the occasional flutter of a rat nosing for crumbs beneath the stone shelves. Jacques remained alone, perched beside the hearth, oil lamp glowing faintly. It was his favorite time of day, when the ovens cooled and the noise of the world thinned to whispers. Tonight, however, something weighed on him. He reached for a small box hidden in the cupboard behind the flour sacks. Inside were a few scraps of paper, letters, yellowed and smudged. All were from Helen, the girl he once thought he'd marry. She had written them years ago, when Jacques was still an apprentice in the Latin Quarter, baking under the stern eye of Master Beauchamp. Her letters had been his comfort, soft, affectionate, filled with hope. But Helen had married a physician from Lyon. Jacques had remained with his ovens. And yet, he kept the letters. Tonight, one fell open on his lap, and his eyes drifted over the words. She had written of a dream, that one day, she and Jacques might open a little shop together. He would bake, she would paint signs and arrange flowers at the windows. They'd have a cat, maybe two. Jacques smiled. The dream had faded, but the warmth of it lingered, like the last heat of the oven. The wind tapped softly at the window shutters. He stood, stretched, and took a crust of rye from the bench. It was too hard for sale, but perfect for dipping in broth. As he ate, he thought of all the stories his walls had heard, of hopeful apprentices, of noble women in disguise buying loaves at dusk, of lovers passing notes hidden inside bread. Bread, he'd come to realize, was not just food. It was memory. It was the unspoken witness to 1,000 quiet dramas. He ran his hand over the flour-dusted counter, then turned down the oil lamp. But before retiring, he did something he hadn't in years. He folded the letters, tucked them in fresh paper, and placed them beneath a loose floorboard, rather than throwing them into the oven ash. Some loves weren't meant to rise again, but they deserved to be kept warm. Not all of Paris's bread began its life in honest sacks. As twilight surrendered to night, and most of the city curled into slumber, certain figures came alive in the labyrinth of alleys behind the Rue des Boulangers. These were not the bakers or their sleepy apprentices, but the shadowy men with cloaks stitched to silence, known only in whispers as les passeurs de farine, the flour smugglers. Grain in 17th century Paris was gold, disguised in burlap. The monarchy regulated its sale, and guilds held jealous control over supply. But when shortages struck, and they often did, an illicit network blossomed like mildew beneath stone. Jacques knew of them, of course. Every baker did. Some turned a blind eye. Some paid bribes. A few even dabbled themselves, driven by desperation or the lure of under-the-table coin. But Jacques, ever stubborn and cautious, kept his dealings above board, mostly. Except that one time. It had been a harsh spring. The Seine had flooded, mills were still, and his usual supplier had vanished without explanation. Flour prices soared. Jacques' shelves were nearly bare. His customers, the washerwomen, the apprentices, the elderly widows who paid in coin or kind, were going hungry. One night, as he extinguished the ovens, a knock came at the back door. Not a rapping, but a rhythmic tap-tap, 3 slow, 1 quick. He paused. He opened the door to find a wiry man with sharp eyes and flour on his boots. No name was given, but a sack was offered. Fine white flour, the sort Jacques hadn't touched in weeks. No questions, the smuggler said. Just a fair trade. Jacques hesitated. His hands twitched. He thought of the law, of the risks, of his customers. He took the sack. The bread that week was remarkable. Soft, golden, rich in scent. His patron smiled again. One old woman wept. "Bless you, Jacques," she'd said. "My teeth remember how to chew." But with that flour came a heaviness, a sense of being watched. He returned to honest sacks as soon as the mills ran again. Still, on certain nights, Jacques swore he saw cloaked figures passing beneath the moon, disappearing behind the old winehouse. And in his dreams, flour was no longer white, but ghostly gray, dusted with secrets. In Paris, secrets baked faster than bread. The Rue des Boulangers was more than a street. It was a stage, and every baker, customer, and courier played a part in its daily drama. As the sun crept over the slate rooftops, gossip rose like steam from morning loaves. Jacques tried to keep his head down. His hands were meant for kneading, not pointing. But even he couldn't escape the ever-turning millstone of neighborhood tales. The widow Delphine, 2 doors down, claimed the baker across the street watered his dough with river water. "That's why his crust is so soggy," she'd mutter, buying 2 baguettes from Jacques instead. The tavern keeper's apprentice whispered of a flour theft gone wrong, with a gendarme's cap found dusted in rye behind the cathedral. But the gossip that stuck to Jacques like melted sugar was about a certain heart-shaped gingerbread. He had first baked them for the feast of Saint Honoré, the patron saint of bakers. Spiced with cinnamon, clove, and a trace of candied orange peel, they were delicate yet rich, shaped by hand with a brass mold gifted by his late mother. He only made them once a year. This year, he noticed a pair of eyes watching from the alley. A girl, no older than 13, dressed in patched skirts. Each morning she stared through the glass, never stepping inside. On the final feast day, Jacques placed a gingerbread heart on the windowsill before dawn. When he returned from the oven, it was gone. But so was the girl. Word spread. "Jacques gives sweets to ghosts," one child giggled. "No to the baker's lost daughter," another replied, spinning stories with buttered tongues. Jacques said nothing. The truth. That gingerbread heart was for a memory, his younger sister, lost to illness when they were children, who had always loved the smell of cloves. Now, once a year, he offered one in silence. The next year, the gingerbread disappeared again, and again the year after that. Gossip never solved it. But sometimes, kindness doesn't need to be explained. The skies over Paris were not always kind. On this particular summer morning, thunder rolled through the narrow streets long before sunrise. The storm had begun during the night, but now it thrashed in earnest, shaking the shutters of Jacques' modest bakery. Rain tapped angrily on the window panes like impatient customers. Jacques lit the oven as usual, though the coals hissed with moisture. In 17th century Paris, bad weather wasn't just a nuisance, it was ruinous. The baker's greatest enemy wasn't another bakery or a fickle customer, it was dampness. A single humid day could turn perfectly measured dough into sticky, lifeless goo. As the storm rattled on, Jacques examined the batches he had prepared the day before. They were ruined. The yeast had sulked, refusing to rise under the damp blanket of air. The sourdough starter, a living, breathing colony, had turned flat, its once tangy aroma now bitter and weak. He whispered a curse in Latin. Then he whispered a prayer. Bakers in those days often kept little charms or tokens near their ovens. A dried sprig of rosemary, a faded ribbon from a child's christening, or a small medallion of Saint Honoré. Not superstition exactly, but habit, tradition, a way of offering something back to the uncertain world. Jacques reached into a tiny cabinet above the oven and pulled out a crumpled paper charm, folded by his father years ago. He laid it beside the fresh batch he began mixing, murmuring under his breath. Outside, the thunder cracked. Inside, he kneaded in silence. An hour passed. Then another. The dough somehow rose. Not fully, not proudly, but enough. When the first customers arrived, shaking rain from their cloaks and ducking under the awning, the scent of warm bread drifted into the street like a promise kept. Later that night, Jacques stood outside in the puddles and looked at the clearing sky. He said nothing, but gently pressed his palm to the stone wall, as if thanking it for holding firm through the storm. Sometimes, faith was found in flour. The day may have belonged to the crowds, but the night belonged to the baker. Long after the streets quieted and the taverns emptied, Jacques wrapped the warm loaves in linen and loaded them into a creaky wooden cart. Each step echoed in the narrow alleys, his lantern swinging softly like a yellow eye in the dark. In 17th century Paris, most bread was not sold directly from the bakery. It was delivered, quietly, faithfully, to the doorsteps of inns, noble homes, and poor tenements alike. The baker was the invisible thread in the city's daily life, his work done while the world slept. At night as few did. He knew where the cobblestones dipped, where stray cats gathered near the butcher's shop, where the night watchmen liked to linger, warming their hands over a shared coal bucket. He knew which homes paid promptly and which paid only when reminded, gently or not. One house, always last on his route, was different. It stood alone near the old wall, surrounded by withered ivy and silence. A small silver bell hung beside the gate, and each night Jacques would ring it once. The door never opened, but the payment was always waiting. A coin tucked in the hollow of a stone, the bread gone by morning. Jacques never asked. The city had many stories. Some were best left untold. Tonight, the moon was full and round, bathing the rooftops in silver. A breeze wandered through the streets, carrying the scent of rosemary and smoke. Somewhere, a lute played faintly behind closed shutters. Jacques stopped at a fountain to rest. He leaned against the stone and took a piece of bread for himself, still warm, its crust golden. He ate slowly, listening to the night. In that stillness, the city felt ancient, dreaming, as if Paris itself were a slumbering giant and he, a humble baker, was the one soul left awake to tend the fire. Then, quietly, he pushed his cart onward, because the night would end soon, and dawn would come, and the people of Paris would expect their bread. In the golden haze of early morning, as shutters lifted and vendors arranged their carts, Jacques felt the weight of more than just flour on his shoulders. Today was an inspection day. The market inspector, Monsieur Dupré, was a man of polished boots, stiff collars, and unforgiving silence. He rarely spoke, and when he did, it was to recite exact weights, exact prices, or exact penalties. For bakers, he was both feared and necessary. His role? To ensure that the loaves sold matched their declared weight, no more, no less. It was not uncommon for bakers to shave a few ounces here, add flour to stretch the dough there. But if caught, the punishment was swift and humiliating. The city had stocks for thieves, and it had wooden pillories for dishonest bakers. Imagine being locked in a square with your undersized loaves hanging around your neck as passers-by jeered. So Jacques, meticulous as ever, dusted his scales and double-checked every loaf. Still, His hands shook slightly as Dupré entered. The inspector walked through the bakery without a word at first. He touched the oven stones. He examined the flour sacks. He picked up a loaf, waited, sniffed it, tapped it, then set it down. "You added rye this week," he finally said. Jacques nodded. "A wise choice," Dupré muttered, before moving to the ledger. For a long while, silence filled the room, except for the scratch of a quill and the distant chime of morning bells. Then, Dupré rose and walked toward the door. No smile, no frown, just a glance. "Good bread," he said. "Be sure to keep it that way." And he was gone. Jacques exhaled, shoulders sinking. He knew other bakers who cheated the scales, who wet their loaves to fake weight, who added chalk or powdered bone. But Jacques, despite the cost, refused. Bread was more than food. It was dignity. It was labor, memory, and promise. To short a loaf was to betray all of it. He returned to the oven, where the next batch was rising slowly. The fire crackled, the scales gleamed, and outside, Paris yawned and stretched into its morning routines, blissfully unaware of the quiet balance between trust and grain behind the bakery's door. The bakery had its rhythms, and within them, young Luc was still learning the steps. He was 14, a lanky boy with more enthusiasm than coordination. For weeks, he'd been waking before dawn, sweeping ash, kneading dough, and fetching water. He asked endless questions, most of them welcomed, some of them exasperating. And though Jacques scolded with his brow furrowed, he never raised his voice. Luc reminded him of himself once. But every baker must earn his scars. That morning, the orders were piling up faster than usual. 3 weddings, a feast at the bishop's house, and a funeral with an appetite. The oven, ancient and temperamental, had to be fed carefully, its fire managed like a moody beast. Jacques gave Luc a task. Turn the loaves once the bell tolls, not before, not after. Luc nodded, eager to prove himself. He stood by the fire, watching. 1 minute early, 2, 3. He thought, just a peek. He opened the iron hatch. A wave of heat lashed out like a serpent. In a blink, his wrist grazed the side of the mouth. An instant hiss of skin and smoke. He stumbled back, teeth clenched, eyes wide. Jacques rushed over. "Let me see." The burn was red and raw, a badge of overconfidence. Jacques didn't scold. He simply guided Luc to the cool basin, poured clean water, and wrapped the arm in linen. "It's not your first," Jacques said quietly, "but it won't be your last either." Luc sat in silence for a while, cradling his arm. The pain was sharp but not unbearable. What truly stung was the failure. Yet when Jacques handed him a small piece of warm bread, crust still crackling, he took it with a nod, a lesson baked into the flesh. By dusk, he was back on his feet, slower now, more watchful. The oven, it turned out, had its own voice. It demanded respect, not fear, not arrogance, just quiet attention. The next morning, Luc rose before Jacques. He stood beside the fire, listening, and the oven, in its own language, approved. Most of Paris slept beneath its heavy quilts, roofs glistening with dew. But behind the bakery's shutters, the world was far from still. Jacques always said, "Some breads can only be born in silence." Midnight baking was different. No church bells, no street cries, just the slow, measured breathing of the city and the occasional scratch of a rat on cobblestone. Inside the bakery, only the soft thud of dough against the table and the sigh of rising steam punctuated the stillness. But this night was not like the others. As Jacques folded dough near the window, he caught sight of something, a flicker of movement in the alley, a shadow with a lantern, then another. He quietly nudged Luc, who had fallen asleep with his head on a sack of grain. They moved toward the back door, slowly, cautiously. Outside, two men stood whispering, cloaks drawn, eyes scanning the street. Smugglers? Thieves? Jacques couldn't be sure, but he knew the look of someone who shouldn't be there. One man handed something small and cloth-wrapped to the other, a bundle. Then they vanished into the shadows, just as silently as they came. Luke whispered, "Should we call the watch?" Jacques shook his head. There's more danger in being noticed than in being curious. It wasn't the first time secrets had brushed against the bakery's walls. During times of famine or unrest, the city's nights often moved like a chessboard, with kings and pawns trading places in the dark. Still, the oven couldn't wait. The loaves wouldn't shape themselves. By the time the sun's first light slipped through the clouds, the alley was empty again. Only footprints in the dirt remained, half faded, like a memory. And on the racks inside, rows of golden loaves, each one unaware that during the night, the bakery had quietly watched the underbelly of a city dream. It began with a whisper, then a grumble, then a roar. The price of flour had crept higher with each passing week. By the time spring arrived, even the thinnest loaves demanded silver many could not spare. At the corner of Rue Saint-Antoine, a widow fainted in line when she was turned away. Her children hadn't eaten in days. Someone shouted. Someone else threw a stone. That was all it took. Jacques had seen it before. He knew how easily hunger dressed itself in rage. He tried to close the bakery doors, but it was too late. A crowd was already surging down the street. Shouts echoed off the stones. "Flour for the poor! No more gilded bread!" The bakery's sign swung violently in the wind as fists pounded the shutters. Inside, Luke cowered near the oven, eyes wide. What do we do? Jacques didn't answer at first. He was watching the flames, thinking. Then he turned. "We do what we've always done. We bake." They worked quickly. No time for measured rises or delicate shaping. Just dough and fire, round loaves, flat loaves, even crusty ends usually thrown to the pigs. Within the hour, the front window opened, and Jacques himself handed out the first loaf. "Take it," he told the girl with ash on her cheeks. "Eat." Others followed. Slowly, the crowd softened, not dissolved, but shifted. Anger bent into hunger again, and hands became outstretched palms instead of fists. The flour ran out by sunset. The streets, though still tense, were quieter now. The bakery's windows were cracked, but standing. And outside, the smell of warm bread lingered like a kind of truce. That night, Jacques sat by the oven longer than usual. Luke asked, "Will they come again?" Jacques nodded. "Always, until the hunger is gone." And the fire burned on, patient, steady, waiting for the next riot, the next dawn, or the next loaf. Years passed, as years do. The bakery on Rue Saint-Antoine aged with the city, its shutters creaking a little more, its walls seasoned by soot, laughter, and the scent of thousands of loaves. Jacques' hair had grayed, just at the temples first, then all at once. Luke, no longer a boy, now worked the oven with a rhythm and care that made Jacques proud, even if he never said it aloud. The bakery had become something of a legend. Old women said its bread cured fevers. Children believed if you whispered a wish into a warm loaf, it might come true. But more than that, the bakery had become a memory in motion, one of the few places in a changing Paris that still smelled like stories. One rainy afternoon, Jacques sat near the window, watching passers-by. A young girl skipped through puddles, a paper-wrapped loaf under her arm. Her mother followed with an umbrella and a grateful smile aimed at the shop. Luke came in from the back, apron dusted in flour. "They say a new bakery opened on the next street," he said. Jacques only nodded. "There's always another oven, but bread tastes different when it remembers where it came from." He looked around the room, at the cracked tile, the iron oven door, the soot-marked beam where he'd scratched the year of his arrival. That evening, As dusk soaked the rooftops in blue and violet, Jacques lit a single lantern and stepped outside. The air smelled like wet stone and baked crust. He didn't say goodbye. There was no need. Paris would remember, even if only in crumbs. Someday, Jacques continued, when this place is gone, maybe someone will tell a child about the old man who fed a riot with bread and a steady hand. Luke smiled. Or the baker who said yeast was more stubborn than kings. And deep in the night, long after the oven had cooled, the bakery still held the warmth of all that had come before. A legacy of flour, fire, and care. In the quiet shadow of the 9th century, when Europe lay fractured and war-torn, the city of Rome stood not as the noble center of the ancient empire it once commanded, but as a haunted ruin, smothered in ivy and intrigue. Within its decaying marble halls and candlelit chapels, a storm of corruption stirred, not from invading armies, but from within the heart of Christendom itself. This was the beginning of what historians later called the Saeculum Obscurum, the dark age of the papacy, a time when popes were not saints but pawns, or worse, predators. Let us begin not with a living pope, but with a dead one. It was the winter of 897 AD. A bitter wind howled through the crooked alleys of Rome, rattling wooden shutters and echoing off the broken columns of forgotten temples. Inside the Basilica of St. John Lateran, the grandest church of the time, a strange and dreadful trial was about to unfold. A corpse had been exhumed from its grave. The body was once Pope Formosus. He had died months earlier, quietly, with scandal behind him and judgment left to God. But the new Pope, Stephen VI, was not content with divine justice. He wanted spectacle. He wanted revenge. Formosus's decomposing remains were dressed in papal vestments and propped upright on a throne, his skull grinning silently beneath a crown of rot. Before him stood a council of cardinals, bishops, and nobles. This was no vision. This was real. A cadaver signed, a trial of a corpse. With a trembling voice that echoed in the vaulted church, Pope Stephen pointed his finger and accused the dead pope of perjury, of ambition, of unholy lust for power. A deacon stood beside the body and answered the questions on behalf of the corpse, mumbling replies to satisfy the absurd ritual. Witnesses gasped, some wept, others laughed nervously. And when it was done, when the sentence was pronounced, Formosus was stripped of his papal robes, 3 fingers of blessing were cut from his withered hand, and his body was thrown into the river Tiber. For weeks the people of Rome whispered of curses and ghosts. A flood soon followed, and when Formosus's body washed up on the riverbank, believers claimed miracles were seen in its presence. The people turned against Pope Stephen. He would not last the year. He was arrested, imprisoned, and strangled in the very cell that had once held those he condemned. But the madness did not end there. In the decades that followed, the papacy became a chessboard for Rome's noble families. Popes came and went, some elected as teenagers, some bribed into power, others murdered in their sleep. The throne of St. Peter was no longer sacred, it was a prize. Formosus's ghost, some said, never left the Lateran. The cadaver signed was not merely a grotesque moment in church history. It was a mirror, revealing the chaos that brewed. As the 10th century dawned, the holy city of Rome found itself not led by the virtuous, but by the very young. And not innocent young, but dangerously entitled. Among the most infamous of these papal prodigies was John XII, a pope crowned not by merit or calling, but by family ambition. He became the Bishop of Rome at the tender age of 16. Imagine, if you will, a teenager handed the keys to the most powerful office in Christendom. No mentors, no guidance, just wealth, influence, and the freedom to do whatever he pleased. His real name was Octavian. Born into the ruling Roman aristocracy, he was the son of Alberic II, a man who controlled Rome like a personal fiefdom. When Alberic lay on his deathbed, he made the Roman nobles swear that his son would become pope, and so they did. Octavian took the papal name John the 12th, but he did not act like a shepherd of souls. He was more like a reckless prince. Soon the Lateran Palace, once a center of piety, was turned into a place of feasts, gambling, and whispered sins. Concubines were seen entering through secret doors. Gold chalices were used not for mass, but for wine-soaked revelry. Some claimed he invoked pagan gods during drunken rites, and there were darker rumors of assaults, of bribes, even of murder. In 963, his enemies had had enough. The Holy Roman Emperor Otto I marched into Rome and held a synod. Yes, another trial of a pope. John the 12th was accused of blasphemy, perjury, adultery, and turning the papal palace into, as the records say, a brothel. But before they could arrest him, John fled the city. He returned later under shadow, only to die not long after, mysteriously, at just 27 years old. Some said he was murdered by a jealous husband. Others whispered that the devil himself had come to collect. Brief pause. The fire crackles softly. Wind outside stirs the curtains of memory. But if John the 12th was a scandal, then Benedict the 9th was a calamity. He too became pope at a shockingly young age, perhaps as young as 11. His papacy stretched over decades, not continuously, but in fragments, because Benedict sold the papacy. Twice. Yes, you heard that right. He sold the papacy. According to the chronicler Rodolphus Glaber, Benedict lived in such open wickedness that the people of Rome finally rose against him. At one point, in 1045, he actually resigned the papal throne so that he could marry, but not before selling the papacy to his godfather, Gregory VI, for a small fortune. Then, once the marriage didn't happen, Benedict returned and tried to reclaim the papacy for himself. Imagine a man auctioning off the keys of St. Peter like a title deed, only to snatch it back when his personal plans unraveled. By the mid-11th century, the papacy was no longer just in spiritual danger. It was in existential crisis. Popes were children, criminals, and kings. The church trembled, not from heresy or invasion, but from within. The Lateran Palace had become a haunted symbol. The golden crosses no longer gleamed as they once did. The altars bore silent witness to secrets too dark to be spoken. And yet, through it all, the faith of the common people endured. Somehow, they believed. As the 11th century faded and the 12th arrived, the seat of St. Peter found itself under siege. Not from foreign armies, but from men in robes who claimed to be popes, though the world was never quite sure if they truly were. These were the anti-popes. And oh, dear listener, there were many. You see, during times of division, when politics intertwined with faith, rival factions began to elect competing popes, each claiming to be the one true voice of God on earth. Sometimes it was due to influence from kings or emperors. Other times it was powerful Roman families trying to push their own candidate. And so, for the first time in history, the church had not one pope, but two, and sometimes more. Let us drift now to the heart of this confusion. The year was 1130. Pope Honorius II had died suddenly. A rushed election was held, but it was no ordinary vote. Two rival factions of cardinals, each meeting separately, each under the weight of noble pressure, both elected different men as pope. In one corner, Innocent II, a reformer, quiet, intelligent. In the other, Anacletus II, backed by the powerful Pierleone family of Rome. Both men were crowned, both issued bulls, both claimed the chair of Peter, and Christendom was divided. France, England, and Germany recognized Innocent. Scotland, Sicily, and much of Rome followed Anacletus. Cathedrals split loyalties. Monasteries fell into chaos. Pilgrims arrived in Rome, unsure whose blessing to seek. Was it Innocent or Anacletus? The papacy had become not one holy voice, but a chorus of confusion. Brief pause. The sound of a distant storm rumbles, like history groaning. But the greatest anti-pope drama was still to come. Fast forward to the 14th century, to a time now known as the Western Schism. It all began with a crisis in Avignon, where the papacy had been residing for decades, far from Rome, nestled in the lavender-scented fields of southern France. When the papacy finally returned to Rome in 1377, chaos followed. Riots broke out. The newly elected pope, Urban VI, quickly turned paranoid and vengeful. Many cardinals claimed they had been forced to vote for him under threat of violence, so they fled Rome and declared his election invalid. They then elected a rival pope, Clement VII, who returned to Avignon. Thus began the Great Divide, Urban in Rome, Clement in Avignon. 2 popes, 2 courts, 2 sets of bishops, each excommunicated the other. And as the decades passed, the madness grew. Universities argued, kings chose sides, monasteries were torn, and faithful peasants, the ones who needed guidance the most, could only stare up at the heavens and wonder, who speaks for God? But instead of resolution, the church now had 3 rival popes, 3 men in white robes, 3 voices shouting over one another in Latin. It would take until 1417, nearly 40 years after the split began, before a great council in Constance finally ended the madness. The other claimants were exiled, and a new pope, Martin V, was crowned, bringing unity. At last. The era of anti-popes left deep scars. It taught the world that even the holiest of thrones could become a battlefield. For a time, the voice of God had been drowned out by politics, vanity, and fear. And yet, as ever, the candle in the chapel still burned, faint, flickering, but alive. The year is 897. Rome is not the Renaissance marvel it will someday become. No, it is a city of rubble and rival warlords, plagued by floods, famine, and fear. But in the midst of this chaos, the papacy decides to make history in a way no one ever expected. That history would come to be known as the Cadaver Synod. Let us slowly light the candle and step into this grim, surreal chamber of scandal. It begins with a pope named Formosus. During his reign, Pope Formosus made many enemies. He had supported a political figure who fell out of favor. He had crowned emperors who later turned against Rome. And after his death, his rivals were not content to let him rest in peace. His body was exhumed. Yes, dear listener. 9 months after his death, his decaying corpse was removed from its tomb, dressed in papal robes, seated upon a throne in the Lateran Basilica, and placed on trial. His shriveled fingers were still clad in rings, his skull tilted to one side. His flesh had darkened and stiffened. And yet, bishops gathered, solemn and serious, to pass judgment on a man who could not answer. The presiding pope, Stephen VI, had personal hatred for Formosus. He believed the man had committed grave sins against the church, sins of ambition, of deceit, and of unlawful power. So he arranged this macabre courtroom. A deacon was appointed to speak on behalf of the corpse, like a ventriloquist of justice. Questions were asked, accusations were hurled, and silence met them all, for the defendant was no longer alive. But still, the verdict came. Guilty. The dead pope was found guilty of violating canon law, of illegitimately holding office, and of betraying the church. And then, the punishment. His papal garments were stripped. The 3 fingers he had used to bless the faithful were cut off. His body was dragged through the streets of Rome and dumped into the Tiber River like a sack of sin. Pause. Let the listener feel the eerie stillness of it all. But Rome, like the Tiber, never stands still. Soon after the Cadaver Synod, Pope Stephen VI was overthrown, imprisoned, and later strangled in his cell. The man who had tried a corpse was now a corpse himself. And in a strange twist of justice, Pope Formosis's body was recovered from the river and buried again, this time with honor. Later popes annulled the cadaver synod, calling it what it was, a grotesque, politically fueled farce. Yet the image remained. A dead man, propped up on a throne, judged by the living. A papal courtroom that looked more like a crypt. What did the people of Rome think as they heard of this trial? Or did they simply bow their heads and carry on? Such was the strange, spiraling world of the medieval church. A world where sainthood and scandal slept in the same bed, where the bones of the past were never truly at rest. The vow of celibacy, a pillar of the church, a sacred promise. For centuries, popes were expected to be married not to a woman, but to God. But behind closed doors, history has a habit of blushing. You see, there was a time, especially during the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, when the papacy was not just a seat of spiritual guidance, but a throne of very human appetites. And some popes did not abstain. Let us begin with Pope Alexander VI, born Rodrigo Borgia. Ah, the Borgias. If you've heard the name, you know the scent of scandal clings to it like incense to velvet. Rodrigo Borgia had children, not rumors, actual documented children. Among them, Cesare and Lucrezia, names that would one day echo in both fear and fascination across Europe. He was already a cardinal when he took a mistress, Vanozza de Catani, and with her had 4 children. Later, he was said to take another mistress, a much younger woman, Giulia Farnese, known as Giulia la Bella. Giulia lived in the Vatican itself, so close to the papal chambers that some jested she had her own secret door. And while Rodrigo was pope, Giulia's brother would rise in power, becoming Cardinal Alessandro Farnese, and eventually Pope Paul III. Favoritism, perhaps, but no one questioned it too loudly, not when the Borgias ruled. Pause. The tone softens, curious and dreamlike. Now drift with me to the tale of Pope Julius II, sometimes called the Warrior Pope. He was more at home in armor than in robes, and his reputation for women and wine was whispered through the streets of Rome. But it wasn't just women. Whispers suggest that Julius, like several other Renaissance-era popes, may have enjoyed the company of young men as well. Handsome artists and attendants who passed through the papal palaces. The Vatican of this era was a stage, and behind the curtains, the actors played many roles. But perhaps the most shocking of all were not just the affairs, but the children of popes who rose to power. Did you know that several popes openly acknowledged their children? They were granted titles, lands, and positions within the church. Some became bishops before they were even old enough to speak Latin fluently. Celibacy was not enforced seriously until later centuries. In the early and high Middle Ages, many priests and even bishops had wives or concubines. It wasn't unusual. It was just unspoken. The church turned a blind eye until it could no longer afford to. Music softens into the sound of faint laughter, doors creaking shut, and muffled whispers. So what did the common faithful think? Some were scandalized, but many were not, because they too lived in a world where ideals and reality rarely held hands. They confessed, they prayed, they believed, and they accepted that even popes were made of flesh. And yet, these scandals, these very human missteps. Tonight, as you rest your eyes, consider this. In the most sacred halls of power, behind marble walls and beneath painted ceilings, even the holiest men often fell prey to the most ancient of temptations. Not all the struggles within the Vatican were of the flesh. Some were spiritual battles, not political intrigue, not romantic scandal, but literal confrontations with the forces of darkness. Let us begin with a strange tale. In the 11th century, a pope, Pope Sylvester II, was whispered to have made a pact with the devil. This pope, born Gerbert of Aurillac, was a brilliant scholar, a mathematician, a man of science, but that, in itself, was suspicious to many. For how else could one man possess such arcane knowledge unless He had help from below. Whispers claimed he owned a talking bronze head, a kind of early artificial intelligence that could answer any question. Some said it told him when he would die. And when his time came, Pope Sylvester II demanded that his body not be buried in St. Peter's Basilica. He feared his remains would disturb the sacred ground. Still today, a legend says, when his tomb sweats, a pope will die within the year. Now let us drift further into the mist, to the tale of Pope Innocent VIII. He ruled during a time when witchcraft trials were rising. Fear of the occult was sweeping across Europe. Innocent did not merely oversee these fears, he fueled them. In 1484, he issued a papal bull that effectively gave birth to the infamous witch-hunting manual, Malleus Maleficarum, or the Hammer of Witches. He declared that witches were real, their heresy dangerous, and their curses powerful. This wasn't just church policy, it was a spiritual declaration of war. He helped set the stage for a century of inquisitions, torture, and burning stakes. Yet, ironically, Pope Innocent himself was said to have suffered a curse at the end of his life. He fell into a coma and, according to legend, his doctors attempted to revive him with the blood of 3 young boys. A ghastly, desperate act that reportedly failed. Fact or fable? Hard to say, but history remembers. Then there's Pope Leo XIII, the 19th century pontiff, known for a curious moment of divine terror. It is said that after celebrating Mass, Leo froze, his eyes locked into space. He claimed to hear a conversation between God and Satan. Satan, he said, had been granted 100 years to test the church, an ominous deal reminiscent of the Book of Job. Shaken, Leo returned to his quarters and immediately composed a powerful prayer, the St. Michael Exorcism. So feared was this prayer that it was banned from public liturgy decades later, seen as too strong, too grim, too unsettling for the average parishioner. But the Vatican still uses it, quietly, behind closed doors. Now the music grows fainter, eerie, like wind curling through stone halls. But were the popes themselves ever possessed? No confirmed case, but exorcists within the Vatican have reported dark forces interfering during papal rituals. Objects moving. Even today, the Vatican employs official exorcists. Their number? Confidential. Their identities? Protected. They train, pray, and prepare for war, not with men, but with spirits. So as you lie still tonight, remember, while most of us battle our demons in dreams, some once battled them in reality. And not just any men. Popes.
Not all papal scandals involved whispering lips or ink on parchment. Some were more immediate, more physical. Let us wander into the kitchens and banquet halls of the Vatican, where robes brushed against velvet tablecloths and golden goblets shimmered, sometimes laced with death. Yes, this was the era of poison. The invisible dagger, the silent assassin, the most refined tool of removal among cardinals, nobles, and even popes. We begin with Pope Alexander VI, a name soaked in both power and scandal. Born Rodrigo Borgia, he was the very embodiment of Renaissance excess. During his papacy, it was rumored that he and his son, Cesare Borgia, developed a fondness for a mysterious white powder known as cantarella. Its origin? Unknown. Its effect? Lethal. They allegedly used it to remove enemies, even rivals in the church. How? Through banquets. The Borgias were said to throw grand feasts, invite influential cardinals or noblemen, and, should the mood strike, ensure the wine flowed with a little something extra. Some whispered that Cesare carried a ring with a hidden compartment. Just a twist and a few grains could slip into a goblet unnoticed. And so, over music and laughter, under the chandeliers of the Vatican's great dining halls, men would drink toasts to friendship and fall dead before dessert. But in a twist of dark irony, it may have been Pope Alexander VI himself who fell victim to poison. One evening, the story goes, a feast was prepared. Cesare and the Pope had a particular target in mind,
but the dishes were accidentally swapped. The Pope consumed the fatal portion. He died after days of agony, his body reportedly bloated and blackened, described by one observer as a rotting gourd. Even in death, the Borgia legacy lingered and reeked. Yet he was not alone. In the early 1600s, Pope Clement VIII reportedly died from a cup of hot chocolate. Now, you may think that an innocent thing, but in those days, chocolate was new to Europe, imported from the Americas and believed by some to be exotic, even dangerous. Some claimed that chocolate could hide the taste of bitter toxins. The Vatican investigated. Whispers flew. Was it a plot, a coincidence, or simply an old man meeting his fate? We may never know. But the idea that a cup of chocolate could kill a pope was enough to spark fear and suspicion for decades. Another dark tale takes us to Pope Pius III, who reigned for a mere 26 days in 1503. He was elected as a compromise, an old man meant to be a bridge between rival factions, but no sooner had he taken the papal throne than he fell mysteriously ill. His death? Sudden, unexpected, too convenient for some. Speculation pointed to poison. He had eaten with cardinals just days before. No investigation was... Yes, one man, trusted above all others, whose only job was to taste the Pope's food before he dined. If he lived, the meal continued. If not, well, the problem solved itself. Even today, popes are rarely seen drinking wine in public, and all meals during major ceremonies are prepared under strict supervision, often by nuns or longtime clergy. Because in a city where secrets can be deadly, the spoon may be as dangerous as the sword. So tonight, as you drift to sleep, imagine the banquet halls now silent. The silverware gleams, the wine glistens, and somewhere, far beneath the marble and gold, the truth still waits in the shadows of the kitchen.
Once upon a time, to read the wrong book could damn your soul, and worse, your body. The Church, the guardian of divine truth, knew the power of the written word, and it feared it. So it created a list, a long, ever-growing list. The Index Librorum Prohibitorum, the Index of Forbidden Books, a catalog of danger, of thoughts too sharp, too questioning, too modern, books that challenged the Church's authority, its doctrine, its worldview, books that had to be silenced. But it began before the Index, long before. Let us wander back to the 4th century, when the Christian world was fractured by heresies. One bishop would argue that Christ was divine, another that he was merely human. Debates grew heated. Manuscripts were copied, smuggled, debated in secret chambers. And as the Church grew more organized, it began to fight not with words, but with fire. By the Middle Ages, heretical texts were being burned in town squares. Monks copied the Bible by hand, but any commentary not sanctioned by Rome was destroyed. Enter the Renaissance. With it came a terrifying invention for the papacy, the printing press. Suddenly, anyone could print their thoughts, their doubts, their revolutions. And so came men like Martin Luther, who nailed his 95 Theses to a church door and triggered an earthquake across Europe. The Church responded not just with counter-arguments, but with the Index. Galileo Galilei, the famed astronomer, found his works banned. Why? Because he dared to say that the Earth, God's own footstool, moved around the sun. It contradicted Scripture. It challenged centuries of belief. And so, he was placed under house arrest, his book banned, and his name whispered in shame. For a time. Even the philosopher Descartes, with his famous line, "I think, therefore I am," feared publishing. He delayed his greatest work because of what had happened to Galileo. The Index grew. At its peak, it listed over 4,000 titles, some by known heretics, others by scientists, artists, even saints. It was illegal in many Catholic countries to own, read, or distribute any book on the list. And yet, many still did. Books were smuggled into cities in barrels, wrapped in cloth,
hidden beneath fish, priests read them in secret. Cardinals debated them behind locked doors, because ideas once written cannot be easily killed. What of the Vatican Library itself? It houses more than 1 million books, including manuscripts that the public may never see. Some say there are books there no one has read for centuries, so fragile that even breathing near them could make them disintegrate. What do they say? We may never know. Perhaps lost gospels, secret histories, or truths too powerful or too damning to share. In 1966, under Pope Paul VI, the index was officially abolished. But even now,
So tonight, as the pages turn slowly in your dreams,
remember, it is not just swords or poisons that have shaken the Vatican, but words, ink, and the human mind's endless hunger to question. To the faithful, a saint's body is more than just remains. It is relic, testimony, a fragment of the divine. But what happens when those bones go missing, or multiply, or turn up in places they were never meant to be? This is the strange, sleepy tale of how the Church came to be both guardian and trader of holy skeletons, and how relics, both real and imagined, built cathedrals and empires. Let us begin with St. Peter, the rock upon which the church was built. His remains are believed to lie beneath St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. In the 1940s, Vatican archaeologists unearthed ancient bones beneath the altar, a hidden burial chamber. Tests suggested they belonged to a robust man in his 60s, no name carved, but wrapped in rich purple cloth with gold thread. Was it Peter? The church cautiously said, yes, but the full truth, as always, buried deeper still. Now consider St. Catherine of Siena. When she died in Rome, the people of Siena wanted her body returned to her hometown, but the authorities refused. So, local devotees stole her head, yes, her actual head, and smuggled it out of the city in a paper bag. They were caught at the gate, but when questioned, the bag allegedly miraculously transformed, appearing to contain nothing but rose petals. The head made it to Siena, where it still rests in a gilded reliquary. Her body remains in Rome, her foot in Venice. Such is the life of a saint. During the Middle Ages, relics became spiritual currency. Every church wanted them. Every town needed them. A bone of St. Thomas, a hair from Mary Magdalene, a tooth of John the Baptist. Pilgrims would travel for weeks to gaze upon them. Touching a relic was said to cure disease, absolve sins, or grant fertility. Cathedrals rose around fragments of bone and scraps of cloth. And with such demand came supply. Yes, relic forgery was big business. Some merchants sold goat bones as those of martyrs. Others claimed to possess the milk of the Virgin Mary, or the foreskin of Christ. Multiple versions of it, in fact, across Europe. So common was this confusion that Erasmus, the humanist scholar, once joked, "I have seen in various places enough pieces of the true cross to build a ship." The church, aware of the scandal, began regulating relics. Bishops had to verify authenticity, and documents of origin were required. But still, the relics multiplied. And then there are the incorruptibles, saints whose bodies, centuries after death, remain mysteriously untouched by decay. Saint Bernadette lies in Nevers, France. Dead since 1879, her body looks peaceful, almost sleeping. Pilgrims kneel at her glass tomb in awe. Scientists note that wax masks may have helped preserve the look. Each bone a story, each story a bridge between heaven and earth. And perhaps the strangest of all, the Capuchin crypt in Rome. Here, beneath a simple church, the bones of over 4,000 friars are arranged into delicate patterns. Chandeliers of vertebrae, altars of skulls. Not to frighten, but to remind. What you are now, we once were. What we are now, you shall be. So as you drift now, through dreams of dim crypts and marble corridors, let the silence of the saints lull you. The church, ever mysterious, keeps its bones close, and its secrets even closer. You may imagine the Pope always seated upon a throne, surrounded by incense and cardinals in crimson. But history, drowsy though it may be, remembers other moments. Moments of panic, of politics, of popes in disguise. Yes, there were popes who fled, popes who vanished, popes who put on the garments of beggars, monks, even women to escape the storm. Let us uncover these curious cloaked stories. We begin with Pope Benedict IX, one of the most scandalous pontiffs in history. Elected not once, but 3 times. He first took the papal throne in his 20s. He was accused of immorality, violence, even sorcery. Eventually, he sold the papacy to his godfather, Pope Gregory VI, for a hefty sum. But he later returned, tried to reclaim the papal throne, and was driven out once again. During these turbulent years, Benedict was said to roam the countryside in disguise, hiding from assassins and rival claimants. And then we find Pope John XXIII, not the 20th century saintly one, but an earlier anti-pope from the 15th century. When political tides turned against him during the Council of Constance, he feared imprisonment or worse. So one night, under the cover of darkness, he escaped the city dressed as a servant, slipping past guards and vanishing into the Black Forest. They eventually caught him, but not before he gave Europe a tale of papal vanishing worthy of legend. Not all such disguises were dramatic. Sometimes the robes of humility served as cover. Pope Pius VII, held prisoner by Napoleon Bonaparte, traveled under false names while being shuffled from fortress to fortress across Europe. He was guarded, yes, but to many along the road he was just a quiet, elderly monk in a carriage. Yet within him sat the authority of Peter. And consider the popes of the Avignon papacy, who lived in France for nearly 70 years instead of Rome. When the time came to return to the Eternal City, danger lurked everywhere. Riots, plague, angry nobles. Popes and their envoys dressed as pilgrims rode through back roads and entered Rome secretly, under cloak and candlelight. The keys of St. Peter hidden beneath dusty traveling cloaks. But perhaps the most whispered tale is that of Pope Joan. Legend speaks of a brilliant woman, disguised as a man, who rose through the church ranks and became pope in the 9th century. She ruled for 2 years, according to the story, until she gave birth during a papal procession. The church, if this tale were true, covered it up. Some say a special papal chair with a hole beneath was introduced to test future popes' gender. Most scholars now believe the story is fiction, but it lingered for centuries, told in hushed tones and medieval manuscripts, because sometimes a story speaks to truths deeper than facts. Even into modern times, the Vatican has held to secrecy. Popes have escaped not only physical danger.
Pope Celestine V, overwhelmed by the burdens of office, resigned in 1294 after only 5 months.
He donned the robes of a hermit and attempted to retreat into obscurity. But his successor, fearing the chaos of 2 popes, imprisoned him. He died in captivity, his cell now a lonely pilgrimage site. Disguised popes, runaway popes, reluctant popes. Not always the image painted in gilded frescoes, but real, human, trembling beneath heavy robes. They remind us that even the Vicar of Christ sometimes wished to disappear. And now, as sleep tugs gently at your eyelids, let us wander into a different chamber of church history. One where the devil was not only cast out, but sometimes welcomed in.
Not all wars of the church were fought with armies or papal bulls.
Some were fought in silence, in candlelit rooms, in whispers. Some battles were fought against demons. For centuries, the Vatican has both acknowledged and quietly managed the strange affliction of possession. And to combat it, it trained a select few, the exorcists. But what did this mean within the gilded corridors of the papacy? What happened when demons came knocking at the Vatican gates? Let us go back to the 16th century, when the world was turning upside down. The Reformation was dividing the church. Science was questioning ancient dogmas, and yet Beneath it all, there was a rise in demonic possession. Nuns began convulsing in convents. Peasants howled in Latin they had never learned. Children cried out that the devil sat upon the altar. One of the most infamous cases was that of Loudoun, France, where an entire convent of Ursuline nuns claimed possession, centered around one charismatic priest. Though far from Rome, this sent shockwaves to the papal ears. Was it hysteria, heresy, or real spiritual warfare? The popes responded not with swords, but with silence and structure. By the 17th century, the Church had formalized the Ritual Romanum, a specific guide for exorcism. And in the Vatican itself, a few trusted priests were always on hand, ready to perform the rite should it ever be needed, even for cardinals, or worse, popes. There are rumors, never confirmed, that at least 2 popes in history requested exorcisms be performed upon themselves, not because they were possessed, but because they feared temptation, influence, perhaps from forces beyond human. But sometimes the danger was closer. In 1837, a young seminarian in Rome was said to have been violently affected after claiming a demonic vision in St. Peter's Basilica. Witnesses said he screamed, "Non serviam," Latin for, "I will not serve," the legendary words of Lucifer, before collapsing. The Vatican investigated quietly. The man was removed. No record remains in official archives, but word spread, as it always does in the marble halls. Fast forward now to the 20th century. Pope Pius XII, during World War II, was rumored to have called for multiple exorcisms, not only for individuals, but for entire cities. He feared demonic influence in Berlin, in Moscow, in fascist Rome itself. Did he truly believe evil spirits had taken hold of governments? Perhaps. Perhaps not. But he authorized the Vatican's chief exorcist, Father Gabriele Amorth, to begin quiet investigations into political leaders and cult movements. Father Amorth would later perform over 70,000 exorcisms and claimed that Satan was indeed in the Vatican. Even Pope John Paul II, canonized as a saint, was not removed from these shadows. A woman screamed and convulsed during an audience. The Pope made the sign of the cross. She calmed. He was seen praying for her long after the crowd dispersed. No official statement followed, but the moment was captured on a single Vatican security tape, later locked away. And so, we are left wondering. How many whispers behind the Vatican walls are not of policy, but of possession? How many popes, in private chapel, whispered not prayers of power, but of protection? As the candles flicker low and incense drifts like mist, remember that some of the Church's most secret struggles were not with kings, but with shadows. And what then of holy relics said to guard against such evil? Objects so sacred, their very presence was believed to send demons fleeing. Deep within the stone heart of the Vatican lie objects that once touched saints, apostles, even Christ himself, or so the stories claim. Some are locked in glass, some in gold, some in silence. These are the relics, fragments of the sacred past, gathered, guarded, and often used as spiritual weapons in the Catholic Church's strange and winding history. But what exactly makes a relic so powerful? And what role have they played in the lives and secrets of the popes? Relics come in 3 classes. First-class relics are physical remains, bones, hair, or blood of a saint. Second-class relics are items they used, like robes, books, or even walking sticks. Third-class relics are items touched to a first-class relic, absorbing by contact some sense of the sacred. The popes, as the shepherds of the Church, have long held the most important relics in their possession. Some too important to display, others too strange to explain. Let us begin with perhaps the most famous, the relics of St. Peter. Beneath the high altar of St. Peter's Basilica, directly below the massive dome, is a quiet crypt, and within it lies a bone box labeled Petros Ini in Greek. Peter is here. Discovered in 1950, during secret excavations ordered by Pope Pius XII, the bones were tested, debated, and eventually declared likely authentic. Imagine the Pope saying Mass above the very bones of the first Pope. Then there are blood relics. One of the most venerated is the preserved blood of Pope John Paul II. Shortly after his death in 2005, vials of his blood were sealed and distributed to churches worldwide. In Krakow, one vial reportedly liquefied during a Mass. Others claim miraculous healings after touching it. Skeptics raise eyebrows, but the faithful queue for hours. And stranger still, the veil of Veronica, said to bear the miraculous image of Christ's face, imprinted as he walked to Golgotha. The relic has been kept in St. Peter's Basilica, behind 7 locked gates, shown only once a year during Lent. Popes have fasted before it. Some whispered prayers before major decisions. Others wept in its presence. Only a handful of people alive have seen it up close. Even fewer have spoken of what they felt. But not all relics are soothing. Some were seen as protection against darkness. In the private chapel of several popes were kept splinters of the true cross, locked in ornate reliquaries. When spiritual threats were whispered, be it demonic, political, or something unnamed, popes would call upon these relics during midnight rites. Whispers tell of Pope Leo XIII, who, after receiving a disturbing vision of a dark century ahead, composed the Prayer to Saint Michael and kept a small relic of the archangel's sword by his bedside. No such relic exists in public record, but some. Then there are the relics of the Virgin Mary, her hair, her veil, even drops of her milk, all claimed by different churches. Most have no scientific basis, but to the medieval mind and to the papal heart, they represented a link to heaven. They were carried into battle, placed on sickbeds, held in trembling hands as the popes faced plague, schism, and fear. Even today, when a new pope is elected, relics are part of the ceremony. A fragment of St. Peter's bone is placed in his ring. He is reminded, "You are dust, and to dust you shall return." And so the Church, ever anchored in the sacred past, continues to walk forward, each step echoing with the weight of bones, blood, and belief. And now, as your eyes begin to close and your breath slows, we drift toward a stranger gallery still. For what happens when the Pope becomes... We often imagine popes as protectors of faith, steady, unwavering, and holy. But the corridors of history are not so straight. They twist, they shadow, and sometimes they lead straight into heresy. Yes, even the Vicar of Christ, the Holy Father himself, has at times been accused of defying the very faith he was sworn to uphold. And when a pope strays, who dares to correct him? Let us begin gently with Pope Honorius I. He reigned in the 7th century, a quiet man, thoughtful, but his error was one of silence. A theological dispute had risen. Did Christ have one will or two? Honorius tried to settle the matter diplomatically, suggesting a compromise. But centuries later, his writings were condemned by a church council. He wasn't declared evil, just wrong. And that was enough for future popes to whisper his name with unease. But there were louder storms ahead. Enter Pope John XXII in the 14th century. A brilliant man, scholarly, but his sermons began to drift into dangerous waters. He taught that the souls of the dead did not see God immediately, but had to wait until the final judgment. This went against centuries of Catholic teaching. Outcry grew. Cardinals panicked. Theologians demanded a retraction. John refused. Only on his deathbed did he whisper a soft recantation. But the scandal remained. A pope had preached heresy from the pulpit. And what of Pope Formosus? A strange tale indeed. He died peacefully in 896. But his enemies, now in power, were not satisfied. They dug up his corpse, months later, and held a trial. Yes, a trial for a dead pope. This became known as the Cadaver Synod. Dressed in papal robes, his rotting bonne was placed on the throne. A deacon was assigned to speak for him. The verdict: guilty of perjury, ambition, and heresy. They stripped his corpse, cut off his fingers, and threw him in the Tiber. A grotesque ritual of vengeance, yet one that highlighted the deep fear of heresy within the church. Even death was not an escape. And then, there was Pope Sergius III. His crimes were not of doctrine, but of blood. He rose to power through murder, ordered the killing of rivals, took a mistress, Marozia, and fathered a son who would become Pope John XI. And yet, even surrounded by sin, Sergius was never officially declared a heretic. Why? Because in the strange language of the Church, heresy is not always about sin, but belief. You could kill, you could steal, but if you believed the right things, technically, you were no heretic. A troubling paradox that echoed through the centuries. Still, the line between heresy and orthodoxy was often drawn by power, not truth. Even as he exchanged the papal throne like a chess piece, once for gold, another time simply out of boredom. But perhaps the most dangerous heresy of all was one never spoken, but only feared. That a pope might begin to believe he was divine, above correction, beyond truth. Some theologians whispered this was the true Antichrist, not a beast or a king, but a pope who no longer served God but himself. Thankfully, such a pope has never fully risen, but the fear remains. Quiet, watchful, and so we drift onward, past the heretics, the sinners, the mistaken, into a stranger, softer story. For the next chapter is not of sin or doctrine, but of visions. When the popes did not preach but saw. Not all scandals are of flesh or fire. Some, curiously, are silent, born not in the daylight of sin, but in the strange twilight of dreams. There have been popes, not many, but more than you'd think, who claim to hear God's voice in their sleep, to see the Virgin Mary, angels, or even terrifying demons in their chambers. And from these dreams, decisions were made. Wars were blessed. Kings were crowned. Doctrines born. But were they dreams or delusions? Let us lie back in the candlelit darkness of the Vatican Library and open the pages to Pope Innocent III. He ruled during the peak of papal power, a colossus, but he was deeply troubled by dreams. One in particular haunted him. He saw the Church of Rome crumbling, pillars collapsing, dust in the air. And then, young Francis of Assisi appeared, his arms outstretched, holding up the very walls. Innocent awoke, shaken. He summoned the barefoot friar he had once dismissed. And just like that, the Franciscan order was born, based on the dream of a pope. It reshaped Catholicism forever. But not all visions were so divine. Pope Boniface VIII, arrogant, flamboyant, claimed mystical encounters with saints, but also nightmares. He saw shadows rising from the crypts beneath the Lateran. He heard whispers accusing him of pride, blasphemy, and doom. One night, after a vivid hallucination, he ordered every mirror in the palace removed. He feared what stared back. His reign ended in disgrace, captured, mocked, and likely murdered. Some say he died mad, but perhaps it was only the dreams that grew too loud. Others found peace in visions. Pope Gregory IX, who canonized St. Francis, claimed that angels stood at his bedside. They recited prayers with him. They warned him of dangers in Rome and advised him on whom to trust. His court dismissed it as superstition, but Gregory listened and lived longer than many of his enemies. There is a softer story in Pope Celestine V, a hermit, dragged from his cave and crowned against his will. He spoke little, slept often, but in his dreams he saw Christ, weeping for the church, for the power games, for the throne of Peter. After only 5 months, Celestine did what no pope had done before. He resigned. He left the Vatican in the middle of the night in robes too large for his frail shoulders. He returned to the mountains. His visions had led him away from power, and for that some called him mad, others a saint. Even in recent times, the dreaming did not stop. Pope Pius X, in the early 20th century, confessed to a recurring dream, that one day a pope would flee Rome, stepping over corpses, hiding from enemies, carrying nothing but the calmer, or more afraid, or more convinced of their own divine mission. We will never know what they saw, but perhaps in the silence of their chambers, behind ancient doors, in the moments before dawn, heaven whispered, or perhaps hell did. And now, dear listener, as our own eyes begin to grow heavy, let us step away from the visions and into the earthly silence of forgotten stone. Not all scandals are of flesh or fire. Some, curiously, are silent, born not in the daylight of sin, but in the strange twilight of dreams. There have been popes, not many, but more than you'd think, who claim to hear God's voice in their sleep, to see the Virgin Mary, angels, or even terrifying demons in their chambers. And from these dreams, decisions were made. Wars were blessed, kings were crowned, doctrines born. But were they dreams or delusions? Let us lie back in the candlelit darkness of the Vatican Library and open the pages to Pope Innocent III. He ruled during the peak of papal power, a colossus, but he was deeply troubled by dreams. One in particular haunted him. He saw the Church of Rome crumbling, pillars collapsing, dust in the air. And then, young Francis of Assisi appeared, his arms outstretched, holding up the very walls. Innocent awoke, shaken. He summoned the barefoot friar he had once dismissed, and just like that, the Franciscan order was born, based on the dream of a pope. It reshaped Catholicism forever. But not all visions were so divine. Pope Boniface VIII, arrogant, flamboyant, claimed mystical encounters with saints, but also nightmares. He saw shadows rising from the crypts beneath the Lateran. He heard whispers accusing him of pride, blasphemy, and doom. One night, after a vivid hallucination, he ordered every mirror in the palace removed. He feared what stared back. His reign ended in disgrace, captured, mocked, and likely murdered. Some say he died mad, but perhaps it was only the dreams that grew too loud. Others found peace in visions. Pope Gregory IX, who canonized St. Francis, claimed that angels stood at his bedside. They recited prayers with him. They warned him of dangers in Rome and advised him on whom to trust. His court dismissed it as superstition, but Gregory listened and lived longer than many of his enemies. There is a softer story in Pope Celestine V, a hermit, dragged from his cave and crowned against his will. He spoke little, slept often, but in his dreams he saw Christ, weeping for the church, for the power games, for the throne of Peter. After only 5 months, Celestine did what no pope had done before. He resigned. He left the Vatican in the middle of the night in robes too large for his frail shoulders. He returned to the mountains. His visions had led him away from power, and for that some called him mad, others a saint. Even in recent times, the dreaming did not stop. Pope Pius X, in the early 20th century, confessed to a recurring dream, that one day a pope would flee Rome, stepping over corpses, hiding from enemies, carrying nothing but the calmer, or more afraid, or more convinced of their own divine mission. We will never know what they saw, but perhaps in the silence of their chambers, behind ancient doors, in the moments before dawn, heaven whispered, or perhaps hell did. And now, dear listener, as our own eyes begin to grow heavy, let us step away from the visions and into the earthly silence of forgotten stone.
Beneath the glory of St. Peter's Basilica lies another world. Dark, cool, silent. Few have seen it. Fewer understand it. But for centuries, this underground maze, known simply as the Vatican Necropolis, has whispered secrets to those who walk slowly enough to hear them. Here in the shadow of the papal throne, the dead sleep. And not just the dead, but saints, martyrs, popes, and some say, things that are neither. Our story begins with St. Peter himself, the apostle, the rock, the first pope. According to tradition, he was crucified upside down on Vatican Hill, then buried in a quiet grave nearby. For centuries, his tomb was lost, buried under layers of altars, churches, and imperial architecture, until the 1940s. As part of an excavation requested by Pope Pius XII, Vatican workers unearthed a crypt beneath the basilica. Stone by stone, they uncovered a first-century cemetery, filled with pagan and Christian graves alike, and in its center, a small niche, covered in red wall markings, Greek letters spelling out, "Peter is here." Bones were found nearby. Male, elderly, missing the feet, possibly removed after crucifixion. Were they really Peter's? The Vatican says yes, but the mystery lingers, quietly, like a breath on cold marble. That was only the beginning. Dozens of other popes were buried in hidden chapels below the Vatican. Many remain unidentified. Some were buried hurriedly during times of chaos. Others were exhumed and reburied multiple times, victims of shifting politics and rival factions. Beneath the chapel of St. Sebastian lie popes martyred in early Roman persecutions. Their tombs are marked with ancient symbols: a fish, a cross, a palm branch. But some markers are scratched out. Why? Did someone try to erase their names from history? Or were these popes considered heretical by their successors? No one knows. Then there are the unofficial tombs. In 1969, workers restoring a side chamber discovered a sealed stone sarcophagus. Inside, the remains of a noblewoman, buried with silk robes and gold crosses. No records mention her. She may have been a secret sponsor of the church, hidden during a time when Christians were hunted. Or perhaps a forgotten saint. To this day, she has no name. And finally, there are rumors. Whispers among Vatican guards and clergy of a chamber deeper still, beneath even the necropolis. A place called the Libreria Mortuorum, the Library of the Dead. A room filled with bones, scrolls, and forbidden texts. Some say it was sealed centuries ago, its contents too dangerous for even the church to know. Others believe it never existed. But a few... Now, dear listener, our journey nears its end. But before we part, one more chapter remains. A chapter not of popes or bones or heresy, but of the weapons the church once wielded in the dark. The church has always been a spiritual force, but it was not always peaceful. At the crossroads of belief and fear, the medieval church once kept objects of power, tools of mystery, miracle, and, some whispered, dark enchantment. Relics that healed, relics that cursed, and some that were too dangerous to be seen. Tonight we walk the vaulted halls of these secret reliquaries, places where the divine and the dreadful met. Let us begin with chains of St. Peter. Held today in the San Pietro in Vincoli, these chains were said to be the very ones used to imprison Peter before his martyrdom. When Pope Leo I held them against the chains from Peter's Roman imprisonment, legend says they fused together, as if to confirm their holiness. But medieval priests believed the chains